Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another amazing audiobook. Today, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing author of this novel. Their creativity, imagination, and hard work have brought us this incredible story that we all love and enjoy. Truly, their talent is inspiring, and we owe them so much for creating this wonderful world. If you love this novel as much as I do and want to support the author, please check out the link in the description. Supporting them helps ensure that they can continue to create more amazing stories for us to enjoy. And if you enjoy the audiobooks I create and want to support me, you can become a Patreon member. As a Patreon member, you'll not only support my work, but also get the chance to request novels that are freely available on the internet. Depending on your Patreon tier, I will work on creating an audiobook for your requested novel. So let's show our appreciation to the author and keep this amazing community growing. All the details you need are in the description below. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Chapter 1 Goldfinger arrived. Am I hallucinating? In the front desk of a small library in the labyrinth city of Orario, a silver-haired elf boy with a high ponytail holding a book was staring at the book in his hand in a trance, muttering in his heart. Chenxing is a reborn person who traveled from modern society to this world. Travel is travel, rebirth is rebirth, the kind of rebirth. The Reborn World is an anime that Chenxing watched in his previous life, called Is It Wrong to Seek Encounters in the Dungeon, abbreviated as Dicuo. It seems that some netizens have also said another abbreviation, please help. Dicuo World. This is a world where humans and gods coexist. There is a huge cave on the earth, called the dungeon. The dungeon is a living organism that will give birth to monsters. Monsters will rush out of the dungeon and wreak havoc on the earth. Until 1,000 years ago, the gods came down to the world and built a huge fortress city at the entrance of the underground city, which is now the labyrinth city of Orario. With the presence of the god Uranus, he released his divine power and suppressed the monsters in the underground city on their respective floors. Only then was the disaster under control. And the place where Morning Star is now is the labyrinth city of Orario. Morning Star became an elf born in the labyrinth city. However, not long after his birth, Morning Star's parents suffered an unprovoked disaster because of the turmoil in Orario and were killed by the people of the Dark Faction. Morning Star was raised by a fellow elf. The one who raised Morning Star was an old elf who came to Orario and settled there hundreds of years ago. He ran an old library, and the books in the library have been updated for hundreds of years. Until 3 years ago, the old elf who raised Morning Star died of old age. Morning Star took over the old library from the old men and became the manager of the library. If it were any other reborn person, they would definitely want to make a career after traveling through time. And when they come to this world, most of them will choose to join a god's family and enter the dungeon for adventure. After all, it is difficult for a traveler who travels from an ordinary world to resist the temptation of becoming an extraordinary being. However, Chenxing resisted. It is not that Chenxing does not want to become an extraordinary being, but because the old man who adopted Chenxing is old. Chenxing also had the idea of becoming an adventurer, but Chenxing gave up. Generally speaking, the minimum age to become a god's family is 6 years old. From the age of 6, you can grow up in the dungeon with the help of others. However, even if there are others to help, the possibility of dying in the dungeon is terrifyingly high. Chenxing waited for 6 years in Orario, but he could not wait for the golden finger of his rebirth. Without the golden finger, Chenxing was not sure whether he could survive smoothly in the dungeon. Therefore, when he was 7 years old, Chenxing, who had not waited for his golden finger and could not guarantee that he could survive the adventure with the greatest certainty, decisively gave up his idea. If you have a life but no support, you can repay it by cutting off your finger. If you have a life and support, you can repay it by cutting off your head. If you have no life but support, you have no way to repay it. If you have not been born but support, it will be difficult to repay it in 100 generations. The old man is too old and has only a few years left to live. Chenxing is not afraid of death, but at least in the last few years of the old man, he cannot die like this. Chenxing took care of the old man until the old man passed away 3 years ago. Over the past few years, Chenxing's desire to become an adventurer has gradually subsided as time goes by. Now, at the age of 15, he no longer thinks of becoming an adventurer. Chenxing just wants to run this library quietly. Until just now, Chenxing's mind sounded a prompt similar to the system in the time travel novels that Chenxing had read in his previous life. This made Chenxing unable to react for a while, wondering if he was hallucinating. Until... Ding! The system has been activated, and the drift bottle system is at your service. Ding! The system has been activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a novice gift package. I am really getting the golden finger. Chenxing muttered in his heart as he listened to the system prompt sound that sounded again in his mind. After mumbling, Chenxing closed the book in his hand, fell silent for a while, and gave himself time to accept this system that was 15 years late. After a long time, Chenxing exhaled heavily and calmed down completely. According to the time travel novels he had read in his previous life, Chenxing called the system in his heart. System. Host, the system is here. Introduce yourself. Hearing the system's response, Chenxing knew that the communication program of his golden finger was no different from those novels he had read, and then he gave orders directly. Ding! This system is a drift bottle system, which can receive all drift bottles from the dimensional world. Various items, bloodlines, props, and even information will appear randomly in the drift bottle. Everything is available. What you can receive depends on the host's luck. Drift bottles appear randomly, and the time is uncertain. Listening to the system's explanation, Chenxing nodded slightly, and then continued to listen. However, Chenxing waited for a long time, but did not wait for the system's voice. No more. Yes, host, these are the only functions of this system. Chenxing. In other words, what kind of good things can be obtained by this golden finger depends entirely on luck. For a moment, Chenxing was a little speechless. Take a deep breath, exhale the speechless breath in your heart, and Chenxing opened the system space without a teacher. At this time, in the system space, something like a package was emitting a faint golden light. Morning Star knew without guessing that this was the novice gift package issued by the system. System, open the novice gift package. Without any hesitation, Morning Star directly asked the system to open the novice gift package. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's favor, the Super Soldier Serum. Chapter 2, Strengthening, World Blessing. Looking at the rewards from the 2 novice gift packs in the system space, Chenxing was stunned for a moment, and then checked them. There is no need to check the Super Soldier Serum. Chenxing knows that it is the serum injected by Captain America in the Marvel world, which can strengthen a person's physique to a level far beyond that of ordinary people. As for how much it will be strengthened, it depends on the person's luck. Chenxing heard in his previous life that the Super Soldier Serum can strengthen a person's physique to 10 times that of an ordinary person, but he doesn't know whether it is true or not. However, Chenxing knows that the other guy who injected the Super Soldier Serum is not as powerful as Captain America. He was almost crippled by a palm from the Hulk. Looking at the injection in the system backpack, Chenxing frowned slightly. This thing, do you want to inject it? Chenxing doesn't like injections. After the mind touched the Super Soldier Serum in the system space, some information emerged in Chenxing's mind. System, use Super Soldier Serum. After understanding the information in his mind, Chenxing muttered in his mind. The next moment, Chenxing felt a surge of power in his body. This power flowed through Chenxing's body, quickly transforming Chenxing's body. Chenxing's seemingly fragile body gradually became stronger, but his appearance did not change like Captain America. What he looked like before, he still looked like after the enhancement. Chenxing's current appearance can be considered strong, but he is definitely not a big guy. Chenxing knew this just now. When his mind touched the Super Soldier Serum just now, Chenxing knew that the Super Soldier Serum did not need to be injected, and it could be used directly by silently, and when strengthening, he could also suppress the expansion of his body according to his own wishes. Chenxing did not like the shape of a muscular man, so he chose the original body shape. This is also the reason why Chenxing would use it directly. Otherwise, according to the original Super Soldier Serum enhancement, Chenxing's body shape would instantly change from a thin body to a strong man. In this case, if others saw it, there would definitely be trouble. Chenxing did not like trouble, so naturally he would not do this. This enhancement lasted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Chenxing felt that the power flowing in his body completely disappeared. 5 times the physical fitness of a normal person. Advertisement. I don't know if my tone is good or bad. However, with my current physical fitness, except for combat skills, everything else can be compared with the adventurer who just upgraded to LV2. Feeling the changes in his body, Chenxing murmured in his heart. He didn't believe that with his current physical fitness that was 5 times that of an ordinary person, he couldn't compare with the adventurer who just upgraded to LV2. After shaking his head slightly, Chenxing looked at another novice reward in the system space. He knew about God's grace, but Chenxing had no idea what this world's grace was. With a thought, he touched the world's grace, and the next moment, a lot of information emerged in Chenxing's mind again. After understanding this information, Chenxing's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. World's grace is an advanced version of God's grace. God's grace is a road to heaven. If you reach the extreme, you can become a subordinate god of a main god. The world's grace is different. It can make a person a true god, not a subordinate god. In other words, as long as Chenxing uses the world's grace, he will have a long ladder to become a god, and can step by step reach the level of the god of this world. And, most importantly, this is the grace of the world of Dicuo, which will not be controlled by the gods, and the grace will not be sealed after the gods accidentally return to heaven. No, it should be said that there is, but it is almost impossible. If that situation really happens, this world will not exist. Because the world's grace is the relationship of the world's birth of the earthly world, the world is equivalent to the relationship of the gods in the God's grace. There is no other situation except the destruction of the world that can seal the grace of Morning Star. In addition, Morning Star with the world's grace is immune to the negative effects of various divine powers, that is, there is no need to worry about being affected by the various abilities of the divine powers of the gods of the earthly world. Because in essence, Morning Star with the world's grace is at the same level as the gods of the earthly world. It's just that these gods don't know it. It is precisely because Morning Star with the world's grace is at the same level as the gods of the earthly world that what Morning Star says will not be distinguished by the gods as right or wrong, truth or lies, and the gods cannot see through everything that happens to Morning Star. After understanding this information, Morning Star got up and left the counter without any hesitation, walked towards the inner courtyard, and returned to his room. Morning Star directly chose to use the world's grace. As Chenxing received the world's grace, Chenxing felt the changes in his body again. Advertisement. His back was slightly hot, and even though he was wearing a milky white long-sleeved shirt, there was still light leaking from the collar. Chenxing took off his shirt, then took a piece of paper from the bedside table, stuck it on his back, and silently said, engraving, in his heart, and then took the paper off. Chenxing. LV1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. P.S. After becoming a god, magic and skills will be transformed into the authority of God. Looking at the grace printed, Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly, which was no different from the ordinary grace of God. Although Chenxing did not sign the grace of God with God, he had read the animation and novels of this world in his previous life and knew the format of the grace of God. The grace of his own world was no different from the grace of God. However, after seeing the small words at the bottom, Chenxing's pupils shrank. Divine power? This is not funny, this thing can't continue to be displayed here, erase it first. Chapter 3 The First Drift Bottle. The world's grace not only gave Chenxing a road to heaven, but also allowed Chenxing to portray the grace of God like other gods and create a family of God. To some extent, Chenxing, who now has the world's grace but has not yet become a god, is already a god. However, Chenxing does not want to develop a family. At least, Chenxing does not have this intention now. Because it is very troublesome and cannot be explained. Although he has obtained the world's grace and has the foundation to become stronger, Chenxing did not enter the dungeon adventure immediately, but returned to the counter outside to read books again. This reading lasted for several hours, until it was dark and there was no one in the library. Chenxing looked outside for a while, then turned off the magic stone lamp, closed the library, and returned to the inner courtyard. A simple dinner was prepared in the inner courtyard. After eating, Chenxing left home through the side door and rushed towards the Tower of Babel. Chenxing plans to go to the dungeon tomorrow. Before that, Chenxing felt it necessary to prepare a set of simple equipment. However, Chenxing has never paid attention to adventurers since he gave up being an adventurer at the age of 7. So Chenxing doesn't know where to buy equipment. There is a department store on the Babel Tower, which has everything, but it's a bit expensive, so Chenxing plans to go to the Babel Tower to buy a set of equipment and a few bottles of recovery potions. As for the rest, Chenxing doesn't know what to prepare. It would be great if there was an adventurer consultant. I can get information about the dungeon from the adventurer consultant, just like Bell, the protagonist of the original book. Bell got a lot of information from his adventurer consultant Aina, which helped him a lot and helped him overcome difficulties again and again. However, my situation is very troublesome. I don't belong to any family, but I have my own family. I am both a god and an adventurer, so I can't register for the god's family. It would be great if I had a kind of clone magic. I could create a clone to pretend to be a god, and then register a god family. I can only hope for the drift bottle system. Walking on the way to Babel Tower, Chenxing muttered silently in his heart. This is the method he thought of, but unfortunately, he doesn't have clone magic. Advertisement. Speaking of which, maybe I can go to the rich hostess to find Lu. She is a second-level adventurer, LV4 peak combat power, very familiar with the dungeon, and gave Bell a lot of advice in the original book. Maybe I can get some information from her. Walking on the way to Babel Tower, Chenxing thought silently in his heart. As an elf, Lu should not refuse this request. Of course, even if Lu really refused, Chenxing had nothing to say, and the dungeon would still be played. Thinking of this, Chenxing turned around and rushed in the direction of the rich hostess tavern. However, after just a few steps, Chenxing stopped and turned back to the direction of Babel Tower. Lu is now wanted by the guild. If a stranger comes to her door to ask for information, he will be more likely to be regarded as an enemy. Although his physique is 5 times that of an ordinary person, he is just a small body compared to Lu, not to mention that he can't fight. Forget it, no information, just take it slowly. It took more than 10 minutes for Chenxing to arrive at the Tower of Babel and take the elevator to the Tower of Babel. There are all kinds of shops in the Tower of Babel. Even at night, the lights are bright, just like the daytime, which is no different from the shopping malls in Chenxing's previous life. After walking around the commercial floor for a long time, Chenxing finally found an equipment store. Oh, it's still from the Hephaestus family. I remember that the Hephaestus family had opened several shops in their territory, and now they have opened shops in the Tower of Babel. Is it a high-end route? Chenxing thought with interest. Chenxing didn't worry about not being able to afford it. Chenxing has saved a lot of money from opening a library over the years, so buying a set of equipment and a few bottles of potions is not a problem. After casually walking around the store, Chenxing chose a set of silver-white light armor. Light armor includes chest armor, hand armor and knee pads, and then there is no more, which is very simple. Advertisement. Light armor is the most chosen type by new adventurers. There is no way. New adventurers are just ordinary people. Naturally, it is impossible for them to choose heavy armor or plate armor, which are very heavy defensive equipment. After choosing the equipment, Chenxing chose a fine long sword, then paid and left the equipment store, and walked towards the potion store that he had long been interested in. In the potion store, Chenxing bought 6 bottles of potions, 2 bottles of potions to restore physical strength, 2 bottles of potions to restore mental strength, and 2 bottles of healing potions. They are all elementary, and the more advanced ones cannot be squandered at will with Chenxing's current financial resources. When Chenxing officially starts his adventure, Chenxing may be able to achieve potion freedom. With his spoils, Chenxing left the Tower of Babel and returned to the library. After a short wash, Chenxing went to bed to rest. Recharge your energy, strive for a good mental state, and go to the dungeon tomorrow. However, just when Chenxing closed his eyes, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. Morning Star, such a familiar prompt tone, I feel like I have heard something similar in my previous life. I remembered that in my previous life, when I went to the internet cafe to surf the internet, a pop-up window would appear when the internet fee was almost exhausted, and then a similar prompt would sound. After silently complaining in his heart, Morning Star decisively recited a sentence in his mind. Check it. As Morning Star's voice fell, Morning Star saw a bottle appear in the system space in his mind. Seeing this, Morning Star raised his eyebrows and then opened the drifting bottle. Ding! The drifting bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood limit, perfect reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eye. This is the advanced pupil technique of the Byakugan in the Naruto world, and it is also named perfect. Listening to the voice of the system, Morning Star raised his eyebrows slightly and murmured in his heart. Chapter 4, Samsara Eye. The thought sank into the system space. Chenxing's system space was divided into countless grids, just like the game backpacks in his previous life. In one of the grids, there was a ball of light, emitting a gentle light. Apart from that, the other grids were empty. It was obvious that this ball of light was the perfect reincarnation eye that came out of the drifting bottle. Chenxing's thought moved and fell on the ball of light, and the system immediately gave a comment on the perfect reincarnation eye. Perfect reincarnation eye. After using it, you can obtain all the abilities of the reincarnation eye pupil technique, and it will automatically convert the energy consumed by the user when using the reincarnation eye according to the user's own conditions. The energy has been fixed and cannot be changed. Looking at this explanation, Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly. After a slight hesitation, Chenxing directly used his thought to click on the ball of light and chose to use it. System, use the perfect reincarnation eye. Ding! The perfect reincarnation eye was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reincarnation eye. As the system finished speaking, Chenxing felt some changes in his eyes, and his body was instantly covered by a light blue light, and the whole person directly entered the reincarnation eye chakra mode. No, for Chenxing, it can only be called the reincarnation eye mode. Because Chenxing did not have chakra, after Chenxing obtained the reincarnation eye, the perfect reincarnation eye changed according to Chenxing's current situation. What was supposed to consume chakra now became physical strength consumption. As long as Chenxing's physical strength is not exhausted, he can use the ability of the reincarnation eye continuously. This sudden change did not daze Chenxing. Chenxing accepted this change calmly and began to accept this change. Soon Chenxing sorted out his current situation and sorted out what he had gained after obtaining the reincarnation eye. After obtaining the reincarnation eye, Chenxing obtained various abilities shown by the reincarnation eye in the original work. Reincarnation eye mode. The whole body is wrapped in light blue light, which can release a large number of seeking jades, and can use the yin-yang escape technique to create all things. Gravity and repulsion. It can control gravity and repulsion. Soul giving. It can gather the elements of the earth into a huge puppet, give the puppet vitality, and control the puppet to fight. Spirit ball. Condense a ball of light blue light in the palm of your hand and put it into the enemy's body. It can control the will and actions of others, and also obtain the thoughts of others. Light ball. Convert physical strength into energy balls and shoot at the enemy. It can not only devour the enemy's attack, but also penetrate the enemy's body while controlling the light ball to absorb the enemy's physical strength to replenish itself. Reincarnation eye rosary, like the light ball, controls the attack on the enemy, but this thing can release 9 at a time. It is used purely for attack and cannot absorb physical strength, but it can develop various extended skills, such as Rosary Shuriken and Rosary Light Cannon, etc. P.S. Find out for yourself, this is not a waste of words. Space control, can control all the materials in the surrounding space to attack, whether it is wind, fire, thunder and lightning or vegetation on the earth, as long as it is within a certain space range, it can be controlled, and space channels can be made. As long as there are marked places, space channels can be made to connect, which consumes a lot of energy. Then it is the ultimate move of the reincarnation eye. Advertisement. Silver will reincarnation explosion and golden will reincarnation explosion. Silver will reincarnation explosion, control the seeking jade to rotate, cover the power of the reincarnation eye to form a silver light circle in it, and then launch a huge tornado from the light circle to crush everything. Golden will reincarnation explosion, transform the seeking jade in the hand into a huge sword of light, destroying everything in its path. The power depends on the physical strength consumed by the user. The greater the consumption, the stronger the power. Feeling so many abilities he has mastered, Chenxing's face remains unchanged, and he exits the reincarnation eye mode, with his eyes slightly changing. Morning Star's eyes were light blue before, and the color remained the same after it became the samsara eye, but there were some changes in the pupils, and a few lines appeared. If you don't look carefully, you can't find such changes in Morning Star's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Morning Star took out a piece of paper from the bedside table, took off his shirt, updated his grace again, and then engraved the grace. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Rinnegan. Rinnegan mode. Silver will Rinnegan explosion. Golden will Rinnegan explosion. Enhui has not changed at all, but there is one more skill, the ability of the Rinnegan. Looking at the Enhui that had just been carved in his hand, Chenxing thought silently, feeling a little emotional. Although it is just a skill, the abilities contained in it are really many, which makes Chenxing's strength soar several times at once. Before, Chenxing felt that his strength could be comparable to LV2, but now, with the Rinnegan mode turned on, Chenxing felt that he could beat all LV2, and if he tried hard, LV3 could blow you up and cut you into pieces. This is because Chenxing's current physique is not strong, and powerful moves do not have enough physical support. Advertisement. With Chenxing's current physical strength, Silver will Rinnegan explosion and Golden will Rinnegan explosion cannot be used. When Chenxing's physique improves and his physical strength becomes extremely terrifying, then it will be time for the reincarnation eye to exert its maximum power. I have just received the grace, and in less than a day, I have such a powerful strength. In this case, the entire world of Dicuo is my own. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing burned the grace paper in his hand, then lay back on the bed again and fell asleep directly. It must be said that Chenxing's sleep quality is very good. If those insomniacs in the previous life knew about it, they would definitely be envious and jealous. After all, Chenxing's sleep quality is to fall asleep in seconds. As long as Chenxing wants, he can fall asleep in 3 seconds after lying down. This can be regarded as Chenxing's special talent. Chenxing slept without dreams all night and slept until early the next morning. After waking up, Chenxing simply washed up, put on the light armor he bought yesterday, took the potion, and then left home directly from the back door and walked towards the Tower of Babel. On the way, Chenxing solved his breakfast problem at a roadside stall. It was already 8:30 in the morning when Chenxing arrived at the Tower of Babel. Standing at the Tower of Babel square, Chenxing looked up at the towering Tower of Babel, stared at it quietly for a moment, then walked into the Tower of Babel and walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Entering the entrance of the dungeon, Chenxing followed other adventurers to walk the circular staircase built by the ancestors of Horario, and successfully arrived at the dungeon. The dungeon was dim. If it weren't for the crystals emitting faint light on both sides of the passage, the entire dungeon would be a dark abyss without a trace of light. After all, it is underground, and it is normal to have no light. Of course, the dungeon is a dungeon, not a man-made cellar, so it cannot be explained by normal circumstances. Looking at the dim passage ahead, Chenxing walked forward without any hesitation, and soon a huge space on the first floor of the dungeon entered the passage. Although Chenxing is very strong now, he still felt a little nervous after entering the passage. He put his hand on the long sword at his waist, and was alert and ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, Chenxing's alertness was the right choice. Soon the dungeon gave Chenxing a welcome ceremony for new adventurers. 6 or 7 small goblins appeared in front of Chenxing. "You really think highly of me." Seeing that there were so many monsters in his first wave, Chenxing's mouth twitched slightly, and then he drew the long sword at his waist and walked towards the small goblins that surrounded him. Sigh. Chapter 5 Strength and Great Achievements. Chenxing did not use the Samsara Eye mode, which consumed too much of Chenxing's physical strength. Chenxing chose to swing the long sword in his hand to attack the first wave of monsters he encountered. Ordinary rookie adventurers holding weapons to fight monsters on the first floor, if there is only one monster, as long as they are not afraid, they can definitely do it. If there are 2 monsters, they can barely do it, and if there are 3 monsters, they can be killed with minor injuries. But if there are more than 4 monsters, then the lone rookie adventurer will definitely not be able to kill them, and may even be exhausted to death in the dungeon. The only choice is to escape immediately. But Chenxing is obviously not an ordinary rookie adventurer. The physical strength 5 times that of ordinary people makes Chenxing have powerful strength. Even if Chenxing is just a rookie adventurer with no combat skills and experience, as long as there are not more than a dozen monsters at once, Chenxing can kill them like cutting melons and vegetables. There is no way, who made Chenxing's starting point much stronger than others. 6 or 7 small goblins were chopped down by Morning Star before they could even touch the corner of his clothes, leaving only tiny pieces of magic stone. Such a one-shot fight is not conducive to Morning Star's training of his combat skills. For a new adventurer like Morning Star, training combat skills is the most important thing to do. So, after a brief thought, Morning Star took out the map he bought from the prop shop at the Tower of Babel and prepared to go to a deeper floor. In the dungeon, if a newcomer does not have a map, then if he wants to enter a deeper floor, he needs to explore slowly by himself. And the map is a combination of intelligence gathered by many adventurers after the raiders, and it is impossible to give it away for free. Although the price is not too expensive, it is not something that a new adventurer can afford. However, Morning Star is obviously not a new adventurer without financial resources, and can afford the price of a map. Now Morning Star has no combat skills or combat experience, which is obviously not a good thing for adventurers. Now Morning Star can directly crush the monsters, but when encountering an enemy of equal strength, without strong combat skills, he will definitely be defeated. The monsters on the first floor are obviously not enough to support Morning Star to practice combat skills and accumulate combat experience, and Morning Star does not want to suppress his strength. Advertisement. So Morning Star is ready to go to deeper floors, try one floor at a time, until the monsters on a certain floor can be used to practice combat skills and accumulate combat experience, then stop at that floor. Moreover, the deeper the floor, the larger the magic stone fragments dropped after the monsters are killed. Following the instructions on the map, Morning Star quickly found the passage to the new floor. Morning Star stepped in and passed through the dim passage to the second floor. However, Morning Star did not stay on the second floor for too long. After killing the monsters on the second floor, he continued to move towards the third floor. Because the monsters on the second floor still could not cause Morning Star any trouble. Then came the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor, and the sixth floor. After trying one floor at a time, Morning Star spent 4 hours and directly reached the middle floor. Sure enough, my strength has completely surpassed LV1. My current strength allows me to operate at the middle level. After killing the silverbacked ape that rushed over, Chenxing thought silently. Silverback ape, this thing is a very strong monster in the upper and middle layers, and it is also a top existence among the LV1 monsters. However, facing the attack of the silverback ape, Chenxing still did not feel any trouble. Even if several silverback apes besieged him, Chenxing was still at ease. This made Chenxing officially confirm that his strength was definitely higher than LV1. It was just a guess before, and it was not confirmed, but now, Chenxing's guess can be regarded as confirmed. Let's try our best to see if we can kill the Minotaur. In this case, my feat value from LV1 to LV2 will be enough. At that time, as long as the ability value is raised, I can upgrade. Looking at the gradually brightening passage, Chenxing raised his mouth slightly and muttered to himself. Then he began to pick up the magic stone fragments on the ground. The Minotaur is a representative monster in the middle layer, and it is also the first LV2 monster to appear in the middle layer. The adventurer's feat value is not calculated based on strength, but only on level. Advertisement. Of course, this level refers to the adventurer himself, not the monster. Adventurers look at the level. No matter how strong you are, Grace looks at the level. Even if you have the combat power of the first level LV5, but your Grace level is only LV3, then you are LV3. Monsters are simply based on strength. After all, monsters have no Grace, and only strength is used to divide monster levels. If an adventurer alone crosses levels and defeats a monster that is stronger than his Grace level, then your feat value at this level is basically set in stone. Just like AC in the original book. AC in the original book defeated Eudeos of LV6 at level LV5 alone, thereby accumulating enough experience points in one fell swoop and upgrading from LV5 to LV6. This situation is rare. Most adventurers work together to kill monsters that are stronger than themselves, share the feat value equally, and slowly accumulate feat value. Since the creation of Aurario, it has rarely happened that a person can defeat a stronger monster by relying on his own strength and fill up his feat value at once. In the original work, only Oda, Ace, and the protagonist Belle showed this. However, Ace and Belle relied on themselves, their potential was super explosive, and they legitimately defeated monsters stronger than themselves by crossing levels. Oda was a little bit watered down. As a LV7, Chardo had a problem with his body because he swallowed the meat of behemoth. When his condition declined, he let Oda go and was defeated by Oda. Morning Star now wants to do this. With Morning Star's current strength, as long as he works hard, it should be no problem. Morning Star is now on the 13th floor. There is no Minotaur on this floor. Minotaur will only appear on the 15th to 17th floors. So if Morning Star wants to do this, he needs to go deeper. After taking a look at the time, Chenxing felt that he still had enough time, and he was not tired at all. He was not afraid of the underground city causing an abnormal incident and sneak attack, so he took action directly and headed for the deeper floors. Chapter 6, The Power of Samsara I Mode. It took more than half an hour for Chenxing to reach the 15th floor. Along the way, the bag of magic stones on Chenxing's waist became much bigger, all of which were selfless contributions from monsters. However, is it okay? Looking at the long sword in his hand, Chenxing was a little worried. At this time, the long sword in Chenxing's hand was seriously worn out, and he didn't know if it could withstand the damage of the next battle. There was no way, who made Chenxing never think of coming to the middle level at the beginning, let alone fighting with Minotaur. The weapons he bought were all weapons used by novice adventurers. The quality was considered excellent among the novice equipment, but it was only the quality of novice, ordinary. Along the way, Chenxing used this long sword to cut many monsters, causing great wear and tear on the long sword. If it doesn't work, just use the reincarnation eye to kill the Minotaur directly. Looking at the long sword in his hand, Chenxing rubbed his chin and finally made a decision. If possible, he wanted to continue to hone his fighting skills. But in this situation, it seems that some conditions do not allow it. If the sword in my hand can't hold up when fighting with the Minotaur, I will directly activate the Samsara I mode and kill the Minotaur in seconds. I'll buy a third-level weapon when I go back. Chenxing said to himself, and took a step forward. Should we say that the 15th floor is worthy of the Minotaur's territory? Not long after Chenxing left, the dungeon couldn't wait to give birth to Minotaur, and 3 of them appeared at once. The Minotaur is very large, more than 2 meters tall, and has a strong physique. Each of them holds a stone axe in his hand, with red eyes and a thick nose. As soon as they appeared, the 3 Minotaurs stared at Chenxing, and then took a step to rush towards Chenxing, full of oppression. If it were an ordinary LV1 adventurer, facing this aggressive 3-headed Minotaur, he would have been scared to death. But Morning Star is not an ordinary adventurer. Facing the 3 fierce Minotaurs, Morning Star's eyes condensed slightly, his body sank slightly, and then he rushed forward in 1 step. In the blink of an eye, Morning Star had already collided with the Minotaur, and the long sword in his hand collided with the stone axe of one of the Minotaur. Advertisement. In an instant, Morning Star felt a strong force coming from the weapon in his hand. That was the power of the LV2 monster. This power spread along the long sword in Morning Star's hand to Morning Star's hand, giving Morning Star a strong sense of oppression. Morning Star felt it, and this power was no different from his current strongest power. Sure enough, my power has reached the LV2 level. Feeling the power from the long sword, Morning Star murmured in his heart. However, at this moment, a clear click sound came into Morning Star's ears. The corner of Chenxing's eyes unconsciously swept in the direction of the sound, and saw the small crack on the sword, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, this sword has reached its limit from the first level to here, and it is impossible to continue fighting. It is estimated that if it hits 1 or 2 more times, this sword will be scrapped. However, Chenxing has no time to think about weapons now. With a flash of his figure, Chenxing quickly retreated with the power of the Minotaur. At the moment when Chenxing retreated, 2 giant axes fell at the same time where Chenxing had just stood. The 2 Minotaurs raised their heads with red eyes and looked in the direction of Chenxing, breathing heavily from their nostrils. Ayo ayo. The Minotaur roared to the sky, and the loud roar echoed in the spacious corridor. Then, Morning Star felt the violent vibration from the ground. The 3 Minotaurs strode forward and roared at a speed that was completely inconsistent with their size. Looking at the Minotaur rushing over, Morning Star slowly put the long sword in his hand back to his waist. What a pity, I was thinking of fighting you head-on. The long sword returned to the sheath. Morning Star lowered his head and murmured in a low voice. The next second, the light blue light covered Morning Star's whole body. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the reincarnation eye mode was turned on. 9 seeking jades covered with light blue light flew out from the light on Morningstar's body. Chenxing waved his hand, and 3 of the Dao-seeking jades turned into a stream of light and flew towards the 3-headed minotaur. Advertisement. The speed was so fast that even if the minotaur was a LV2 monster, it could not react at all. In just a moment, the 3 Dao-seeking jades directly penetrated the minotaur's body. The minotaur in the charge did not find that its body was penetrated at all, and the inertia of its body still prompted them to continue running forward. It was not until it ran several meters away that the body of the 3-headed minotaur seemed to react to the fact that it was dead. The body slowly turned into ashes while running and disappeared in this world. Only 3 magic stones fell on the ground, making a crisp collision sound. The power of the Dao-seeking jade is so terrifying. Well, the 3-headed minotaur, the great deeds should be enough. Go back. Looking at the 3 magic stones on the ground, Chenxing muttered to himself, and then exited the samsara eye mode. Stepping forward, Chenxing picked up the 3 magic stones, then turned around and walked back the way he came, and embarked on the return journey without looking back. However, after walking a few steps, Chenxing paused. If I remember correctly, the Dao-seeking jade seems to be able to be used as a weapon. Forget it, they have all been killed, so let it be. After a long silence, Chenxing sighed slightly, continued to move forward, and rushed to the ground. The first time he went down to the dungeon, he ran directly to the middle level and killed the 3 minotaur. Chenxing's actions can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Thinking of the world, cough cough, I digressed. It can be said that it is an unprecedented thing. If other people knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. It's a pity that no one knows. Chapter 7 The Only Friend. It was already evening when Chenxing returned to the ground. Chenxing went to the Tower of Babel and went to the exchange in the Tower of Babel to exchange magic stones for Wallace. There are 2 magic stone exchange platforms in Orario. One is the guild, and the other is the exchange in the Tower of Babel. If you go to the guild to exchange, the amount of exchange will be recorded, and if you exchange frequently and in large quantities, the staff of the guild will talk to you and ask about your family. After all, the gods' families need to pay taxes according to the level and harvest of the family to survive in Orario. If you go to the exchange in the Tower of Babel, the guild will not know the harvest of the family. This is also what many families who hide the level of their family and the level of their family members will do. However, the exchange rate of exchanging magic stones in the exchange in the Tower of Babel is naturally not comparable to that of the guild, and the exchange will charge a handling fee for the exchange. It can be said that each has its own advantages. If you exchange in the guild will notice your harvest, which will be recorded, and you will need to pay taxes every month. If you exchange it at the exchange, the guild will not know your turnover, and naturally, the tax you need to pay will be greatly reduced. The guild cannot control the exchange. However, most families will not go to the exchange to exchange. Only those families who want to hide the level of family members and those families who like to do things secretly will do so. For example, the Hermes family. There are also those dark factions that hide their identities. Morningstar's current situation is quite special. Naturally, it is impossible to exchange it at the guild, so it can only come to the exchange to let the exchange make money. It must be said that the gains from exchanging magic stones for Wallace are really rich. Morningstar only went down the dungeon once, and got a magic stone of Wallace worth more than 100,000. 100,000 Wallace is almost catching up with half of Morningstar's accumulation over the years. The Wallace that Morningstar has saved over the years is only more than 200,000. The next dungeon can be compared with half of Morningstar's accumulation over the years. No wonder so many people are involved in the dungeon strategy. Fortune is sought in danger. Advertisement. Of course, this is only Morningstar. For other new adventurers, it would be good to have a few thousand Wallace in the next dungeon. After exchanging Wallace, Morningstar walked towards the store where he bought the equipment before. The long sword bought here last night has been scrapped, and he needs to buy a new weapon next. Morningstar is going to buy a 3rd-level weapon, otherwise he will not be able to cope with the next adventure strategy. Morningstar's strength is LV2, and the upper-level monsters can no longer meet Morningstar's growth. Next, Morningstar's adventure will focus on the middle level. If he continues to use the weapons of the level he bought last night, no matter how many weapons he bought, it will not be enough for Morningstar. Although Morningstar can use the Seeking Dao Jade as a weapon, that thing consumes too much physical strength. Although he killed the three-headed Minotaur in one go before, that blow consumed a lot of Morningstar's physical strength. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Morningstar does not want to use the Seeking Dao Jade as a weapon to fight. Try to save as much energy as possible in the dungeon. After all, the dungeon is a big deal, and it will give you a blow when others are in trouble. Just like the Hestia family in the original book who were given monsters by the Jianyulei family. Morningstar doesn't want to put himself in danger. Although the light ball in the Samsara Eye mode can absorb the enemy's physical strength, it is not enough to make ends meet, and Morningstar can't use this card bug. Orario's weapons have 4 levels, namely ordinary weapons, 3rd-level weapons, 2nd-level weapons, and 1st-level weapons. Most of the prices of ordinary weapons are within 100,000, while the prices of 3rd-level weapons are around 100,000 to 1 million. The 2nd level is tens of millions, with a wide range. And the 1st-level weapons are as high as hundreds of millions, with different upper limits. Like the Sword of Despair of the Sword Princess Ace of the Loki family and the Great Spirit of the Nine Demon Princess Lavilia, they are high-level weapons with more than hundreds of millions of Wallace. The Sword of Despair of Sword Princess AIC has no specific value, but as AIC's special weapon, its price is definitely more than hundreds of millions. Advertisement. And the magic staff of the Great Elf in the hands of the Nine Demon Princess Lavilia is as high as hundreds of millions. Morningstar does not need a 3rd-level extreme weapon, just a 3rd-level weapon with a price of about 100,000. Just make sure that it will not break when dealing with middle-level monsters because it cannot withstand the power of middle-level monsters. The matter of choosing a weapon is not complicated. Morningstar quickly chose a weapon that is both exquisite and practical. After paying the money, he left the weapon shop in the Tower of Babel. As for potions, Morningstar did not use potions in the dungeon today, so there is no need to replenish them. After leaving the Tower of Babel, Morningstar quickly returned to the library. However, after returning to the library, Morningstar saw a figure. "Morningstar, where did you go today? I can't find you here." The big-breasted Lolita, who was wearing a white one-piece backless dress with a blue ribbon tied in front of her body, which set off her tall figure and had twin ponytails on her head, ran towards Morningstar as soon as she saw Morningstar and said with concern. That's right, the one who appeared in front of Morningstar was none other than the heroine in the world of Dicuo, the goddess of the hearth, Hestia. This guy came to the lower world a few months ago, and began to appear in Morningstar's library a month ago, and then he frequently came to the library to read books. After a month, Morningstar also got familiar with Hestia. Because of his rebirth, Morningstar was incompatible with this world, and the old man spent many years to make Morningstar feel a sense of belonging to this world. However, even so, Morningstar's personality is still a bit withdrawn, and he doesn't like to talk to people. He has almost no friends in Orario, and Hestia is the only one. "I went out for something, so I didn't open the library." Morningstar smiled and explained. "I'm glad you're all right. I've never seen you close the library before, I thought something had happened." "Sasa, open the door quickly, I want to make up for yesterday and today while there's still time." Hearing what Chenxing said, Hestia was relieved, and then urged Chenxing to open the door, saying with anticipation. The library run by Chenxing is the most complete library she has found since she came to the world. It is simply a treasure for her. She will feel uncomfortable if she misses a day. Although it is very late now, she still wants to read for a while. "It's so late, forget it, I'll open the door for you now." Seeing Hestia like this, Chenxing wanted to say something, but the words stopped at the tip of his tongue, and he went straight to open the door. Chapter 8 Hiring Hestia. As soon as the door opened, Hestia ran in and quickly got into the neat and orderly group of bookcases. Watching this scene, Chenxing shook his head slightly, then walked in and turned on all the magic stone lamps in the entire library. Hestia wanted to read without turning on the lights, and I don't know what she was thinking. After taking a look at Hestia, who had already chosen the books and sat at the desk to read, Chenxing ignored her and walked towards the backyard. After making a casual meal of fried noodles, Chenxing came out with 2 plates of fried noodles. "Here, read after you finish eating." Chenxing pushed one of the plates to Hestia and greeted her. Hestia often reads so much that she even forgets lunch and dinner, so Chenxing always prepares a portion for Hestia when cooking. Thank you, Chenxing. Hestia was not polite and picked up the chopsticks and started eating. According to the customs of Orario, tableware is knives and forks, but Morning Star is not used to these, so he prepared chopsticks. Hestia was very surprised when she saw chopsticks at first. She had seen this thing before, at the place of god-friend Takenarai, but only Takenarai used this thing in Orario. It is said that it is because Takenarai is in the Far East, and people there use chopsticks to eat. Hestia did not expect Morning Star to use chopsticks as tableware. But it was just a little surprised, and then Hestia did not care at all. Hey, Hestia, I will be very busy recently, and I don't have time to take care of the library. Otherwise, you can come here to be an administrator. I will give you a salary of 20,000 Wallace every month, how about it? Morning Star asked Hestia while eating. This is what Morning Star thought of while cooking just now. Now that he has become an adventurer, his focus will be on adventures, and he will not have time to open the library. But this library is one of the oldest libraries in Orario, and it is also the library left by the old men, so it is not easy to abandon it directly. Advertisement. The best way is to hire someone to help manage it. If you let someone else manage it, you need to find someone who can make you feel at ease and will not mess up the library. And the only person you can trust is your only friend Hestia. It just so happens that Hestia also likes to read books, so letting Hestia be the administrator is a win-win situation. Hestia can read books and get a salary. And you can go to the dungeon to adventure without worrying about the library. Really? Hearing what Chenxing said, Hestia paused while eating, then quickly looked up, and forgot to come over in surprise. Yeah, really? Chenxing nodded and replied. I do. After confirming that Chenxing was not joking, Hestia hurriedly agreed. She likes reading books very much, especially the books here in Chenxing, which makes her unable to put them down. But sometimes she needs to work and can't come here every day. Now Chenxing has given her such a job where she can read books and get paid, how could she refuse? Okay, here is the key, you can come here from tomorrow. Hearing Hestia's agreement, Chenxing took the key from his waist and handed it to Hestia. Hestia reached out to take it, and then seemed to remember something and asked. Chenxing, do you have anything to do? You actually need to find a librarian. Hestia knows about this library and Chenxing. After Chenxing accepted this library, Chenxing stayed in this library for several years. I heard from the residents around that even if Chenxing didn't open it for something, it would only be a day or two. Advertisement. But what Chenxing just said was not 1 or 2 days, but that she might be away often, otherwise she would not be asked to be an administrator. I have become an adventurer, and I will go to the dungeon to adventure next. Chenxing did not hide it and said it directly. Hestia is his only friend in Orario, and Morning Star doesn't want to hide this from Hestia, nor will he lie to Hestia. Eh? Morning Star, you became an adventurer. Hearing what Morning Star said, Hestia exclaimed in surprise. She never thought that Morning Star would become a hair walker. Because Morning Star is very Buddhist, she had asked Morning Star if he wanted to be an adventurer before, but Morning Star refused. Unexpectedly, after just 1 day of not seeing each other, Morning Star actually became an adventurer. However, after being surprised, Hestia's face became sad. She had thought about asking Morning Star to create a family with her before, but Morning Star refused at that time. But now Morning Star has quietly become a family of other gods. My situation is special, Hestia, don't ask. Morning Star smiled slightly, and then said with a smile. His situation really can't be told, so he can only say sorry to Hestia. Okay then. Hestia curled her lips and didn't say much, but she didn't want to pay attention to Chenxing, and continued to eat dinner and read books. Seeing this, Chenxing secretly apologized in his heart, and then finished dinner in no time. Hestia, I'll leave this place for you to watch. I'm going in. Standing up, Chenxing greeted Hestia, but Hestia ignored Chenxing and seemed to be sulking. Seeing this, Chenxing apologized and then carried the plate into the inner courtyard. Putting the plate in the kitchen, Chenxing returned to his bedroom. After washing up in the bathroom in the bedroom, Chenxing came out of the bathroom and sat on the bed to update his favor. Chapter 9, The Qualifications of the Evildoer, the Thought Body. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, I0H103. Durability, I0H100. Dexterity, I0H109. Agility, I0H125. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Rinnegan. Rinnegan mode. Silver will Rinnegan explosion. Gold will Rinnegan explosion. Oh, the ability value has increased by more than 400 in one day. It seems that my talent is at the level of a demon. Looking at the updated Grace ability value, Morningstar was stunned, and muttered in his heart after reacting. This speed of improvement of Morningstar can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. If it continues at the current speed, if nothing unexpected happens, in 10 days, Morningstar's ability value will reach the limit of S. As for whether he can break the limit and enter SS like the protagonist Belle in the original work, it depends on whether Morningstar's talent is so terrifying. At present, the fastest upgrade record holder in Aurario is Sword Princess AC of Loki's family, who spent more than a year to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. And Morningstar's upgrade speed can be said to be more than 30 times that of Sword Princess AC. If other people knew about this upgrade speed, it would definitely cause a huge sensation and would definitely shock the whole of Aurario. But Morningstar will naturally not cause trouble for himself. Morningstar is not a person who likes to show off. However, we must find a way to get this magic power. The ability value of magic power will not be improved without magic. Since we want to improve grace, we must go hand in hand. How can we have magic? Looking at the ability value, Morningstar thought silently. Advertisement. There are only two sources of magic in the dungeon. The first is to experience various adventures and awaken naturally, and the second is to use magic books. It seems that there is no way. After thinking of the two sources of magic, Morningstar's face suddenly collapsed. Awakening naturally depends on luck, and no one can control it. And the magic book is so expensive, it costs more than 10 million. Morningstar's current savings are not more than 7 figures, so where can he get 8 figures? Even if he earns enough money at today's speed, it will take 100 days to earn enough Wallace. Moreover, even if he earns enough Wallace, Morningstar has no channel to buy it. Not everyone can take out a magic book and give it to others like Freya. However, there is a book in the Hermes family. Aisha, who was converted to his side in the original book, stole it and gave it to the fox Chun-Ji to use, so that Chun-Ji obtained the magic of Jiucheng and could use the Wanbao hammer skill to increase the level multiple times. In short, the magic book is something that cannot be bought with money, and it is priceless. With Morningstar's ability, it is impossible to get it. Thinking of this, Morningstar rubbed his cheeks and felt helpless. Forget it, if I get it, I'm lucky, if I lose it, I'm doomed. Let it be. After muttering to himself, Chenxing solidified the favor and burned the paper of favor in his hand. No matter how much I think about it, I can't do anything, it just adds to my troubles. After burning the grace paper, Chenxing was ready to leave the room and go to the library in the front yard. But just as he sat up, Chenxing was startled. Because the system prompt sounded again in Chenxing's mind. This means that Chenxing may get another good thing. Ding! You have a new drift bottle, please check it. Check it. Open the drift bottle. After receiving the new drift bottle, Chenxing opened the drift bottle without hesitation. Ding! The drift bottle has been opened, congratulations to the host for obtaining the fairy tale magic Thought Body. Thought Body, it can separate a clone that the host controls independently, and transfer its own strength to the Thought Body for combat. Looking at the drift bottle harvest this time, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Fairy tale magic, Thought Body, Morningstar is naturally very familiar with this magic. It is a magic that can separate a real clone, but it has no independent will and is controlled by the main body. In the fairy tale world, Jalal is the one who uses the magic of Thought Body the most obviously. This guy used the magic of Thought Body to separate the Thought Body Zekrian and became one of the 10 holy magicians. P.S. If the Thought Body has no combat power, it is impossible to become the 10 holy magicians. It is set to transfer all strength to the Thought Body. Advertisement. This magic is a timely help for Morningstar now. With magic, Morningstar's magic power can be improved. Although fairy tales magic is somewhat different from the magic of the earth world, as long as it is magic, it is recorded in the world's grace, and your magic power can be improved. In addition, you can also separate a thought body to pretend to be a god, create a god family, and register with the guild. At that time, you don't have to worry about being discovered that you don't have a god. As for the name of the pretended god, Chenxing thought of it as soon as he got the magic of the mind body. His name is Chenxing, and the name of the main god of the family he founded is Lucifer. Chenxing, who has read almost all the libraries, knows very well that there is no biblical pantheon in this world, and he doesn't have to worry about being exposed when using this god. Of course, the reason for doing this is that the gods in this world don't know how many gods there are, and no one dares to be sure whether the god who suddenly appeared has been sleeping in the past, or hiding somewhere as a squatter. Yes, it's you, the squatting stove goddess, so suddenly adding a god will not make people feel that there is anything wrong. Even when Chenxing wants to do something that he doesn't want others to know his identity, stealing, he can also use the magic of the mind body. Solving two problems at once, Chenxing is in a good mood. Quickly accept the harvest this time and fully master the magic of the mind body. Then, Chenxing moved his mind and directly used the magic of the mind body. A figure walked out of Chenxing's body, gradually took shape, and finally turned into Chenxing's appearance. Looking at the thought body in front of him that was exactly the same as his own, Chenxing thought for a moment, and then his mind moved and changed the appearance of the thought body. In an instant, the appearance of the thought body was turned upside down, and it had nothing to do with Chenxing at all. Looking at his masterpiece, Chenxing nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, Chenxing took back the thought body and walked out of the room. On the way to the front yard, Chenxing, who was passing by the kitchen, heard the sound in the kitchen. Following the sound and walking in, Chenxing found that Hestia was wearing a scarf and washing the kitchen utensils and dishes that Chenxing had used when cooking just now. This was the tacit understanding between Chenxing and Hestia. Hestia ate at Chenxing's place, and every time after eating, Hestia would take the initiative to clean up the dishes. Hestia. Looking at Hestia who was washing the dishes, Chenxing shouted. What? Hestia turned around and looked at Chenxing in confusion. You are now the library administrator. Pick any room in the inner courtyard. Chenxing smiled and said what he wanted to say. Hearing Chenxing's words, Hestia was slightly stunned, and then her eyes sparkled. Really? Chapter 10 Aegina. That night, Hestia lived directly in Morning Star's house. At this time, Hestia had been driven out by Hephaestus, otherwise she would not have gone to work odd jobs. Hephaestus gave Hestia an underground church as a temporary residence, and then ignored Hestia. Although the underground church can shelter from the wind and rain, it can't be compared with Morning Star's house after all. So after hearing Morning Star say that she can choose a room in the inner courtyard as her bedroom, Hestia quickly cleaned up the dishes, and then ran to choose a room in a hurry. Finally, she chose a room with a better location. And this has to say that Morning Star's home is spacious. With hundreds of years of inheritance, the area of the library is very large, and the inner courtyard where Morning Star lives is also very large, with many rooms. There has always been only one person living there. Before, it was the old man, and now it has become Morning Star. Now it has finally ushered in a new resident. One night passed quickly. The next morning, Chenxing woke up early. Then I'll leave the library to you. Standing at the door of the library, Chenxing said to Hestia who was yawning. This guy was so excited about having a new residence yesterday that he could hardly sleep. It seemed that he didn't go to bed until 3 or 4 in the morning. Now he is as sleepy as a puppy. But Chenxing doesn't care about this. Hestia can be sleepy, and it doesn't matter if she dozes off later. After all, no one will come to make trouble. Ah, leave it to me. Hestia yawned and replied. Advertisement. Chenxing didn't say much, nodded and walked towards the Pantheon. Since he decided to create a family, he naturally had to register with the guild. Soon, Chenxing came to the vicinity of the Pantheon. In an empty alley, Chenxing explored around and found that there was no one, so he directly used the thought body and took the thought body to the Pantheon, guild headquarters, to register the family. A human staff member received Morning Star and Lucifer, the thought body transformed by Morning Star. The staff member handled the registration of Morning Star and his family very seriously. After the registration, the guild staff member asked Morning Star what he needed from the adventure consultant. Is Aegina here? In response to the guild staff member's question, Morningstar directly named Aegina. After traveling to this world, Morningstar's temperament was very withdrawn. With the efforts of the old men, he gradually integrated into this world, but even so, he still didn't interact with people much. It was not until a month ago that he had a friend like Hestia. Morningstar naturally didn't want to contact a completely stranger in the future. So Morningstar's first choice was Aegina, the half-elf he knew. When the guild staff heard Morningstar's direct name, he was slightly startled. Obviously he didn't expect things to develop like this. Okay, I'll go find Aegina now and ask her what she wants. After coming to his senses, the guild staff nodded to Morningstar, and then left the small cubicle for the conversation. After watching the guild staff leave, Morningstar controlled the thought body to pretend to talk for a few words, and then let the thought body leave. On the other hand, the guild staff who registered Morningstar left the small cubicle and set out to look for Aegina in the guild. After a few minutes of searching, the guild staff found Aegina and told Aegina about Morningstar. Eh? Are you saying that an adventurer named me and asked me to be his adventurer consultant? After knowing the purpose of his colleague's visit, Aegina was obviously stunned. Well, this new adventurer is an elf, what do you mean? If he doesn't want to, I will reject him now. The guild staff nodded, summarized the situation of Morningstar in one sentence, and then asked Aina about her wishes. Advertisement. Ah, no, since the other party specifically asked me to be an adventurer consultant, then I will naturally not refuse. After all, I don't have any new adventurers to be responsible for now. Hearing this, Aina hurriedly shook her head and agreed to this request. Okay, then follow me. The guild staff nodded, greeted Aina, and took Aina to the compartment. Soon the two came to the small compartment, but before coming here, Aina also took the time to get the intelligence information she prepared when she was an adventurer consultant. After coming here, without the introduction of colleagues, Aina saw and knew the existence of Morningstar at first sight. It was really that the existence of Morningstar was too dazzling. At the first glance, Aina's eyes could not be diverted. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful elf. No, it can't be said to be beautiful. After all, the person in front of her is a young man. If you want to say it, it should be handsome. It was the first time she saw such a handsome elf. Even Lady Lavilia seemed to be inferior to this appearance. Mr. Morningstar, this is Aegina. She has agreed to become your adventure consultant. Next, she will hand over to you. The guild staff brought Aegina to Morningstar and said to Morningstar politely. After a simple explanation, he nodded to Morningstar and left here to do other things. You must be Morningstar. I am Aegina. Please teach me in the future. Aegina also came back to her senses at this time and stretched out her hand to Morningstar with a smile. I am Morningstar. Please teach me in the future, Miss Aegina. Morningstar also nodded, stretched out his hand and shook Aegina's hand, and smiled back. Yeah. The two simply shook hands for a few seconds and then let go. Mr. Morningstar, let me ask you, how much do you know about the dungeon? After a brief introduction, Aina went straight into work mode, her expression serious. As for the question that Morningstar specifically asked her to be an adventurer consultant, Aina did not ask. I don't know anything at all. Looking at Aina, who was in the state of entering the state in seconds, Morningstar was slightly stunned, and then replied. I understand, in that case, let's start from the beginning. Aina heard the words and nodded in understanding. Chapter 11, Entering the Dungeon Again. For the whole morning, Chenxing did not leave the guild, and was pulled by Aina to instill various intelligence information from the upper level. Although this information was of no use to Chenxing, Chenxing still wrote it down one by one. What if it can be used in the future? Seeing Chenxing listening so seriously, Aina was very satisfied and taught more attentively. Teachers like students who listen carefully. Although Aina is not a teacher, the situation in front of her can be regarded as a teacher. Perhaps because of the time travel, Chenxing has a good memory, which also makes it very easy for Chenxing to accept Aina's teaching. In the morning, Aina directly talked about the entire upper-level intelligence. Mr. Chenxing, you are really focused, and your memory is also very good. You actually wrote it all down. However, this is roughly the upper-level intelligence. As for some details, if Mr. Chenxing wants to know, you can continue to come to me in the future. Facing Chenxing, Aina said with a faint smile on her face. Chenxing is the one that she has taken care of the least among the many new adventurers she has led. In the past, she spent many days and was not necessarily able to put all the intelligence from the upper level into the heads of new adventurers. Only Chenxing mastered all the intelligence information she prepared in just one morning. This situation made her feel happy and fulfilled. Well, thank you, Miss Aina. Chenxing nodded and thanked her. You're welcome. I hope it helps you. Aina smiled and replied, and then asked Chenxing, by the way, Mr. Chenxing should enter the dungeon in the afternoon. Well, I will enter the dungeon in the afternoon. Chenxing nodded slightly. Mr. Chenxing looks very stable, so I won't say much. However, I hope Mr. Chenxing can remember what I said. Aina nodded, then looked at Chenxing with a serious expression, and said in a serious tone. Advertisement. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly surprised, as if he had thought of something, and nodded to Aina, indicating that Aina could speak. Adventurers must never take risks. This famous saying from the world of Dicuo finally reached Chenxing's ears at this moment, giving Chenxing a special feeling. In response, Chenxing just smiled and replied. Ah, I know. I always feel that Mr. Chenxing will not listen to my advice. Looking at Chenxing's back as he walked towards the Tower of Babel, Aina's expression was a little subtle. This was a feeling that inexplicably emerged in her heart. In fact, Aina's worry was indeed correct. Chenxing really didn't think of listening to Aina's advice. Well, it's not that he didn't listen. Mainly, in Aina's mouth, Chenxing was a new adventurer, so it was best to only move between the first and fifth floors, which were the safest floors for new adventurers. In fact, Aina even thought that new adventurers should move in the first 3 floors. And Chenxing was going to the middle floor next. For Chenxing, the middle floor was where he should fight. Staying in the upper level, Morning Star did not improve his favor at all. After all, grace is something that requires hard training to improve. Compared with hard training, fierce battles have better effects. The upper-level monsters are basically killed by one sword in the hands of Morning Star, and there is no way that Morning Star can get into a fierce battle. If you want a fierce battle, you can only find monsters with the same strength as Morning Star, that is, LV2 monsters. Advertisement. So Morning Star's goal is the middle level. This was said at the beginning. After leaving the Pantheon, Morning Star quickly came to the Tower of Babel and entered the dungeon along the spiral staircase. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Morning Star directly entered the reincarnation eye mode, manipulated gravity to make himself fly up, shuttled through the passage at the fastest speed, and rushed to the deeper floors. If Morning Star uses his feet to travel, he can come back directly after reaching the middle level without fighting. And using the reincarnation eye mode, manipulating gravity to make himself fly quickly can save a lot of time. Using only gravity in the Samsara eye mode will not consume too much of Chenxing's physical strength. Gravity and repulsion are only the basic abilities of the Samsara eye mode. As long as it is not a high-intensity control, such as using gravity to control the earth to fight. If it is just flying, the physical strength consumed is very small. Other things, such as the seeking of the Way Jade, consume more physical strength. With Chenxing's current physique, Chenxing will not use the seeking of the Way Jade casually unless it is absolutely necessary. If you want to squander the seeking of the Way Jade casually and use it as an ordinary means of combat, Chenxing feels that you need to at least raise your grace level to LV3. Don't think that you don't need to continue to consume physical strength after the seeking of the Way Jade is made. It takes continuous physical strength to maintain the stability of the seeking of the Way Jade. And it is impossible for Chenxing to squander physical strength to make the seeking of the Way Jade to fight before reaching LV3. The azure light flashed quickly in the dim passage. Morning Star could walk through an entire floor and enter the next floor almost every 5 minutes. It took Morning Star just over an hour to walk through 14 floors and reach the 15th floor. Minotaur, I'm back again. Standing on the ground of the 15th floor, Morning Star narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice. Then, Morning Star took a step and began to move on the 15th floor. Whether or not to encounter monsters is up to the dungeon. There is really no way for Morning Star to do this. If he wants to encounter monsters, he can only put his hope on the dungeon. Fortunately, the dungeon is very powerful. Just a few meters after Morning Star walked out, there was movement in the dungeon. There was movement on the wall, and the sound of cracking and breaking came from the wall. Morning Star looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, the wall of the passage had cracked lines. Every 2 seconds when Chenxing's eyes fell there, the wall broke open and 3 Minotaur walked out. Compared with the 3 Minotaur he met yesterday, the Minotaur he met this time had no weapons in his hands. The hands of the 3 Minotaur were empty. Although the Minotaur had no weapons, Chenxing would not pity these guys. The long sword at his waist was quickly unsheathed, and Chenxing rushed out quickly. Buzz. Chapter 12, First Battle with the Minotaur. As a LV2 monster, the Minotaur is much more powerful than the LV1 monster, and it gives people a strong sense of oppression on the way. If it is a LV1 adventurer, facing the charging Minotaur, most adventurers will be scared to death. However, this is only for other LV1 adventurers. For Morning Star, it is completely within control. The weapon on the waist is unsheathed, and Morning Star squats slightly, and the next second it bursts out like a cannonball. Morning Star is much faster than the Minotaur. Under the effect of repulsion, and the distance between the Minotaur and Morning Star is not far, it is almost in an instant that Morning Star's figure appears in front of one of the Minotaur. The long sword in his hand is raised high, and then it is chopped down with the force of thunder. Swish. A crisp tearing sound was heard, and a deep wound was torn on the body of the Minotaur, and the huge body kept retreating under this attack, and the ground was thumping. Just when Chenxing hit the Minotaur hard, the other 2 Minotaur took the opportunity to attack Chenxing. The black fist hit Chenxing's temple. The speed was so fast that even Chenxing was a little surprised. But Chenxing was not a vegetarian. When the attack was launched, Chenxing was on guard against the other 2 Minotaur. Therefore, the attacks of the 2 Minotaur had no chance to fall on Chenxing. Chenxing controlled the repulsion and applied the repulsion to his body, and flew backwards quickly. Without the target of Chenxing, the attacks of the 2 Minotaur directly faced each other, and the 2 black fists collided with each other. It seemed that because of the full-strength attack, the attacks of the 2 Minotaurs collided with each other, and severe pain came from the fists. Under this pain, the 2 Minotaurs roared unconsciously and retreated backwards at the same time. Watching the 2 Minotaur retreat, Chenxing completely ignored the 2 Minotaurs, and rushed towards the Minotaur that he had just attacked. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Advertisement. In an instant, Chenxing's figure turned into a blue stream of light and passed by the other 2 Minotaurs, and appeared in front of the Minotaur who was severely injured by Chenxing. Although this Minotaur was severely injured by Chenxing, he also reacted in these few seconds. When Chenxing appeared in front of him, this Minotaur ignored the injuries on his body and waved his fists to hit Chenxing. However, it seemed that due to the injury, the movements of this Minotaur were not as good as those of the 2 before, and were a little slower. Morning Star just slightly turned his body and easily avoided the attack of the Minotaur. Then, he swung the weapon in his hand from bottom to top. Swish. The clear tearing sound sounded again, and scarlet blood rushed into the sky. This time, this Minotaur was not like before. The body, which had already been severely injured, reached its limit directly under the attack of Morning Star again. It cracked inch by inch, spreading from the center of the body to the surroundings, turning into ashes, leaving only a magic stone the size of a baby's fist falling from the air, landing on the ground with a crisp collision sound. Morning Star easily killed a Minotaur with just 2 moves. Although it seemed that there was no fierce battle, it was the result of Morning Star's full-strength attack. After killing this Minotaur, Morning Star did not stop at all, because the attacks of the 2 Minotaurs behind him had already bombarded. The body turned quickly, and the long sword in his hand quickly chopped out, blocking the attacks of the 2 Minotaurs. 2 shrill voices rang out, and the sound of bangs came from the ground again. That was the sound of the Minotaur stepping back. Both Minotaur covered their fists, blood flowed out of their fists, and the Minotaur kept roaring. The Minotaur's fist was very hard, but Morning Star's weapon was not bad either. It was a 3rd-level weapon, very sharp, at least enough to deal with monsters of the Minotaur's level, and could definitely tear the flesh of the Minotaur. The Minotaur was killed by Morning Star in 2 moves just now, which was also due to Morning Star's weapon. Advertisement. It is natural that you will only suffer when you use your flesh and blood to fight against a weapon that can tear flesh and blood. But Morning Star was not feeling well either. Although Morning Star was able to kill a Minotaur in 2 moves, it was because Morning Star was fast enough, attacked unexpectedly, severely injured the Minotaur with 1 move, and then made another move to make up for it. But now, Morning Star took the attacks of two minotaurs whose strength was not much different from his own. Morning Star's blood and chi were also surging rapidly, and his body quickly moved backwards, and his feet drew two grooves on the ground. Although he was repelled, Chenxing was not angry, but his eyes flashed with excitement. He needed such a battle. Only such a battle could quickly increase his grace value. With a flash of his figure, Chenxing rushed out quickly. The two minotaur on the opposite side saw this scene and roared towards Chenxing. The battle broke out instantly. The fierce collision sound and the roar of the monsters echoed in the spacious passage and spread far and far. The two minotaur were not attacked like the first one, and were severely injured by one blow, and they were obviously prepared. Chenxing did not use the Seeking Dao Jade like yesterday. Therefore, Chenxing did not fight easily in this battle. The fierce battle lasted for more than 2 minutes before Chenxing found an opportunity to kill one of the minotaur. Chenxing's strength can definitely crush a single minotaur. Therefore, after one of the two minotaur was killed by Morning Star, there was no other minotaur to hold him back, so Morning Star quickly killed the remaining minotaur. Chapter 13, Powerful Combat Talent, Weapon Wear. After moving his neck and making a creaking sound, Chenxing looked at the 3 magic stones on the ground and murmured in a low voice. As expected of a LV2 monster, it's really strong. But I'm also quite strong. It seems that I have a talent for fighting. After muttering to himself, a smile flashed in Chenxing's eyes and he spoke again. How could he not have a talent for fighting? Chenxing has never been in contact with fighting in these years. He only started to officially get in touch with fighting yesterday. And today, with a small difference in strength, he was able to fight 3 against 1 and kill the 3 minotaur. Although it was because of the advantage of the weapon, if Chenxing performed very poorly in fighting, it would be impossible to kill the 3 minotaur with the advantage of the weapon. Unlike yesterday, the monsters that Morning Star faced yesterday were all killed in seconds. Even when he encountered the minotaur at the end, he did not engage in a head-on battle with the minotaur because of the weapon. Instead, he directly used the Seeking Truth Jade in the Samsara Eye mode and killed the minotaur in seconds. Today, it was a real fight. Many new adventurers were often panicked when they first came into contact with the dungeon when facing monsters weaker than themselves. Not like Morning Star. Go, keep up the good work. Sheathing the long sword, Morning Star muttered in a low voice, and then picked up the magic stone on the ground. After picking up the magic stone, Morning Star took a step and continued to walk along the passage. I don't know if there is any pattern, but the passage where Morning Star is now has no monsters since the 3 minotaur just now. When Morning Star turned to the new passage, monsters appeared in the dungeon again and launched a siege against Morning Star. Looking at the minotaur that appeared again, Chenxing's mouth corners slightly raised. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and Chenxing's figure turned into a shadow and rushed out. The battle broke out instantly. For an entire afternoon, Chenxing was on the 15th floor. Advertisement. There was no way, the 15th floor was much larger than the previous floors, and Chenxing was not in a hurry, but just walked in the passage at a normal speed. In addition, he would encounter monsters from time to time, so after 3 hours, Chenxing did not find the passage to the next floor. However, this was not important to Chenxing. Today's harvest has made Chenxing very satisfied. In 3 hours, Chenxing experienced more than 20 battles of all sizes. The first time when the least monsters appeared was the 3-headed minotaur. The number of monsters that appeared later was more than the first time, and the most was as high as 7. 7-headed minotaur, for Chenxing at this stage, it is very dangerous. However, after the previous battles, Morning Star, who was very talented in combat, had improved his combat skills and combat experience, and the number of monsters he could deal with at one time was also increasing. Although the 7-headed minotaur was a little difficult for Morning Star, after a hard fight, he still killed all the 7 minotaur that besieged him. Let's go back. Looking at the different bags on both sides of his waist, Morning Star muttered to himself. There was a small shoulder bag hanging on the left side of Morning Star's waist, which contained the potion that Morning Star bought the night before. Now the small shoulder bag has deflated. You don't have to guess that the potion inside has been used up. On the left side is a bulging package, which contains Morning Star's harvest in the past few hours. According to Morning Star's understanding of the exchange of Wallace last night, these magic stones can be exchanged for about 300,000 wallis. Compared with yesterday, it has tripled. And this is the case that Morning Star only fought in the middle layer for a few hours. If Morning Star came to the middle layer early in the morning, it would definitely be 6 or 7 times more in a day, instead of 3 times now. Of course, this is just an estimate. Even if Morning Star came to the middle layer in the morning, he would not get such a big harvest. After all, it was only 3 hours, and the recovery potion prepared by Morning Star had run out. This means that Morning Star has no supplies. Without supplies, Morning Star will not continue to stay in the dungeon. Advertisement. If the dungeon catches the opportunity and encircles and suppresses him like the protagonist Belle and others in the original work, it will be dangerous. Let's prepare more potions when we get back. Also, the weapons need to be maintained. After killing more than 100 minotaurs in this day, even the third-level weapons are worn out a lot. Looking at the long sword in his hand and the slightly dim blade on the long sword, Chenxing touched his chin and thought. Because it was still early, Chenxing did not use the reincarnation I mode to travel, but traveled at the fastest speed in his normal state. Traveling in normal state is naturally not comparable to the reincarnation I mode. But there is not much difference. It took Chenxing 2 hours to return to the ground. During this time, he also dealt with several waves of monsters that were born near him while traveling in the upper layer, and obtained some magic stone fragments. As soon as he returned to the ground, Chenxing went directly to the exchange of Babel Tower. The magic stones dropped by upper-level monsters are very different from those dropped by middle-level monsters. The magic stones dropped by upper-level monsters after being killed can only be called magic stone fragments, which are very small. The magic stones in the middle layer can be called magic stones, and they are all in pieces. Chenxing is going to deal with the magic stones dropped by the Minotaur in the middle of the exchange. As for the magic stones obtained in the upper layer on the way back, he will go to the guild to exchange them. It just so happened that Aina was worried about him and asked him to go to the guild after he came back. Chenxing walked out of the exchange and looked at the passbook in his hand with a strange expression. Although he had long guessed how those large families handled large amounts of family funds, Chenxing did not expect that it would be the same as in his previous life. The passbook and checks are exactly the same as in his previous life, except that there is no passbook card, because there are no machines in this world. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing did not waste too much time on this matter and walked towards the weapon shop he went to yesterday. Chapter 14, Terrible Grace Promotion. The equipment store where Chenxing bought the weapon was owned by the Hephaestus family, and the backing was the entire Hephaestus family, so they would also take on the task of weapon maintenance. Chenxing didn't know any forgers, so the best choice was to directly entrust the waiter of the equipment store to arrange it. Anyway, the Hephaestus family would not do anything to destroy their reputation. Weapon maintenance is really expensive. A third-level weapon requires 5,000 vallis for one maintenance. 5,000 vallis is enough for an ordinary resident of Orario to live for a month. However, it is expensive for a reason. This third-level weapon has brought a lot of convenience to Chenxing. At least this weapon has half the credit for killing so many minotaurs today. Chenxing paid the deposit very quickly, and then left the weapon store and waited to pick it up tomorrow morning. Unlike higher-level weapons, the third-level weapons do not take too long to maintain, just one night. Unlike the Sword of Despair of Sword Princess Ace in the original book, it takes several days to maintain it once. After leaving the weapon shop, Chenxing left the Tower of Babel and headed towards the Pantheon. When Chenxing arrived at the Pantheon, he first exchanged the magic stone fragments dropped by the upper monsters, and then went to find Aegina. When Chenxing saw Aegina, Aegina was holding several materials. Seeing Chenxing appear, Aegina's eyes suddenly lit up, and then her eyes unconsciously scanned Chenxing's body back and forth. After seeing that Chenxing had some minor injuries, Aegina breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's good that you're okay." "Yeah." In the Pantheon, Chenxing talked with Aegina for a few minutes, and then left the Pantheon. The main topic of the conversation was Chenxing's adventure. Chenxing naturally couldn't tell Aegina about his running to the middle level. Otherwise, with Aegina's personality as the person in charge, she would definitely hold on to this matter. Chenxing didn't want to be preached. As for the intelligence on the middle level, Morning Star plans to proceed gradually, and after a few days, he will slowly ask Aegina about it with interest. Anyway, Morning Star will only act on the 15th to 17th floors in the next few days. The situation on these 3 floors is the same, and there is nothing for Morning Star to pay attention to. After leaving the Pantheon, Morning Star went directly back to the library. Advertisement. There were not many people in the library at this time, only a few, and it was very quiet. And Hestia was sitting behind the counter at this time, holding a thick book and reading it with relish, and this guy didn't notice Morning Star coming in. It wasn't until Morning Star tapped the counter with his fingers that Hestia noticed the existence of Morning Star. After seeing Morning Star, Hestia's eyes suddenly lit up. "Morning Star, you're back." "Well, I'm back, thank you for your hard work." Morning Star nodded, and then walked towards the inner courtyard. Hestia also knew that now was not the time to communicate. Morning Star had just returned and was dirty. She probably needed to wash up, so she didn't call Morning Star. After watching Morning Star enter the inner courtyard, she retracted her gaze. And Morning Star, after entering his room in the inner courtyard, did exactly what Hestia thought. After taking off his equipment and weapons, he went into the bathroom to wash his dirty body due to the fierce battle. After taking a shower for more than 10 minutes, Morning Star put on his clothes and left the bathroom. He sat on the edge of the bed and renewed his grace. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, H103G265. Durability, H100G278. Dexterity, H109F305. Agility, H125F312. Magic, I0G200. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can split out a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Skill. Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eye Mode. Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Gold will Reincarnation Explosion. Advertisement. Looking at the updated Grace, Chenxing was slightly surprised. Because none of the ability values reached D, there was no upgrade option on the Grace paper. Ignore these, it's not important, the important thing is the change in ability values. I didn't expect that after only fighting for a few hours today, the ability value has increased more than yesterday. Especially dexterity and agility have directly jumped 2 levels, from H to F. The magic power directly increased from I to G. Chenxing was not surprised at all. Because of the thought body magic, Chenxing opened it all day today and split out the thought body to let it stay on the ground. The thought body does not move, and the magic power consumed will be very small, even less than Chenxing's self-recovery. Therefore, it did not have much impact on Chenxing. But even so, since the thought body was not removed from morning to night, the amount of magic power consumed was also very large, but Chenxing himself was recovering all the time, so the consumption was not noticeable. Therefore, judging from the talent he showed yesterday, Chenxing was not surprised at all that he improved so much in one day. But the improvement of several other items surprised Chenxing. Is it because the battle today was too intense, so I got a strong training? Looking at the changes in ability values, Chenxing muttered to himself, it's not something that can't be revealed, so there's no need to mutter in his heart. I'll know if I try it tomorrow. After muttering again, Chenxing burned the grace paper and then solidified the grace. After updating the grace, Chenxing left the bedroom and came to the kitchen. As usual, he prepared 2 breakfasts and took them out. It was already evening when Chenxing returned to the ground, and it was completely dark when he returned to the library. In addition to the time Chenxing spent washing and cooking, everyone in the library had left at this time. The door of the library was closed, and Hestia was inspecting the library to make sure nothing happened. Hestia saw Chenxing bringing dinner out. However, Hestia did not come over, but completed the inspection diligently and made sure that everything was normal in the library before sitting down next to Chenxing. It seems that letting you be the library is the right choice. Looking at Hestia sitting in front of him, Chenxing smiled and said, "Of course, I will manage the library, so you can rest assured." Hestia heard the words, immediately raised her hands and chest, and said proudly, while speaking, her chest was surging. Chenxing was unconsciously attracted a little bit of attention, but quickly retracted his gaze before Hestia found out. "Chenxing, you look like you came back, today's adventure is very intense, tell me about it." Hestia picked up the chopsticks and ate dinner directly, while eating and looking at Chenxing curiously. "Oh, okay, I'll tell you something." Chenxing didn't refuse, and started talking while eating dinner, but he was talking about what happened yesterday. Chapter 15, A Distinguished Guest's Visit. Morning Star has the world's grace, and his status is the same as the gods of this world, but he has not grown up yet. So even if Morning Star lies to the gods can't hear anything. While eating dinner, Hestia listened to Morning Star's adventures with relish, her eyes full of curiosity. In the end, when she heard Morning Star say that he had used up all the potions today and had to stop adventuring and come back early, Hestia thought of something. Morning Star, I have a god friend who is a god of medicine. He is also in Orario and makes potions for a living. If you need potions, I can try to ask for you and see if I can sell them to you at a lower price. Do you need it? Hestia thought of her god friend Mai and immediately said to Morning Star. If Morning Star needs it, she will go to Mai to talk about it later. Just now, Morning Star said that he didn't know where to buy potions and could only go to the Tower of Babel, which was extremely expensive, so she recommended Mai's Tianqing shop to Morning Star. It can not only help Morning Star save money, but also give Mira business, killing two birds with one stone. Sure, where is your god friend's medicine shop? After hearing this, Morning Star was slightly stunned, and then agreed. Even if Hestia didn't mention it, Morning Star was also going to ask Hestia. The things in the Tower of Babel are generally much more expensive than those outside, so Morning Star is not going to sell them there for a long time. If he goes to the Tower of Babel, he can just go to the exchange to exchange magic stones. As for buying supplies and equipment, it's better to buy them outside. After the equipment, Morning Star plans to go directly to the territory of the Hephaestus Familia to buy from the Hephaestus Familia, and the potion is Mira's Tianqing shop. Hephaestus and Mira are both god friends of Hestia, so Morning Star plans to ask Hestia. Morning Star doesn't need to ask about the equipment. After all, the Hephaestus Familia has a great reputation, and Morning Star also knows the location of its base camp. However, Chenxing didn't know where Mai's Tianqing shop was, so he needed to ask Hestia. I'll take you there after dinner. Hestia nodded and replied. Okay. Chenxing nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Then, the two quickly finished their dinner, then left the library and walked towards Mai's Tianqing shop under the leadership of Hestia. Chenxing didn't expect that Mai's Tianqing shop was near Hestia's underground church, on the same street, in Northwest Street. Hestia's underground church was near a ruin, while Mai's Tianqing shop was in a remote alley. By the way, Chenxing's library was on West Street, which was the adjacent street to Northwest Street. This was also the reason why Hestia found Chenxing's library. It was too close. The two went around and around, turning several corners, and finally came to the Tianqing shop. The Tianqing shop is a single-family building. In front of the shop hangs a family emblem with a healthy human limb. Mai, I'm here to see you. The door of the shop was not closed. There was a bead curtain inside the door. Hestia pushed aside the bead curtain and walked in directly, reminding the owner inside with a loud voice that she was here. Chenxing did not hesitate and followed Hestia in. As soon as he entered, Chenxing heard a gentle male voice. Welcome, Hestia. You seem to have not been here for a long time. Why are you here this time? Chenxing looked up and saw two cabinets on both sides of the store, on which various medicines were displayed, and there was a counter facing the door, and inside the counter sat a blue-haired nobleman wearing a grey cloak, with extraordinary appearance and noble temperament. This blue-haired nobleman was Mai. Next to Mai was a dog girl with a good figure, delicate face but very indifferent. This dog girl was the only seedling of the Mai family, Naza Oricus. Welcome, Lady Hestia. Naza nodded lightly to Hestia, said hello, and then looked at Chenxing again. Because Chenxing was brought by Hestia, Naza did not say welcome words. Good evening, Naza. Hee, I changed to a very good job, so I came to share with you. Hestia replied to Naza with a smile, and then told Mai about her purpose. Advertisement. What job makes you so happy? Mai was a little surprised. Hestia had complained to him before that her current job was very troublesome. Now she changed to a new job, and she was so happy. He was very curious about what job it was. Hee, librarian. Hestia announced proudly. Is it the library you often go to? Mai understood what he said instantly. Yeah. By the way, let me introduce you. Morningstar is my good friend and my current boss. Hestia nodded, then pulled Morningstar in front of her and introduced him to Mai and Naza. I am Morningstar, please give me more advice. Morningstar nodded slightly and said to Mai and Naza. I'm Mai, please teach me. Mai also nodded and smiled back. Naza Oryx, please teach me. Naza also nodded and responded, but compared to Maya's gentle smile, Naza's reaction was not interested. There is actually another thing I came to see you this time. Morningstar has become an adventurer and will need potions in the future, so I introduced Morningstar to you. After seeing both parties introduce each other, Hestia told her real purpose. As soon as the voice fell, Hestia felt that her eyes were blurred, and Naza, who was originally standing at the counter, disappeared. Glancing to the side, Hestia found that Naza had appeared beside her at this time, holding Morningstar's hands with both hands, looking at Morningstar with sparkling eyes. Dear guest, I am sorry for not welcoming you. Morningstar. Hestia. Mai, equals Omega equals. Chapter 16, Son of Light, Ryu. Morningstar and Hestia did not stay in the Chenxing shop for too long. After they made their intentions clear, Morningstar followed Hestia out of the Chenxing shop and went to the underground church where Hestia lived before. Hestia now lives with Morningstar, so naturally she has to come back to pack up her luggage, although it is not much. It is mainly some of Hestia's clothes. As for the others, Hestia does not need to bring them. With a white package hanging behind her neck, Hestia hums a cheerful tune and jumps on the way back to the library. Morningstar watched the scene from behind with a smile on her face. Come to think of it, Morningstar, didn't you bring weapons with you in the morning? Why are all the weapons gone after you come back? At this time, Hestia, who was walking in front, seemed to remember something, turned around and frowned and asked with concern. The weapons are seriously worn out, and I gave them to the people in the weapon shop for maintenance. Morningstar explained with a smile. Is that so? Hestia nodded suddenly. Well, I'll get it tomorrow morning. Chenxing nodded slightly. Hestia nodded slightly, and did not continue to ask, but turned her head away, continued to jump, and turned her head to chat with Chenxing from time to time. The two of them talked and laughed all the way back to the library. After returning to the library, Hestia returned to her room, and Chenxing also returned to her bedroom. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chenxing leaned on the pillow, picked up the book that Chenxing often read on the bedside table, and read it silently. After reading for an hour, Chenxing put the bookmark, closed the book, put the book on the through the counter, and prepared to rest. This is Chenxing's work and rest routine. In the previous life, Chenxing's work and rest routine was messy, and his biological clock was extremely chaotic. After coming to this world, Chenxing's biological clock has become normal. Basically, he will not stay up late, and he will rest at around 9 or 10 o'clock. Lying on the bed, closing his eyes, Chenxing soon fell asleep. I have to say that Chenxing has a very good sleep quality and can fall asleep easily, unlike in his previous life. However, in a daze, Chenxing seemed to hear a voice. Ding! You have a new. However, Chenxing, who fell asleep, ignored it completely. The next morning, Chenxing opened his eyes on time. Sitting up from the bed, Chenxing stretched lazily, and then got up and walked to the bathroom. Picking up the toiletries, Chenxing began to wash up. While washing up, Chenxing looked at the system. Chenxing raised his eyebrows slightly. Advertisement. He said that he seemed to hear something when he fell asleep last night. It turned out to be the prompt sound of the system. It's a pity that his sleep quality is too good and he slept too soundly, so he didn't notice it at all. However, since the activation of the drift bottle system, I have received a drift bottle every night. Is this a pattern? I receive a drift bottle every night. Chenxing thought while brushing his teeth. Thinking of this, Chenxing put down the brush in his hand, picked up the quilt beside him and started to gurgle, then sprayed it on the sink. He put water in to clean the sink, and then started to put water for washing his face. Let's see in the next few days. If it's like this in the next few days, then the rule is like this. Muttering to himself, Chenxing scooped up the water in the sink and rushed it to his face, washing his face. After washing, Chenxing came out of the bathroom and looked at the drift bottle that appeared last night. System, open the drift bottle. Ding. The drift bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magic book. Magic book, the magic book of the world of Dicuo, which can awaken a magic after use. Looking at this harvest, Chenxing slowly typed 3 question marks in his mind. What the hell? I am in the world of Dicuo, can I still receive the drift bottle from the world of Dicuo? What is this mechanism? Chenxing couldn't help asking the system. Host, this system can accept drifting bottles from any world, even the one where the host is. The system gave an answer. After listening to the system's explanation, Chenxing was silent, shook his head after a while, and didn't continue to worry about it. Because there is nothing to worry about. Sitting on the bed, Chenxing took out the magic book he had just obtained from the system space and started to read it directly. As soon as he opened the magic book, Chenxing felt that his spirit was attracted to a white space. A series of runes that Chenxing couldn't understand passed in front of Chenxing's eyes, and Chenxing fell into the sea of runes unknowingly. When Chenxing turned around, a message appeared in his mind. Son of Light, control the element of light, and you can create light attribute magic at will, including attack, defense, and assistance. Feeling the new magic he had obtained, Chenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a powerful magic, it encompasses everything, and can be created at will. As long as my imagination is big enough, I can create magic related to light. Is this really the magic I can master? Is it because of my unknown talent? Advertisement. Morning Star didn't know why he could get such a powerful magic. Morning Star didn't want to explore it. Since it was his own magic, he just needed to develop it well. After equipping the light armor, Morning Star left the library. Morning Star couldn't wait to go to the dungeon to test his newly acquired magic. When passing by Hestia's room, the door of the room was closed tightly. Hestia didn't seem to get up yet, and Morning Star didn't bother her. After leaving the library, he headed straight towards the Tower of Babel. Morning Star's weapons were still at the Tower of Babel. The people of Hephaestus's family asked Morning Star to pick them up today. They should have been delivered to the Tower of Babel by now. However, on the way to the Tower of Babel, Morning Star paused when passing by the Rich Hostess Tavern. At this time, at the door of the Rich Hostess Tavern, an elf with green hair and wearing the uniform of a Rich Hostess Tavern clerk was sweeping the street in front of the store with a broom. Morning Star recognized the identity of this person at a glance. Lu Liang, a survivor of the Australia clan, ended the existence of the Dark Dawn period. If Lu had not been impulsive at the time and launched a desperate hunt for the Rudra clan, the Dark Dawn period would probably have continued for a while. However, after Lu's desperate hunt, the Dark faction completely quieted down, as if they were frightened by Lu. After that, the Dark Dawn period was completely over. Morning Star had thought about asking Lu for information about the dungeon before, but gave up at that time. Unexpectedly, when passing by the door of the Rich Hostess Tavern today, he actually met Lu sweeping the street at the door. Although he met him, Morning Star did not mean to stop. He just glanced at Lu and then continued to walk forward. After Chenxing left, Lu stopped what he was doing and stared at Chenxing quietly. For some reason, she felt that Chenxing, her compatriot, seemed a little special. It was not only Chenxing's beauty, but also other feelings. She felt that Chenxing seemed very important to her. Chapter 17, Creating Magic. It took more than an hour for Chenxing to reach the 15th floor smoothly. As soon as he arrived at the 15th floor, Chenxing was warmly welcomed by the dungeon. The first wave of monsters was the largest number yesterday, 7 Minotaur. Looking at this wave of monsters, Chenxing's eyes flashed with a smile, and then he raised his hand, and a little light condensed in Chenxing's hand. The Minotaur seemed to sense the danger, roaring one by one and rushing towards Chenxing. However, not long after rushing out, the light gathered in Chenxing's hand gathered into a ball of light, turned into a cannonball and fired at them. The speed was so fast that the Minotaur had no time to react. The 7 Minotaur was instantly pierced by countless balls of light, turned into a sieve, and turned into ashes one by one, leaving only the magic stone falling on the ground. Ding dong. Well, it's powerful, but it consumed 1/3 of my magic power at once. Looking at the destructive power caused by the light magic he had just created, Chenxing couldn't be happy, and his mouth twitched. Because Chenxing felt that the magic just now had drained 1/3 of his magic power and mental power at once. The magic power of the earth is a general term for magic power and mental power that complement each other, but the power of magic mainly depends on mental power. The magician uses the magic power in his body as a guide, and then uses mental power to absorb the magic power from the outside world to increase his own magic power, so as to maximize the power of magic. Otherwise, with the pitiful magic power in the body of the magician who just obtained magic, he can't even release a single magic. When releasing magic, a magician with strong mental power can absorb more external magic power to increase his magic power and release more powerful magic, but this also consumes mental power. 7 Minotaur were killed instantly with one magic. Even if the firepower of magic is not LV3, it is the top level in LV2. And my magic power is just starting now. It is not very strong to begin with. It seems reasonable to consume so much at once. Let's call this magic the Wing of Light. Next, create another light magic, and then we will fight hand to hand. After naming the magic he just created, Chenxing prepared to create another magic and then fight in close combat. You can't do it carelessly when consuming magic and mental power like this, otherwise you will be like Bell in the original book who just got magic and used magic casually in the dungeon, which directly exhausted his spirit. Bell in the original book was lucky. After he fainted, the dungeon did not take advantage of the opportunity to enter, and he also met Sword Princess Ace and 9 Magic Princess Lavilia, so he survived safely. Advertisement. Chenxing doesn't think he has that luck. After picking up the magic stone, Chenxing continued to move forward along the passage. After turning a corner, Chenxing encountered the hospitality of the dungeon as expected, and another wave of Minotaur appeared. Speaking of which, is it true that only Minotaur was born on the 15th floor? I didn't encounter any other monsters all day yesterday. Looking at the monsters that roared and rushed towards him after they were born, Chenxing thought curiously. Although the area between the 15th and 17th floors is the territory of Minotaur, there shouldn't be only one kind of monster, there should be some other monsters. But he stayed on the 15th floor for 3 hours yesterday and didn't encounter any other monsters. With such doubts, Chenxing began his new round of magic creation. Raising his hand, as Chenxing's mind moved, white light spots quickly appeared around him, turning into streams of light and rushing towards Chenxing. After arriving in front of Chenxing, the light spots changed, quickly extended, and turned into a series of light rays connected together, and finally turned into a transparent crystal barrier. Barrier of light. He murmured in a low voice, and the attack of the Minotaur that rushed over directly fell on the barrier of light in front of Morning Star. The powerful impact fell on the barrier of light, and the barrier of light just swayed slightly, and then there was no movement. The joint attack of the 5 Minotaur was completely unable to shake the defensive magic that Morning Star had just created. Only a quarter of the magic power was consumed, not bad. Looking at the results in front of him, Morning Star nodded with satisfaction, and then drew out the long sword at his waist in the reflection of the scarlet pupils of the Minotaur outside the barrier of light, and chopped it directly, ignoring the barrier of light, and the sword was draped on one of the Minotaur. The Minotaur that was chopped seemed to be unable to believe that the human in front of him who was protected in the tortoise shell actually ignored the tortoise shell and attacked him directly. Before dying, 2 words seemed to appear in the mind of the Minotaur. Old 6. Since you can create as I please, you must create magic that is beneficial to me. Do you think I will only create a turtle shell to protect myself? This kind of defensive magic is naturally to maximize the benefits, but I only thought of this in a hurry and forgot to add the thorn, anti-armor, effect. But this is enough. I can attack you, but your attack will be blocked. We will talk about the magic of the thorn effect later. After killing the first Minotaur, the remaining 4 were frightened and took a few steps back, looking at Morning Star warily. Seeing this, Morning Star smiled and said. However, Morning Star also knew that these Minotaurs could not understand what he said at all, so he did not say any more nonsense, and rushed up with the light barrier that was not yet a small hour, and launched a violent attack on the 4 Minotaur. These 4 Minotaur can be said to be the most frustrated monsters that Morning Star has encountered in the past few days. Being chased and beaten by Morning Star, but unable to attack Morning Star, he could only watch Morning Star's attack cut into him, and watch himself die in Morning Star's hand so aggrievedly, and become the magic stone in Morning Star's hand. Ah, it disappeared. After picking up the magic stone, Morning Star found that the barrier of light on him disappeared. I'll create these 2 today. Tomorrow, bring more potions to restore mental power and experiment with more magic. Morning Star put the last magic stone into the bag and said with a smile. Then, Morning Star took another step and moved forward. In the next few hours, Morning Star did not continue to use magic, but honestly used hand-to-hand combat to solve the monsters. Although I bought some more potions to restore mental power last night, these potions are used to restore the mental power consumed in hand-to-hand combat, but there is no extra potion to restore the mental power consumed by using magic. Don't think that hand-to-hand combat does not require mental power consumption. On the contrary, it is also very mentally consuming to concentrate during hand-to-hand combat. Otherwise, Chenxing would not have used up all the potions to restore his mental strength yesterday. Time passed silently, and soon, a day had passed. Chenxing set out on the road back home. Chapter 18. Naza's face changes in seconds. As soon as he returned to the ground, Chenxing went to the Tower of Babel and exchanged today's harvest at the exchange, and obtained more than 800,000 wallis. Yesterday, he only stayed on the 15th floor for a few hours and obtained more than 300,000. Today, he stayed on the 15th floor all day, and it was normal to have so much harvest. Looking at the numbers on the passbook, Chenxing was deeply moved. More than 1 million. If he managed the library to make money, it would probably take 2 or 3 years. As a result, now, he got it in 2 or 3 days. No wonder so many people are scrambling to become adventurers and enter the dungeon. It can only be said that there is a reason for this. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing put the passbook back into his pocket, left the Tower of Babel, and walked towards the northwest street. The guild does not need Chenxing to go there often, just once every 2 or 3 days, show up at Agina's place, and let Agina know that he is alive. As for now, Chenxing needs to replenish the potion. Moreover, because of the need to create magic, more potions for restoring mental power and magic power need to be prepared. Morning Star is ready to take out 200,000 wallis to buy potions for restoring mental power and magic power. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Morning Star came to Mai's Chenxing shop. "Welcome, Mr. Morning Star." At this time, there was only Naza in the Chenxing shop, and Mai was not there. After Morning Star walked in, Naza habitually shouted welcome without looking at Morning Star's appearance, and after seeing Morning Star, Naza called out Morning Star's name somewhat unexpectedly. "Hey, Naza, I'm here to patronize your business." Morning Star waved and said with a smile, "Thank you for your patronage." Naza was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a faint smile appeared on her face, and she replied. Immediately, Naza asked about the potion that Morning Star needed. "What potion does Mr. Morning Star need?" "Give me 10 bottles of potion to restore physical strength, and 50 bottles of potion to restore mental power and magic." Morning Star directly threw out a heavy weight. This heavy news stunned Naza, and her pupils widened. Since the decline of the Mai clan, and she was the only member of the clan left, this was the first time Naza encountered an adventurer who bought so many at once. After coming to her senses, Naza's eyes almost glowed, and she quickly flashed out from the counter, grabbed Chenxing's hand and walked inside, pressed Chenxing on the sofa, and then quickly placed tea and fruits in front of Chenxing. "Mr. Chenxing, please have it," Naza said politely with a smile. Advertisement. "This is a big customer, you must treat him well, and you can't let this big customer run away." "Chenxing, aren't you worried that I can't afford to buy so much?" Seeing Naza's face change at the speed of light and become so polite, Chenxing smiled slightly, and then asked with interest. As soon as this came out, Naza seemed to remember that Chenxing seemed to be a new adventurer. Could he afford so many potions? Thinking about this clearly, Naza's face suddenly collapsed, and her face was full of regret. "I won't tease you anymore. I can afford the potion. Go prepare it." Seeing Naza's expression, Chenxing smiled and said, "Really?" Naza's smile returned. "Yeah." Chenxing nodded, and then handed the passbook out from her pocket. Naza took the passbook and looked at it, and her eyes lit up immediately. She quickly returned the passbook to Chenxing, said something to Chenxing, and ran out to prepare the potion. She didn't want to explore why Chenxing, as a new adventurer, had so many wallis. She only knew that she could make a lot of money today. Looking at Naza running out in a hurry, Chenxing shook his head again, and then picked up the fruit Naza prepared on the coffee table and started eating. Speaking of which, the Mai clan still owes a large debt to the Dean Kate clan. because of the high-precision prosthesis on Naza. Other members of the Mai clan also left the Mai clan for this reason. The large medium-sized clan declined because of this, and now only Naza is left. To be honest, Chenxing admires Mai giving up a bright future for a clan member, although it is unfair to other members. However, Mai did not force other clan members to stay and share the joys and sorrows with him, but let those members who could not accept it leave, and finally the entire clan was left with only one seedling. If it were Chenxing, Chenxing would also. Chenxing didn't know if he could do it. After all, the education Chenxing received in his previous life has always been positive. Although Chenxing knew that he couldn't do it, if it really happened to someone around him, Chenxing really couldn't guarantee that he would make the same choice as Mai. Advertisement. As the thought was flowing, Naza had already rushed back, holding a wooden box full of potions in her hand. A total of 200,000 Wallace, Mr. Chenxing. Naza put the prepared potion on the coffee table, put her hands in front of her, and said politely, "Ah. Only 200,000. Chenxing was a little surprised. He learned about the price of potions in the pharmacy in Tianqing's shop last night. Even if there is a discount for Hestia, it should be more than 200,000. Mr. Chenxing is a big customer, so naturally I have to give Mr. Chenxing a discount. Please patronize Tianqing's shop more often in the future, Mr. Chenxing." Naza explained with a faint smile. "Really? Thank you very much. I will come to you when I need potions in the future." Chenxing heard it, slightly understood, and was not surprised. He nodded and agreed to Naza's request. After chatting with Naza for a few words, Chenxing paid the bill, don't ask how to pay with the passbook, and left Tianqing's shop with the potion. Not long after Chenxing left, Mai returned to Tianqing's shop. Entering the shop, Mai found that Naza, who had always been expressionless, had a faint smile on her face, which surprised Mai. "Did you encounter any good things?" Mai walked over and asked gently. "Mr. Mai, don't you think there is something different in the store?" Naza said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Mai turned his head and glanced at the cabinets in the store. At this glance, Mai immediately understood. It seems that today's harvest is very good. Well, thanks to Mr. Chenxing. These potions were all purchased by Mr. Chenxing on the 8th floor. Naza nodded and replied with a faint smile. "Morning Star. I didn't expect Mr. Morning Star to have such strong spending power. It seems that Hestia has brought us an incredible customer. When Mr. Morning Star comes to buy again in the future, please give him as much discount as possible." Mai was a little surprised that most of these potions were bought by Morning Star, but then he smiled and instructed Naza. "Well, I have already done so." Naza nodded in response. Chapter 19 Weapon Maintenance. After leaving Tianqing's shop, Chenxing did not return to the library, but went to the base camp of Hephaestus Familia. After stating his purpose, a member of Hephaestus Familia took Chenxing to a place. It is common for adventurers to come to the forger to maintain their weapons, so the members of Hephaestus Familia were not surprised by Chenxing's purpose and took Chenxing to the forger directly. The forger who received Chenxing was a dwarf uncle with a full beard and a very strong body. When Chenxing saw this dwarf uncle, he was sharpening a weapon and maintaining it. Hearing the footsteps of Chenxing and others, the dwarf uncle spoke without raising his head. The first-level weapon maintenance is 1 million, and the second-level weapon maintenance is 500,000. The third-level weapon maintenance is 50,000. Put the weapon there and you can leave. The dwarf uncle pointed to a workbench not far from him and said. Chenxing heard it and left after putting the weapon on the workbench. It seems that there is no need to pay a deposit to maintain weapons here. But it is true that the Hephaestus family is large and powerful, and no one dares to make trouble. What Morning Star didn't know was that not long after Morning Star left, the weapon in the dwarf uncle's hand was maintained and walked to the workbench. Morning Star's weapon was placed on the workbench. After seeing Morning Star's weapon, the dwarf uncle's face became strange. "Didn't I just maintain this sword last night? Why is it broken again? What did that guy do with this sword just now?" The dwarf uncle said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was very sure that he had just maintained the long sword in front of him last night. When it was delivered last night, the weapon was worn out a lot. After he maintained it, he gave it to the people of the family to send back to the Tower of Babel. Advertisement. I didn't expect to see this long sword again today. Moreover, compared with last night, the wear of this sword today is more serious. He saw it at first glance that this long sword must have experienced a very fierce battle, otherwise it would not be worn to this extent. However, although he was very puzzled about the experience of this long sword, the dwarf uncle was only slightly surprised and did not care too much. He picked up the long sword and returned to the previous position to start maintaining the long sword. Not long after starting the maintenance, a figure walked in. "Uncle Buck, where are the materials I want?" The figure shouted loudly to the dwarf uncle as soon as he entered the door. "It's there, go get it yourself." The dwarf uncle, that is, the dwarf named Buck, replied without raising his head. "Thank you." After hearing this voice, he walked towards the wall and took a piece of metal ore from a wall cabinet. However, after getting the metal ore, the figure did not leave, but walked to Uncle Buck's side. "Huh? Didn't you just maintain this weapon yesterday? Why is it worn out again, and even worse than yesterday?" The figure came to the dwarf named Buck, leaned over and took a look and said in surprise, "Who knows? However, the user of this sword really cherishes this sword. Although it is severely worn, it can be seen that the user did not recklessly fight during the battle, but was very careful and did not let the sword be hit too hard. Even so, the sword is still worn to this extent. I don't know how many battles the owner of this sword has experienced today." Uncle Buck shook his head and said that although the long sword was severely worn, as a senior forger, he could still see these. "That's right, you can tell at a glance that it has experienced many fierce battles. However, I haven't seen someone who cherishes weapons so much for a long time. Uncle Buck, let me take care of this sword. When this sword is sent here for maintenance in the future, you can have someone send it to me." The figure nodded in agreement, but then made a request. Advertisement. "Tsubaki, haven't you been improving your forging skills? How do you have time to maintain your weapons?" Uncle Buck heard this and immediately raised his head and looked at the person in surprise. Red bell-bottom pants, white short-sleeved kimono, brown-black skin, a black eye mask on his face, long black hair tied into a ponytail, and scarlet pupils piercing. The person who came was Tsubaki Kobrand, the leader of the Hephaestus clan, and the first master craftsman of Orario. "Well, I haven't met someone who cherishes weapons for a long time, so I want to get in touch with him." Facing the inquiry of his colleagues, Tsubaki smiled and said that any forger would like this kind of adventurer who cherishes weapons. "Okay, if this sword is sent back again in the future, I will have someone send it to you." Uncle Buck heard this and nodded and agreed to Tsubaki's request without further questioning. "Well, thank you, Uncle Buck. Then I'll go back first." After hearing the agreement of his colleagues, Tsubaki nodded and thanked him, and then turned and left here. Buck nodded, then lowered his head and continued his work. If Morning Star knew that he didn't want his weapon to be worn out too much, and tried to ensure that his weapon would not be damaged before he returned to the ground, and paid special attention to the collision of the weapon, I wonder what he would think. However, Morning Star didn't know. After leaving the Hephaestus clan base camp, Morning Star walked back to the library. It was a little late today, and the library was closed. Hestia didn't seem to be in the library either, as if she had gone out. Morning Star didn't look for her either. After all, Hestia had her own life. Now that she was off work, she could go wherever she wanted, and he couldn't control her. "I just don't know where Hestia went at this time." After muttering silently, Morning Star returned to his room, washed up as usual, and went out of the bathroom to renew his grace. As Morning Star's blood dripped on his back, the azure light spread in the room. Chapter 20 Upgrade Retention. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, G265D503. Durability, G278D512. Dexterity, F305D523. Agility, F312D510. Magic, G200E456. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Magician, Swordsman. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can separate a clone that can transfer strength for combat. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Skill. Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eye Mode. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Gold will reincarnation explosion. Has the ability value reached D? My qualifications are really evil. Looking at the updated value of Grace, Morningstar couldn't help but sigh. This is not Morningstar's boasting, but the fact. Advertisement. Morningstar is sure that since the birth of God's grace, no one has a talent like him, and the ability value is improved as easily as drinking water. It took only 3 days to upgrade to D, which is unprecedented. Even the red-eyed rabbit Bell was forced to go on an expedition by the guild after he upgraded to LV4. It was the same for him to reach the level that could be upgraded in one expedition. After all, even Bell did it in one expedition. But it took him only 3 days to do it. Bell was still a little worse than him. Immediately, Morningstar looked at the sacred text below the ability value. As long as an adventurer has one ability value reaching D, he can upgrade with enough great deeds. Morningstar's 4 ability values have all reached D, and only the magic power is still at E. In this case, Morningstar has reached the minimum condition for upgrading. And because he killed so many Minotaur at LV1, Morningstar's great deeds value can be said to be full, and it can be said to be full. It is even possible that it has overflowed, just like Lu in the original work. Of course, this is just a sincere guess. However, although it is possible to upgrade, Morningstar will not upgrade just like that. If he upgrades like this, he will only be an ordinary adventurer even if he upgrades. Powerful adventurers basically need to have one ability value reach S before they choose to upgrade. Like Sword Princess Ace of Loki's family, they are all like this. The brave Finn and heavy Jeegers of the Big Three even upgrade after 2 ability values reach S. And Oda of Freya's family is even more amazing. He can be called the Emperor of the Panel. His ability values have been trained to the limit. 4 ability values have reached the S level, and 2 of them, Strength and Durability, have directly reached the level of S999. The other 2, Dexterity and Agility, have also reached S991 and S989 respectively. Only the magic value slightly held back, reaching only D. Morningstar benchmarked himself against these powerful adventurers. Even more, Morningstar wanted to surpass them. With his own talent, even if he couldn't break the limit like Bell in the original work and reach the level of SS or SSS, he had to train all 5 ability values to S999. Otherwise, he would be ashamed of his talent. After burning the grace paper, Chenxing solidified the updated grace, then put on his clothes, left the room and walked towards the kitchen. Because Hestia was not there, Chenxing only prepared his own dinner. After a simple dinner, Chenxing, who had nothing to do, returned to his room to create magic. Advertisement. Because he was in his room, Chenxing did not create offensive magic, but chose to develop defensive and auxiliary light magic. Chenxing's imagination is not special, but he read a lot of novels in his previous life, so he still has some imagination. In just 1 hour, Chenxing created 10 magics. 5 defensive ones and 5 auxiliary ones, a total of 10 bottles of potions for restoring mental power were consumed. Let's stop here today. Rubbing his forehead and feeling the tingling sensation in his brain, Chenxing muttered silently. Although there is a potion to restore magic and mental power, it is still a bit difficult to approach mental exhaustion several times in an hour. The brain has given a warning. If it continues, it will really be mentally exhausted. Chenxing doesn't want to be mentally exhausted. Rubbing his forehead and leaving the bedroom, Chenxing took a glass of water in the kitchen. When passing by Hestia's room, Chenxing knocked gently, but there was no response for a long time. Then he gently pushed the door and found that it was actually open. The room was dark. Chenxing turned on the magic stone lamp. The room was empty and there was no sign of Hestia. Hestia, this guy, hasn't come back yet so late. Looking at the empty room, Chenxing frowned slightly. It's so late, it's not good for a girl to be outside, I forgot that Hestia is a goddess, there's no need to worry, everything, it would be strange if I didn't worry. After the gods descended to the world, except for some special gods, they are basically powerless guys. The same is true for Hestia. It's so late and she hasn't come back yet, so I'd better go find her. After muttering to himself for a few words, Chenxing decided to go out to find Hestia. As his first friend in this world, Hestia still has a heavy weight in Chenxing's heart. Forget it before, now Hestia lives with him, and Chenxing will still worry if she doesn't come back so late at night. After leaving the library, Chenxing began to think about where Hestia would go. Mai's Tianqing shop, then the base camp of the Hephaestus clan, and then the underground church. After that is the residence of the Jianyulei clan, but he doesn't know where that place is. In addition, the most likely place is the tavern near Northwest Street. After thinking silently for a while, Chenxing decided on the order of search and walked towards the dark street. Chapter 21, Cultural Invasion, Sneaky Figures. Hestia. Didn't she go back? At the Tianqing shop, Mai was very surprised when he heard what Chenxing said. He already knew that Hestia was living near the library. Hearing that Hestia hadn't gone back so late, he was a little worried. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and he was really worried that something might happen to Hestia. I'll go with you to look for her. Mai, who was worried about Hestia, got up and wanted to go with Chenxing to find Hestia. Hestia has a friend named Jianyulei. I don't know where his residence is. Do you know, Mai? Chenxing nodded and asked. I know where it is. I'll go to Jianyulei to have a look. Mai nodded to show that he knew, and then offered to go there to look for it. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll go to the Hephaestus family to have a look. Chenxing nodded and thanked him. Okay, let's split up. Mai nodded slightly, and then took Naza and Chenxing out of the store. It was so late, the store was naturally not open, and there was Northwest need to close the store. After the three left the store, they split up. Mai and Naza went to the Jianyulei clan, while Chenxing rushed to the Hephaestus clan. Soon Chenxing came to the Hephaestus clan. Lady Hestia. I've been here. I remember that Lady Hestia left with Lady Hephaestus 2 hours ago. I don't know where they went. At the Hephaestus clan base camp, Chenxing asked the guards of the Hephaestus clan, and the guards immediately told Chenxing what they knew. Hearing that Hestia left with Hephaestus, Chenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, Chenxing was curious. These two people ran out so late, where did they go? An answer instantly emerged in Chenxing's mind. Tavern. According to Chenxing's understanding of Hestia, Hestia would come out at night, probably just to drink. In the original book, Hestia went out to drink with Mai at night and complained about the protagonist Belle's lack of understanding of romance. Other than that, Chenxing couldn't think of what the two of them were doing outside at night. After pondering for a moment, Chenxing took a step and looked for taverns in the 3 streets of Northeast Street, North Street, and Northwest Street. As for why he was looking for 3 streets, it was because the Hephaestus family was in Northeast Street, and the two were likely to drink in a nearby tavern. Advertisement. And then it was Northwest Street. Because there were the most taverns in Northwest Street. As for North Street, well, it was just passing by. From Northeast Street to Northwest Street, it was across North Street. If Chenxing wanted to come to Northwest Street, he naturally had to pass by North Street and search for it. Did I guess wrong? Chenxing walked slowly on the dim street, frowning slightly. 2 hours have passed since the search for Hestia began. Morning Star has searched both streets, but couldn't find Hestia and Hephaestus. Let's go back and take a look. Since he couldn't find the two, he decided to go back and take a look. Maybe Hestia has returned to the library. Do what you want to do. Morning Star walked towards West Street, where the library is located. However, on the way back to the library, Morning Star passed by the largest tavern on West Street. The Rich Hostess Tavern. During this time, the Rich Hostess Tavern was still very lively, and all kinds of noisy sounds were constantly coming from it. Morning Star paused, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. I have found many taverns, and now I pass by the Rich Hostess Tavern, so I will go in and take a look. Maybe Hestia and Hephaestus are here. After all, the Rich Hostess Tavern is quite famous in Orario. The Hostess of Plenty is very big. After entering the tavern, Morning Star began to walk around the tavern, looking for Hestia and Hephaestus. However, it was obvious that Morning Star's luck was not good. Morning Star walked around the entire tavern, but did not see Hestia and Hephaestus. Elf boy, didn't you find the person you were looking for? Just when Morning Star was disappointed, a voice came over. It was the proprietress in the bar, Aunt Mia, the owner of the Hostess of Plenty, a retired member of Freya's family, a dwarf with a level of LV6. However, although she was called a dwarf, Aunt Mia's height was about 1.8 meters. Because of this height, Aunt Mia was often complained by others. Even the heavy Jeegers of Loki's family complained about Aunt Mia's unscientific height. Forget about mixed blood, how can a pure-blooded dwarf grow so tall? Morningstar was not surprised by Aunt Mia's words. As soon as he came in, he looked like he was looking for someone, so the clerk of the Rich Hostess Tavern didn't come to disturb him. I didn't find it. Chenxing nodded to Aunt Mia and replied. Really? That's a pity. Since you're here, do you want to taste some delicious food? Aunt Mia said with a smile after hearing Chenxing's answer. As soon as these words came out, Chenxing's body froze. Good guy. Advertisement. Since you're here. This is one of the 4 famous quotes in the country where I lived in my previous life. I didn't expect to hear it in this world. Has Chinese culture invaded the other world at this time? What's wrong? Aunt Mia noticed Chenxing's reaction at the first time and asked with a frown. What's wrong with this elf boy? Why did he freeze directly after just saying one sentence? There's nothing special about what I said just now, right? It's okay, help me pack a barbecue. After coming to his senses, Chenxing shook his head and said. Since we are here, let's spend some money here today. Take away a portion of barbecue, a large portion. Aunt Mia shouted loudly towards the kitchen after hearing what Chenxing said. Hearing this, Chenxing's eyes twitched slightly. Young people should eat more. Aunt Mia said with a smile. What can Chenxing do? He is treated as the protagonist, what else can he say? The treatment of Belle in the original book. The kitchen did not let Chenxing wait for long, and soon someone came out with a large oil paper bag. And it was a familiar and unfamiliar existence to Chenxing, a compatriot in this life. Here. Lu handed the large portion of barbecue in his hand to Chenxing expressionlessly. Thank you. Chenxing reached out to take it, nodded, thanked Aunt Mia, and then went to pay the bill, and then left the Rich Hostess Tavern directly. Lu quietly watched Chenxing's back as he left, without moving. What's wrong, Lu? Are you attracted to this boy? Seeing that Lu didn't move, Aunt Mia joked. No, nothing. Lu shook his head and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Aunt Mia looked at Lu's back and frowned slightly. After taking Lu in for so many years, this was the first time she saw Lu showing concern for someone. Although a little surprised, Aunt Mia didn't care too much and continued to wipe the wine glass. However, at this moment, Aunt Mia suddenly caught a glimpse of a head sticking out of the kitchen door, and the owner of the head was looking at the direction of the door with bright eyes. Looking at the figure, Aunt Mia had a bad feeling in her heart. No way. Chapter 22, Everything Goes to the Reverse. It's so strange, I can't see the soul of that child. At this time, at the kitchen door of the Rich Hostess Tavern, Sheer, with gray hair, was looking at the direction of the tavern door with curiosity. She was busy in the kitchen just now and didn't come out, but when she passed by the kitchen door, she casually glanced and found a figure with no light on the soul. She didn't react when she saw this figure, but she reacted the next second. But when she reacted, the figure had disappeared. However, Sheer knew that she was definitely not wrong. Just now, she did see a person whose soul she couldn't see at all. You know, she is the best at seeing through other people's souls. Even if it is a god, she can see a little bit of his soul. After all, this is because she has eyes that can see through the soul. And her name is Freya, the god of love and beauty. As long as it is life, there is a soul, and the soul will emit light, but these lights vary from person to person. What she likes most is the soul that emits brilliant light, so she has been collecting some lower world humans whose souls emit brilliant light to join her. But this is the first time she has encountered a being who can see the soul, but has no soul light at all. In theory, only the dead have no soul light, because the soul disappears. But the figure just now obviously cannot be a dead person. The dead will not move. For a moment, Sierra's heart aroused strong interest, regardless of her current work, and quickly ran out of the kitchen and ran to the door of the tavern. However, when she walked out of the door of the tavern, she scanned the streets on both sides, but it was pitch black and no one could be seen. Did it disappear so quickly? Standing at the door of the tavern, Sierra murmured in a low voice. What's wrong, Sierra? Sierra's friend Lu saw Sierra's actions and followed her out. Just heard Sierra's words and spoke with concern. Lu, do you know who the person who bought the barbecue just now is? Hearing Lu's words, Sierra remembered that Lu had just contacted the person just now, and asked hurriedly. It's a compatriot, but I don't know him. Lu was slightly stunned, and then answered truthfully. Advertisement. Elf. Sierra heard the words, murmured in a low voice, and didn't say anything else. After smiling, she walked inside. Behind him, Lu frowned slightly when he saw Sierra like this. I always felt that Sierra was hiding something. But she didn't care too much, her brows loosened, followed Sierra into the tavern, and continued her work. The rich hostess tavern was busy until after 12 o'clock before sending the last guest away and closing. The tavern waiter walked back and forth in the tavern, cleaning up the tables, chairs, and tableware. Aunt Mia called Sierra over. Which elf boy do you like? Looking at Sierra, Aunt Mia's face was very complicated, and she said, well, that boy is very special. Sierra replied with a smile. After getting this answer, Aunt Mia was slightly silent, and finally said nothing, shook her head and joined the cleaning team. This is much more interesting than Soul Glory. Sierra ignored Mia and looked towards the gate. A faint smile appeared on her face and she whispered. Chenxing didn't know that he was targeted by Sheer just because he went to the hostess tavern of Fengzhou. And the reason for targeting was so weird. Chenxing knew that Sheer was in the hostess tavern of Fengzhou. But Chenxing didn't care about Sheer's existence. Because Chenxing didn't think that he would be targeted by Sheer. After all, he had the world's grace, and Sheer, that is, Freya, could not see through his situation. However, Chenxing didn't expect that it was precisely because he had the world's grace and was blessed by the world that Freya's eyes that could see through the light of the soul could not see the light of his soul at all. It was precisely because she couldn't see the light of her soul that Freya targeted him instead. If he knew, Chenxing would definitely be speechless. Because he really didn't expect this. The information of the world's grace told Chenxing that other gods could not see through his information, but did not tell Chenxing that they could not see through it in this way. Advertisement. Even the soul light disappeared. She was so eccentric. Freya, a god who could see through the soul light, met such an eccentric person. It would be strange if she didn't pay attention to him. In Morning Star's understanding, the existence of the world's grace would prevent him from being noticed by any god. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. But Morning Star didn't know these. At this time, Morning Star had returned to the library. When he returned to the library, Morning Star saw Hestia sitting at the door. Ah, Morning Star, you are finally back. I thought you were not back. Seeing Hestia, before Morning Star could speak, Hestia quickly ran to Morning Star and directly blamed her. Obviously, he was worried about her safety, so he ran out to find her. But listening to Hestia's words, it seemed more like she had just returned from the dungeon. And Hestia found that she was not in the library so late, thinking that she had not come back from the dungeon, and was worried about her safety. She wanted to say something, but seeing that Hestia was concerned about her safety, Chenxing shook her head and didn't say what she wanted to say. Let's go, it's late, go back and rest. Chenxing stretched out her hand, patted Hestia's head in Hestia's unhappy eyes, and said softly. At this time, Hestia saw something from Chenxing's clothes, and then seemed to think of something, and the whole person suddenly became a little embarrassed. You came back a long time ago, and then found that I was not there, so you went to find me. It's good that you know. Next time you go out at night, leave a note for me, don't let me look for you everywhere like a headless fly. Chenxing glanced at her and said lightly. Ahahaha, **, sorry, I will definitely leave a note for you next time. Hestia was even more embarrassed, and apologized with a laugh. Well, let's go in. Chenxing nodded, and did not ask Hestia what she did at night. This was not his business. Yes. Chapter 23, A Similar Past, Sierra Froe. After eating the barbecue that he packed with Hestia, Chenxing returned to his bedroom. In the bedroom, Chenxing rarely rested directly, but lay quietly on his bed, ready to see the system's drift bottle receiving pattern. In the past 3 days, he received a drift bottle every night. If he received it again today, then the receiving pattern of the drift bottle would probably be at night. Maybe he could get a drift bottle every night. However, Chenxing stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, and waited until the early morning, but did not wait for the familiar prompt sound. It seems that I guessed wrong. After whispering, Chenxing slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, early in the morning, Chenxing's biological clock made Chenxing wake up as usual. Hestia woke up quite early today. When Chenxing came out of the room after washing up, he saw that Hestia had woken up long ago, and had already packed up, and was in high spirits. You woke up quite early today. Looking at Hestia, Chenxing said with a smile. Ah, I had something to tell you last night, but it was too late, so I didn't. Get up early today, or you'll disappear again. Hestia said with a smile. What's the matter? Morning Star continued to walk outside without stopping, asking at the same time. Hee, I'll go ask Hephaestus for help. If you want to buy equipment in the future, go to Hephaestus and tell him my name. Hephaestus will arrange it, give you the best equipment, and give you a discount. Hestia said with her hands behind her back, and she was jumping up and down. After saying this, Morning Star paused and stood there in a daze. What's wrong? Seeing Morning Star stop, Hestia looked over with some confusion. Hestia, why are you so nice to me? Morning Star did not answer immediately, but stared at Hestia for a few seconds, and then slowly spoke. Potions and equipment, these two things that are absolutely indispensable for adventurers, Hestia is trying to help herself. Morning Star couldn't figure out why. It's okay for Mai. Introducing myself to Mai can also be regarded as bringing business to Mai. It's a win-win situation for both of me and Mai. Advertisement. But it's different for Hephaestus. Hephaestus is not short of business, and because Hestia is not enterprising, Hephaestus drove Hestia out, and she is still angry with Hestia. But now Hestia went to Hephaestus specifically for me. And she succeeded. You know, in the original book, although Hephaestus is Hestia's best friend, and the relationship between the two is as good as sisters, Hephaestus doesn't care about Hestia at all in this regard, and wants Hestia to be self-reliant. It's obviously impossible for Hephaestus to agree to ask Hephaestus to take care of herself, but Hestia succeeded. Chenxing doesn't know what Hestia has paid to help herself. Chenxing is puzzled. Why does Hestia help herself so much? I had clearly rejected Hestia's invitation to create a family together before. Hestia was also stunned when she heard what Morning Star said, and then a bright smile appeared on her face. Because I see the shadow of my past in you, Morning Star. Hearing this, Morning Star seemed to remember something. Hestia seemed to be a homebody. Since her birth, she had been staying alone in her temple, without any contact with anyone. It was not until the appearance of Hephaestus that Hestia gradually connected with the heaven. It seemed that her situation was a replica of Hestia's past. Although she was no longer opposed to contact with other people, before Hestia appeared, she had been alone and had no contact with this world. Standing there in silence for a long time, Morning Star said thank you softly. Thank you, Hestia. You're welcome. Morning Star did not stay in the library for too long. He made 2 breakfasts, ate breakfast with Hestia, and left the library with Hestia's blessing. Be careful on the way. Morning Star. Morning Star did not answer, but waved his hand, and then walked towards the direction of the Hephaestus family residence to get his weapons. Advertisement. Nothing happened when he took the weapon. Chenxing got his weapon back smoothly and walked towards the Tower of Babel. However, when passing by the rich hostess, Chenxing was stopped. Adventurer, was the barbecue delicious last night? The gray-haired girl with made hair said to Chenxing with a smile. Delicious. Chenxing nodded and replied. I have to say that the barbecue Chenxing bought last night was really delicious. However, Chenxing was a little speechless when he thought about this guy's cooking. The casually made food is delicious, but the seriously made food can break the abnormal resistance of the second-level adventurer. That was made by Sierre. Thank you for your affirmation, adventurer. By the way, Sierre is called Sierre. What is your name, adventurer? Hearing Sierre's words, Chenxing felt a little relieved. Good guy, you did it. Fortunately, you made it casually at that time. If you did it seriously, wouldn't I be poisoned to death? Even Lu and others couldn't stand the lunch Sierre made carefully. How could I stand it? This has to mention the gold content of the original protagonist, who was fine. my name is Chenxing, please give me more advice. Facing Sierra's chat, Chenxing didn't think too much, nor did he think that he was being targeted, and replied with a smile. After all, the grace of his own world has a hidden function, and the goddess of beauty Freya can't see his situation at all, and naturally can't target him. Until Sierra escaped from behind with a wrapped lunchbox, Chenxing's face changed slightly. Mr. Chenxing, if you don't mind, please take this lunchbox with you. I hope Mr. Chenxing will visit the hostess of Fengyu often in the future. Looking at Sierra with a smile, Chenxing's eyes twitched slightly. What's going on? Chapter 24, Shier's Chat, the God of War's Blessing. Freya, goddess of beauty, sends lunchboxes. This is the treatment of the protagonist Belle. Although it is in the name of inviting more patronage, Chenxing knows it. In the original book, Sierra sent lunchboxes in this name, but in fact, she was targeting Belle. And now, Sierra sent lunchboxes to herself. Is this targeting me? Even if my soul is brilliant and I have the ability of world grace, Freya, goddess of beauty, can't see it. Could it be, because of the existence of world grace, Freya, goddess of beauty, can't see my soul clearly? And because she can't see my soul clearly, she is interested in me. Chenxing's brain turned quickly and soon thought of a possibility. Thank you. But I won't accept the reward without merit, so forget it. While the brain was working at high speed, the real Chenxing rejected Sierra's kindness and then slipped away quickly. Allah, it's him. Sierra was not angry at being rejected by Chenxing. Looking at Chenxing's back, her eyes narrowed slightly. She did not go back last night, but lived in the dormitory of the Fengrao Hostess Tavern. Because Lu was the last person to contact Chenxing last night, she stayed in the dormitory to ask Lu about Chenxing's information, such as Chenxing's appearance. Unexpectedly, she got the news from Lu that Chenxing passed by the Tower of Babel from the entrance of the Fengrao Hostess Tavern yesterday morning. After knowing this, she thought about it and came up with an idea. She prepared a lunchbox early in the morning, and then swept the entrance of the tavern to see if she could wait for Chenxing to appear. Unexpectedly, Chenxing really appeared. She followed the plan to send a lunchbox to Chenxing and chatted with Chenxing on the pretext of attracting customers. Although Chenxing did not accept it, Sierra did not care. After all, they just met, and this reaction is normal. As long as she finds opportunities to contact Chenxing more in the future, Chenxing will accept her sooner or later. At that time, she will study Chenxing's situation carefully. Advertisement. On the other hand, after leaving the Fengrao Hostess Tavern, Chenxing quickly rushed towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. System, what is the situation of my world grace? Morning Star, who was doubting the world grace he had, asked the system in his mind. Host, the god that the world grace owner can become in the end is the king of gods, which is more powerful than any god in this world. Therefore, no matter what god it is impossible to see through the host's situation. The goddess of beauty Freya can see the soul brilliance of other gods, but cannot see through the host. In the eyes of the goddess of beauty Freya, the host's soul should not be able to see a single ray of brilliance. Facing Morning Star's inquiry, the system gave an answer. Hearing this answer, Morning Star's eyes twitched slightly. In other words, his guess was right, because his world grace was too advanced, but it was found that something was wrong. He was now being targeted by the goddess of beauty Freya like the protagonist Belle. This is troublesome. Morning Star now just wants to grow up quietly and doesn't want to be disturbed. But being targeted by the goddess of beauty Freya, it is absolutely impossible for him to grow quietly. Do I have the ability to resist now? Thinking of this, Chenxing couldn't help but sigh. However, it was just a sigh, and Chenxing soon put the matter aside. There was nothing he could do if he was targeted. Only by growing up as soon as possible could he deal with the troubles that followed. Thinking of this, Chenxing couldn't help but speed up and rush towards the Tower of Babel. He soon arrived at the Tower of Babel and entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Chenxing directly turned on the reincarnation eye mode, quickly flew through the passage, and rushed towards the middle level. Just like yesterday, it took more than an hour for Chenxing to reach the 15th floor smoothly. As soon as he landed, Chenxing contacted the reincarnation eye mode and saved his energy. After taking a look at the familiar passage, Chenxing took a step and walked, waiting for the welcome ceremony of the dungeon. However, after walking for several minutes, Chenxing did not welcome the welcome ceremony of the dungeon, but instead welcomed the system prompt. Ding. You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. Advertisement. Drifting bottle. It appeared in broad daylight. Open it. Chenxing was a little surprised when he heard the system's prompt, but he didn't stay surprised for too long, and chose to open it directly. Ding. The drifting bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blessing of the God of War. The blessing of the God of War, the blessing from the world of Re-Zero, the owner can obtain the corresponding weapon use skills and use various weapons proficiently. Seeing this newly acquired ability, Chenxing's eyes widened slightly. Good guy, remember this thing is Lai Aotian's blessing, it actually appeared here. Without any hesitation, Chenxing directly put this blessing on himself. Ah. No change. After using the blessing of the God of War on himself, Chenxing began to look forward to this ability, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, his body did not change, which made Chenxing a little confused. However, Chenxing didn't have too many events to be confused. Because just when Chenxing was confused, the dungeon seemed to finally remember himself as an intruder and began a welcome ceremony. Minotaur broke out of the wall and the ground, staring at Chenxing. Seeing this, Chenxing also grasped the long sword at his waist and pulled it out directly. At this moment, a lot of information suddenly emerged in Chenxing's mind. In just 1 second, Chenxing received all this information. At this time, Chenxing understood the effect of the blessing of the God of War that he had just obtained. The blessing of the God of War needs to be held in his hand to take effect. And the moment he held the long sword just now, many exquisite fighting skills for using the long sword emerged in his mind. Haha, it's really a good blessing. Feeling that he had mastered so many fighting skills in an instant, Chenxing couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, muttering in his heart. The next moment, Chenxing flashed and took the initiative to attack. Ayo. Chapter 25, Powerful Combat Techniques, New Magic. The Golden Finger is indeed worthy of being called a Golden Finger. Before, Chenxing was a latecomer, a wild man, crossing the river by feeling the stones, but now, with the blessing of the God of War, Chenxing has become a martial artist who has practiced hard for decades under the guidance of a famous master and has high martial arts skills. The blessing of the God of War allowed Chenxing to master extremely powerful sword skills in an instant. It is simply not comparable to what Chenxing had slowly explored through fighting before. After gaining the fighting skills of using the sword under the blessing of the God of War, Chenxing realized how crude the fighting skills he had explored in the previous battles were, and they could not be compared with the skills he has mastered now. Even in the battle, the wear and tear of the weapon has improved a lot. Yesterday, Chenxing fought with the Minotaur. Under the siege of several Minotaurs, without using sneak attacks, Chenxing needed more than a minute to kill a Minotaur. But now, facing the Minotaur that surrounded him, Morning Star found the weakness of the Minotaur in just one round and chopped one of them with one sword. This feeling is incredible. After chopped the Minotaur with one sword, Morning Star quickly retreated from the encirclement and murmured in a low voice. The next second, Morning Star flashed again, and appeared in front of another Minotaur almost in the direction of teleportation, and chopped it with one sword. The siege of the monsters would be disrupted as long as one monster was missing. Morning Star took this opportunity to attack. When Morning Star's attack was chopped out, the Minotaur was unable to react and was directly hit. The powerful slash fell down, directly cutting the Minotaur in half, and the huge upper body fell diagonally to one side, gradually turning into ashes. Seeing that Chenxing had killed 2 of his companions so easily, the remaining 3 Minotaurs seemed to be terrified and took a few steps back. Then they turned around and ran away in Chenxing's surprised eyes. Chenxing was stunned when he saw this scene. His offensive actually scared the Minotaur. This situation only happened in the monster feast that the Loki family encountered when they returned from the failed expedition in the original book. Dion and Diana killed 2 Minotaurs in seconds, which scared dozens of Minotaurs directly, causing the Minotaur to flee to the upper level. It was because of the escape of the Minotaur that the protagonist of the original book, Belle, met the Sword Princess Ace, and the protagonist Belle was born with a yearning for this skill. Advertisement. I didn't expect that I would experience this kind of treatment. However, although it was an accident, Chenxing didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen arrows of light appeared in front of Chenxing. This is the light magic created by Morning Star last night, the light arrow, which is somewhat similar to the light feather, but is faster, much faster than the light feather, and is most suitable for dealing with enemies that are too far away. It is especially suitable for Morning Star's current situation. Because Morning Star is now in a cave with many connections, and the three Minotaur knew to escape separately, running towards one of the caves respectively. Morning Star's speed is very fast, and he can catch up with one of the Minotaur. But in this case, Morning Star will not be able to kill the other two Minotaur. The speed of the light arrow is much faster than that of Morning Star, and it can completely penetrate the three Minotaur before they enter the passage. Morning Star waved his hand, and many light arrows turned into streams of light, and appeared behind the three Minotaur in an instant, directly piercing the Minotaur's body with a penetrating wound, almost like a sieve. In this case, even if the monsters have strong vitality, they can't survive. In fact, it is true. After the arrow of light pierced the three Minotaur began to burn and turned into ashes bit by bit. Only the magic stone fell on the ground, making a ding-dong sound. Chenxing picked up the magic stone on the ground, then walked forward and picked up the other three magic stones. After picking up the magic stones, Chenxing continued to walk. I don't know if it's because the dungeon is too big or for other reasons. Chenxing went to the dungeon these days. Except for the spiral staircase at the beginning, Chenxing didn't meet other adventurers. Chenxing was always alone. For a whole day, Chenxing's experience was no different from yesterday. If there is a difference, it is that Chenxing today is particularly easy to fight because of the blessing of the god of war. Advertisement. However, this also leads to less combat experience that Chenxing can gain. That's right, combat experience. As for combat skills, Chenxing is no longer worried about this thing. With the blessing of the god of war, Chenxing will master the use of any weapon and various combat skills at the first time, and they are permanent combat skills. Instead of putting down the weapon, these guys' combat skills will disappear. Of course, this is just nonsense. The only thing Chenxing needs now is to fight with a large number of monsters and besiege himself with a large number of monsters, so as to gain intense combat experience. Only in this way can Chenxing gain a lot of combat experience in the battle. If the number of monsters is small, Chenxing can't pose a threat at all in his current situation. Chenxing can kill them easily. In this way, Chenxing can't get much combat experience at all. Even so, Chenxing still gained a lot of combat experience today. Picking up all the magic stones on the ground, Chenxing looked at the time and found that it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so he set off to return. It took more than an hour again for Chenxing to return to the ground. After exchanging magic stones in the exchange and obtaining nearly 1 million Wallace again, Chenxing went to the guild again and exchanged all the magic stone fragments obtained from killing monsters on the return journey in the past 2 days. Originally, I wanted to chat with Aegina, but I didn't see Aegina. Chenxing had to give up and rush to the library with today's gains. Because of the blessing of the god of war, Chenxing knows weapons very well and can minimize the wear and tear of weapons when dealing with monsters. So Chenxing didn't need to send his weapons for maintenance today and went back to the library directly. Chapter 26: The Reason for Establishing a Family. When he returned to the library, Hestia was not there again, but this time she left a note to tell Morning Star where she went. This guy went to Hephaestus again. Knowing where this guy went, Morning Star was not worried. As long as he didn't come back too late, it would be fine. Morning Star simply washed up and went to the kitchen to prepare a dinner for himself. I have to come back early tomorrow. There is not much food left. I need to replenish it. Looking at the ingredients in the refrigerator, Morning Star muttered to himself and then closed the refrigerator door. There are refrigerators in this world, but the energy source of the refrigerator is magic stone, and I don't know who developed it. After dinner, Morning Star returned to the bedroom again and started today's update directly. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, D503C621. Durability, D512C610. Dexterity, D523C645. Agility, D510C623. Magic, E456D589. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Magician, Swordsman. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can separate a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Skills. Advertisement. Rinnegan. Rinnegan mode. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Gold will reincarnation explosion. God of War's blessing. Weapon control. 18 kinds of weapons, mastering the same superb fighting skills. Today's grace is much less than yesterday's. Sure enough, it's because I got the blessing of the God of War today, and my strength has become stronger. The monsters of the young men can't put me in a hard fight. In the fierce battle, the number of hard fights and fierce battles will be less, and my training will be correspondingly weakened. It's normal that the grace will be reduced in this case. Sure enough, the blessing of the God of War has also been captured by the world's grace. Looking at the changes in grace, seeing that the increase in grace ability value is much less than yesterday, Chenxing is not too puzzled, because Chenxing has already had a bottom in his heart. The improvement of grace is generally improved in training and fighting. The stronger the training intensity and the stronger the fighting intensity, the greater the improvement of grace. Of course, this is in the absence of bottlenecks. Once you fall into a bottleneck, no matter how hard you fight, it will not work. Just like the sword princess of Loki's family. And Chenxing has enhanced his fighting skills by several levels today because of the blessing of the God of War. It is easy to deal with monsters, unlike yesterday. Only when there are too many monsters can Morning Star be in a difficult battle like yesterday. In this case, it is normal for Morning Star's grace ability value to increase. Then, Morning Star looked at the skills, and looking at the newly added skill of the God of War's blessing, Morning Star showed a look that was as expected. The previous reincarnation eyes and thoughts were captured by the world's grace, and there was no surprise in today's God of War's blessing. After reading the grace, Morning Star directly lit the grace paper, and then carved the updated grace. As for the upgrade option, Morning Star didn't even look at it. Before the 5 ability values reach S999, Morning Star will not upgrade. After updating the grace, Morning Star leaned on the pillow, picked up the book on the bedside table and started reading. Not long after, Morning Star heard the movement outside. After clipping the bookmark, putting the book on the bedside table, Morning Star got up and left the bedroom. After coming outside, Morning Star saw Hestia's voice. "Hey, Morning Star, I'm back." Hestia also saw Morning Star and waved to Morning Star. "Well, welcome back, Hestia." Morning Star nodded slightly and replied, then curiously asked Hestia. "Didn't you say that your god friend Hephaestus didn't want to see you because you were not doing your job? Looking at you like this, it doesn't seem like that." Morning Star knew that Hestia was driven out by Hephaestus. Hephaestus didn't want to pay attention to Hestia. But seeing that Hestia went to Hephaestus twice in the past 2 days, Hephaestus didn't seem to want to pay attention to Hestia. I went to Hephaestus to discuss the establishment of the family. Hephaestus would naturally not see me." Hestia smiled and told the reason. Advertisement. Hephaestus was angry because she was half-hearted in recruiting family members and establishing the family. Now that she has taken the initiative to find Hephaestus and said that she wants to establish a family, Hephaestus will naturally not miss Hestia. Hestia went to Hephaestus tonight to ask Hephaestus to help keep an eye on the reserve adventurers who are not suitable for Hephaestus's family, that is, to find new people to join the family. Really? That's good. Keep up the good work, Hestia. Morning Star was a little surprised when she heard this, but then nodded to encourage her. "Yeah, when the time comes, I will recruit members of the family, and after the family is established, I will let my family act with you. 2 people together will also have someone to take care of, which is better than just one." Hestia nodded and expressed her thoughts. "Is that so? In that case, you have to speed up. My improvement speed is very fast. Maybe in a few days, I will be upgraded. I won't stay in the upper level at that time." Hearing what Hestia said, Morning Star was slightly stunned, but then he laughed. There is nothing wrong with Hestia's idea. After all, new adventurers have a long rookie period, which means they will stay at the LV1 level for a long time. Adventurers at LV1 are active in the upper level. In Hestia's eyes, she is a new adventurer, and if nothing unexpected happens, she may be a new adventurer in 1 or 2 years. And she is now creating a family and letting the members of the family act with her, which is completely no problem. However, to disappoint Hestia, her grace is improving too fast. It is estimated that she will be upgraded to LV2 in a few days. Moreover, even if she is not upgraded, she is now in the middle level and cannot be in the upper level. Don't worry, I will create a family as soon as possible. Hestia nodded seriously and said confidently. As for Morningstar's words that he will be upgraded soon, Hestia did not take it to heart at all. By the way, Chenxing, I need to go out to look for clan members these days. Can the library be open every other day? Just half the salary. No problem, you decide. No need to reduce the salary. Really? Thank you so much. Chapter 27 Aegina's Kindness. For the next 4 days, Morningstar was active on the 15th floor. It's almost time, I should go back. After killing the last Minotaur, Morningstar began to pick up magic stones and prepared to leave the dungeon. 3 days later, Morningstar's ability values have been upgraded to S level, but they have not reached the limit. Today is another day of fighting. I will probably reach the limit when I go back to update in the evening and can upgrade. By the way, Morningstar's luck seems to be not very good in these 3 days. He has not received a single drift bottle. Although there is no new drift bottle, Morningstar has developed a lot of light attribute magic in the past few days. Morningstar now has 10 types of light attribute magic: attack, defense, and auxiliary. Morningstar did not continue to develop, but these magics are enough for Morningstar to use now. There is no need to waste time to develop other ones. With the reincarnation I mode turned on, Morningstar quickly returned to the ground. After exchanging the magic stones obtained in the middle level for Wallace at the exchange, Chenxing took some magic stone fragments to the guild, exchanged them for Wallace, and then found Aegina to make up for the lessons. During these 3 days, Chenxing would come back earlier and come to the guild to exchange information about the dungeon with Aegina. It was precisely because he came back early that Chenxing's ability value did not reach the limit of LV1 in 4 days. Otherwise, according to the previous improvement speed, it would have reached the limit long ago. In 3 days, Chenxing asked Aegina for information about deeper floors in a cycle. Aegina didn't want to tell Chenxing at first, worried that Chenxing would be too ambitious. However, after Chenxing repeatedly assured her and Chenxing had nothing to do every time he came back, Aegina still found out all the information Chenxing asked about and told Chenxing. It was also because although Chenxing asked for information about deeper floors, he did not be too ambitious. Aegina also knew that Chenxing did not act rashly, so she told Chenxing the information with confidence. Now Aegina is no longer worried about Chenxing asking for information about deeper floors. Advertisement. So today Chenxing is going to ask Aegina for information about the middle level, and Aegina did not refuse. After taking the information about the middle level, she started to make up lessons for Chenxing. You just became an adventurer not long ago and you want information about the middle level. If it weren't for the fact that you are really just curious about the information and will not act rashly, I really wouldn't give you this information. In the small compartment of the guild, Aegina explained the information about the middle level to Chenxing while saying, "Thank you, Aegina." Chenxing smiled and thanked her. By the way, have you been wearing these equipment to the dungeon these days? Aegina nodded, then looked at Chenxing's body, and then asked with a frown. Chenxing's weapon has been in the scabbard, so Aegina didn't know that Chenxing's weapon was the 3rd level. But Chenxing's defensive equipment was too shabby, even she couldn't stand it. Well, what's wrong? Chenxing nodded and replied. For Morningstar, defensive equipment is really nothing. Because Morningstar is getting stronger in all aspects, his physique is improving along with his strength. When monsters of the same level attack Morningstar, at most Morningstar will suffer minor injuries. Morningstar's situation is the same as Oda's. He doesn't need defensive equipment to defend himself. Morningstar knows his situation very well, but it doesn't mean Aina knows Morningstar's situation. Hearing what Morningstar said, and thinking of the amount of magic stones that Morningstar has exchanged in the past few days, Aina suddenly had a plan in her heart. Most of Morningstar's gains from going to the dungeon are too small, so he can't afford better equipment. Just think of it as me supporting you. Morningstar, come to Rebel Square tomorrow afternoon, and I'll take you to Babel Tower to buy a set of defensive equipment. Aina said to Morningstar with her frown loosened. Aina, I don't need these. Hearing Aina's words, Morningstar immediately refused. Okay, stop talking, it's settled. Come back early tomorrow afternoon, I'll wait for you at Rebel Square around 4 o'clock. Aegina interrupted Chenxing's words and said very firmly. Advertisement. In Aegina's opinion, Chenxing was just a teenager with self-esteem, so he didn't want to accept help from others. After that, Aegina left with the information, leaving Chenxing alone in the compartment. Opening his mouth, Chenxing wanted to say something, but in the end he took back what he was about to say. Okay, Aegina wanted to help him out of her kindness, so he accepted this kindness and then thought of a way to repay Aegina. Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing also stood up, walked out of the compartment and left the Pantheon. After leaving the Pantheon, Chenxing did not return to the library, but went to the Hephaestus family. Because of the blessing of the god of war, Chenxing had a deep understanding of weapons, so he would try to reduce the wear and tear of weapons as much as possible during battle. Therefore, in the past few days, although Morningstar's weapon has been worn out, it has not yet reached the point where it needs maintenance. However, after not maintaining it for a few days, the weapon in Morningstar's hand also needs maintenance. If it is not maintained, Morningstar is worried that he will not be able to hold on until he comes back tomorrow, even if he needs to come back early tomorrow. According to the situation when he came before, after entering the base camp of the Hephaestus clan, Morningstar went directly to the forging workshop where the dwarf uncle who had maintained his weapon before was. Huh? Is it you, kid? Come to maintain your weapon again. I don't know how this dwarf uncle remembered Morningstar. Obviously, when Morningstar came here before, he didn't even raise his head, but today Morningstar came and recognized Morningstar at a glance. Well, please, uncle. Morningstar nodded. Someone wants to maintain your weapon, come with me. Uncle Buck nodded, but he was not prepared to accept this maintenance commission. Instead, he stood up and said to Morningstar, and then walked out with his hands behind his back. This situation surprised Chenxing a little, but Chenxing didn't say anything, just quietly followed the dwarf uncle. It wasn't until the dwarf uncle took Chenxing to a forging workshop and saw a familiar but unfamiliar figure in the forging workshop that Chenxing opened his mouth slightly. Chun. Chapter 28, Tsubaki Kobrand, the exclusive forger. That's right, the person who appeared in front of Morningstar was the leader of Hephaestus's family, Tsubaki Kobrand, the first master craftsman of Orario. Tsubaki wanted to see me. Oh, you're here. Tsubaki also saw the arrival of Morningstar and the others, and immediately greeted them happily. I've brought the people here, and I'll leave the commission to you. The dwarf uncle nodded to Tsubaki, then turned around and left, leaving Morningstar here. Excuse me, what do you want to see me for? Looking at Tsubaki's enthusiastic attitude, Morningstar asked with some doubts. I have no intersection with Tsubaki. Could it be that Hestia told Hephaestus about her existence, and then Tsubaki knew about it and wanted to see her? It shouldn't be possible. Although Hestia asked Hephaestus to take care of her, there was no need to do this. Nice to meet you, Tsubaki Kobrand, you can just call me Tsubaki. What's your name? Tsubaki nodded, but did not tell the purpose of inviting Chenxing over. Instead, he introduced himself and asked Chenxing's name. Chenxing. Chenxing nodded slightly and said his name. Chenxing. I will call you Chenxing from now on. Chenxing, where is your weapon? Let me see it. Tsubaki nodded, and then his eyes fell on the weapon on Chenxing's waist. Chenxing was still a little confused, but he pulled out the long sword from his waist and handed it over. Tsubaki took it and observed it carefully. The more he looked, the more satisfied Tsubaki's expression became. Sure enough, you take good care of your weapon. This weapon has experienced a lot of battles, but it is only worn to this extent. Chenxing, let me be your exclusive forger. After carefully observing Morningstar's weapon for a while, Chun looked up and said to Morningstar. Morningstar was stunned and didn't say anything. He just looked at Chun with a puzzled look, as if asking why. Why would Chun, the first master craftsman in Orario, take the initiative to find an adventurer like himself who uses a third-level weapon? If you want to be a dedicated blacksmith, you should also look for a first-level adventurer, right? Advertisement. I like weapons very much. Nowadays, adventurers don't take good care of their weapons. I have seen the weapons you sent over a few days ago. You take good care of your weapons, right? I am optimistic about you. However, I originally thought that your care for weapons was only to the extent of the past few days. But today, it seems that you really care about your weapons. There are so many traces of battle on it, but the degree of wear and tear on the weapons is only this degree. If it were someone else, it would have been damaged long ago if it were not an immortal weapon. I like your care for weapons very much. Originally, I just wanted to help you maintain your weapons. But I have changed my mind now. Let me be your exclusive forger. Given your situation, you should treat the weapons I forge well. It is the best choice for the weapons to be handed over to adventurers like you. Looking at Chenxing's puzzled expression, Tsubaki could more or less guess what Chenxing was thinking. After placing the long sword on the workbench beside him, Tsubaki explained with a smile. For forgers, weapons and equipment can be said to occupy half of their lives. For Chun, equipment is her life. It is a very lucky thing for a forger to be able to hand over his weapon to someone who loves the weapon. Because in Orario, such a person is almost like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it is difficult to meet. Many forgers will even be sad because their forged weapons are damaged by the improper use of adventurers. For example, when Tiona of the Loki family was on an expedition, her weapon Urga was corroded by a new type of monster. After returning and informing the forgers of the Gubernui family about this, the forgers of the Gubernui family who participated in the creation of Tiona's weapon Urga felt like the sky had fallen. And meeting a person like Morningstar who loves his weapons, Chun naturally has a good impression, so she proposed to take over the commission of Morningstar's weapon maintenance a few days ago. But today, seeing how much Morningstar cares for his weapons is really beyond her imagination. From her perspective, it can be seen that Morningstar's weapons have experienced at least hundreds of very fierce battles. And the collision of the weapons was also very serious. If it were other adventurers, after such a battle, their weapons would have been damaged long ago and would not need maintenance at all. Advertisement. But although Chenxing's weapons were worn out, they could be restored through maintenance. What this meant, Chun naturally knew. It was also a blessing for Chun to be able to hand over her weapons to such an adventurer. After listening to Chun's explanation, Chenxing was slightly enlightened and nodded in understanding. Although he didn't know much about the situation of the blacksmith. But Chenxing, who had read many novels in his previous life, could more or less understand the idea that the blacksmith wanted his weapons to be handed over to someone who loved the weapons. If this happened a few days ago, Chenxing would really feel embarrassed. Because he didn't know much about weapons and didn't take good care of them. The reason for that was entirely because he hoped to reduce the wear and tear of the weapons as much as possible, so that he could fight longer. But now, Chenxing really said so. The blessing of the god of war made Chenxing very familiar with weapons, and his understanding of weapons also made Chenxing have a special feeling for weapons, and he would naturally take care of his weapons. How about it, do you want to sign a contract with me? Looking at Chenxing's reaction, Chun smiled and spoke again. Then please give me more advice, Chun. Facing Chun's repeated questioning, Chenxing smiled and nodded, and stretched out his hand to Chun. Ah, please take care of me in the future. Chun stretched out his hand and shook Chenxing's hand. Please leave your weapon here, and come back tomorrow to get it. I promise to maintain it perfectly. After releasing his hand, Chun turned around and looked at the long sword on the workbench, stretched out his hand and gently stroked the sword body, and murmured as if talking to himself. Well, then I'll leave it to you. Chenxing nodded and asked. Well, leave it to me. Chun patted his chest and said turbulently. Morning Star. Come on, follow me to my office, let's sign an exclusive contract. Chun didn't notice Morning Star's gaze, and turned to walk towards the door. Seeing this, Morning Star followed. The two soon came to an office suitable for blacksmiths, and signed an exclusive contract between blacksmiths and adventurers in the office. Chapter 29, Breaking the Boundary and Making a Clear Statement. However, before leaving, Chenxing specifically asked Chun not to reveal his affairs to anyone. After all, if Hephaestus knew of her existence, Hestia would probably know about it. Although Chun was a little surprised, she nodded and agreed. After all, it was just a small matter, nothing big. When Chenxing bought a large amount of potions from Mai before, he also asked Mai and Naza. Although he didn't know why Chenxing concealed the fact that he bought a large amount of potions, they both promised Chenxing that they would not tell anyone about it. After leaving Hephaestus's family, Chenxing returned to the library. The library was not closed at this time, but there were not many people in the library, only a few. And Hestia rarely read books today, but put her chin on the counter of the cashier, with a look of despair on her face. Chenxing knew why Hestia was like this. During these 4 days, Hestia ran around outside for 2 days, but she didn't fool anyone. Hestia is now in a state of doubt about her life. She didn't expect that recruiting a family would be so difficult. Are you okay, Hestia? Looking at Hestia's appearance, Chenxing asked with concern. I'm fine, Chenxing, go and rest first, let me be quiet. Hestia looked at Chenxing blankly, waved her hand, and said weakly. Seeing this, Chenxing didn't disturb Hestia. After looking at Hestia again, Chenxing walked towards the inner courtyard. Back to his bedroom, Chenxing washed up as usual, and then started his grace update today. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, S933SS1046. Durability, S944SS1065. Dexterity, S955SS1023. Agility, S966SS1089. Magic, S977SS1100. Upgrade. Optional development ability, Magician, Swordsman. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can separate a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Advertisement. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eye mode. Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Gold will Reincarnation Explosion. God of War's Blessing. Weapon Control. Master all kinds of weapons. Superb combat skills. Looking at the changes in the grace ability value, Morning Star blinked slightly, but was not too shocked in his heart. Regarding the changes in his grace today, Chenxing has 2 guesses in his heart. The first is that the ability value has reached the limit of S999. It has reached the bottleneck period. The second is to break the boundary, enter a new field from S, and reach SS. The ability value reaches S999, which is the highest value that the ability value can reach since records. Alphia seems to have not made it public, so others don't know. The Fierce Oda's talent is strong enough. He has trained his ability value to S999, but he is also trapped in this value. Since the appearance of God's grace, only the protagonist Belle and Bells and Alphia have reached it in the entire Orario. And Chenxing is too confident in his talent. The protagonist Belle has a special skill, so he can improve so quickly, and he has also broken the boundary and stepped into a new field. But Chenxing does not have this skill. But Chenxing's growth rate is not slower than Belle Crane at all, and it is even much faster than Belle Crane. It took Belle Crane 1.5 months to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. But Morning Star only took a few days to achieve full ability S achievement. This qualification is much more terrifying than Belle Crane, who has the skill of admiration, and it can be called the most evil existence in the history of Orario. With this evil qualification, Morning Star is naturally full of confidence in himself, thinking that he can break the boundary like the protagonist Belle and step into the SS level. And today's update tells Morning Star that his guess is right, and he does have the qualification to break the boundary. Advertisement. Therefore, Morning Star is not surprised, but shows a reaction as expected. Since the boundary has been broken, there is no need to rush to upgrade. Continue to improve the ability value, and upgrade it after the ability value cannot be further improved. Looking at the value changes on the grace paper, Morning Star smiled slightly, muttered in his heart, and then burned the engraved grace paper after solidifying the grace. After leaving the room, Morning Star went to prepare dinner, and then brought dinner to Hestia. Pushing the dinner in front of Hestia, Chenxing started to eat his portion. Hey, Chenxing, is it really that difficult to recruit a family? Hestia didn't hesitate to pick up the chopsticks and started eating, but while eating, she complained to Chenxing about the difficulty of recruiting a family. Well, a new family is like this, you need to work hard. Come on, keep working hard and there will definitely be people willing to join your family. Chenxing heard the words and comforted with a smile, but a red-eyed rabbit appeared in his mind. I don't know if Hestia can recruit Belle Crane, after all, there is one more person now. Although I didn't do anything, the butterfly effect is still terrible. Well, I know, I will work hard to recruit a family as soon as possible and let her accompany you. Hestia nodded and said, "Ah, you are still thinking about me." Hearing what Hestia said, Chenxing smiled slightly. If his situation was not too shocking, Chenxing really wanted to tell Hestia directly. However, after thinking about it, Chenxing still didn't say it. If he really said it, it might not make Hestia more determined to create a family, and it might make Hestia give up. Chenxing didn't know why Hestia was so good to him. Even recruiting family members seemed to be for him to have a companion to go to the dungeon together. If Hestia really knew that he was already in the middle level, Hestia would probably have no motivation to create a family. After all, if he recruited new family members, the family members would only be active in the upper level, and they had no ability to go to the middle level and could not accompany him. With Hestia's current negative state, she probably gave up directly. "Yeah, I'm worried about you being alone in the dungeon." Hestia nodded and said. Hearing this, Chenxing was silent, opened his mouth, and asked the question he had been concerned about in a low voice. "Hestia, why do you care about me so much?" Hestia's thoughts on creating a family are very obvious these days, and what is more obvious is Hestia's purpose in creating a family. It can be said that Hestia founded the family entirely for herself. Why did Hestia do this for herself? "Morning Star, I have a good impression of you. Not as a friend, but as a partner in the future. I don't want anything to happen to you." Hearing Morning Star's question, Hestia was slightly stunned. She did not answer immediately, but fell silent. After a while, a bright smile appeared on Hestia's face and she said with a smile. Hearing this, Morning Star was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she smiled and slowly spoke. "Is that so? It just so happens that I like you too." Chapter 30, Commission, the Perseverantiere. The next morning, Chenxing got up early. After a simple wash, Chenxing left the library without disturbing Hestia, who was still sleeping, and rushed to the location of the Hephaestus family. Because Chun knew that Chenxing would come to get weapons early in the morning, she woke up very early. "Here, it has been maintained. I also polished it specially, and it is better than the original sword." Chun handed Chenxing's third-level long sword to Chenxing and said with a smile, "Thank you." Chenxing took the sword and unsheathed it directly, then observed it carefully and found that it was really better than before, and then smiled and thanked. Mouth habit. "I am now your exclusive forger. You can come to me to order any equipment you need. By the way, you don't have any defensive equipment. Do you need to make a set of defensive equipment for you?" Chun hummed, then looked at Chenxing's body, then frowned and said, "Thank you, but I don't need it." Chenxing smiled and declined. "Yeah, okay. If you need it in the future, just come to me directly." Chun nodded without forcing Chenxing's refusal. "Yeah." After chatting with Chun for a few words, Chenxing left the Hephaestus clan and rushed to the direction of Tianqing's shop. "I forgot to replenish the potion last night, so I went to replenish it this morning." Chenxing didn't buy too many potions to restore mental power in the past 2 days. Because there is no need to develop creative magic in the dungeon, the consumption of mental power is not great. So the potions to restore mental power that Chenxing bought in the past 2 days have returned to normal. This made Naza look at Chenxing with resentment, as if Chenxing was a heartless man. "Do you really not need more potions to restore mental power, Mr. Chenxing?" Naza said, looking at Chenxing with expectation. Chenxing, straight face. "I really don't need too much. I just need the same amount as the potion for restoring physical strength and healing injuries." Facing Naza's expectant eyes, Chenxing sweated for a while, and then said firmly. "Advertisement. Why buy so many potions? I can't use so many. That's a pity." Seeing Chenxing's firm refusal, Naza sighed and had to give up. "Regret, this is just your regret." Looking at Naza's regretful look, Chenxing complained in his heart. Immediately, Chenxing took the potion and prepared to leave here. Chenxing really couldn't stand Naza's resentful little eyes. However, when Chenxing was about to leave, Naza called Chenxing. "Mr. Chenxing, do you accept the commission?" Commission? What commission?" Chenxing paused and asked. "A request to collect materials. There is a kind of fluorescent powder on the 6th floor of the dungeon, which is a material for me to make potions. If possible, please help me collect some." Naza nodded and then expressed her thoughts. The prices of materials collected by other adventurers on the ground and materials collected by others from the dungeon are obviously different. The materials on the ground are brought back from the dungeon by some members of the clan who have changed their job to collect materials. They sell them to members who specialize in selling potions. After one hand, the price becomes more expensive. If you directly entrust adventurers to collect materials, the price will be much lower. Entrust Chenxing to collect materials. This is the idea that Naza has come up with in the past 2 days. Because Naza saw that Chenxing seemed to be doing well in the dungeon, he should be able to collect materials during the adventure. So Naza tentatively proposed this commission. It is better to keep the fat water in the field. Compared with other adventurers, giving Chenxing this commission that can be paid for work can also bring Chenxing some extra income. If it is possible, it is great, but if it is not possible, it doesn't matter. Is that so? Okay, I will take this commission. How much do you need? Chenxing nodded and agreed after hearing this. Advertisement. £1. After leaving Naza, Chenxing rushed towards the Tower of Babel. However, as expected, Chenxing was stopped by Sierre again when passing by the Fengyu Hostess Tavern. Miss Sierre, I really don't need a lunchbox. Please don't bother me. Chenxing shirked and left quickly, leaving Sierre with a lunchbox in her hand, looking helpless. It's really a headache. This kid is stubborn. Looking at Chenxing's back, Sierre rubbed her eyebrows and murmured in her heart. Originally, she wanted to use this method to get closer to Chenxing. But Chenxing didn't give her any chance at all. Not to mention getting along well after getting closer, this is the only time she can get in touch with Chenxing every day. If she hadn't found out which clan Morning Star belonged to and where he lived, she would have really wanted to go to his house directly. P.S. In the original book, the goddess of beauty Freya didn't find out where Belle lived and which clan he belonged to at the beginning. It can only be said that Freya didn't find out about such a large clan, and could only learn about it from Hestia in the Divine Meeting, which is outrageous. Looking at the back that gradually disappeared from her sight, Seal sighed and returned to the tavern with her lunchbox. What, hit a wall again? Inside the tavern, Aunt Mia looked at Seal, who came in and put on a teasing smile on her face. Mr. Morningstar seems to have some misunderstandings about me and has been unwilling to accept my kindness. Seal looked distressed, and the smile on her face was a little far-fetched. That boy has a keen sense. Aunt Mia smiled meaningfully. As soon as these words came out, Seal's body stiffened. She naturally knew what Mia meant, so she couldn't refute it. And at this moment, Lu came out of the kitchen. Sheer, do you like that fellow countryman very much? Yes, I like Mr. Chenxing very much, but it's a pity that Mr. Chenxing doesn't like me. Sheer rubbed her face to make her cheeks less stiff, then turned to look at Lu and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu was silent for a moment, then nodded and said nothing. Since Sheer likes that fellow countryman, then try to take care of him as much as possible in the future. Chapter 31, Monster Feast, Loki's Familia. Chenxing didn't know what happened in the Rich Hostess Tavern. At this time, Chenxing had already started his journey with his reincarnation ion. When passing the 6th floor, Chenxing didn't stop. Although he accepted Naza's commission, Chenxing didn't plan to collect it now, and planned to do it when he came back in the afternoon. Yesterday, he got the information about the floors after the 15th floor from Aegina, and Chenxing planned to fight all the way from the 15th floor today. With the reincarnation ion, Chenxing rushed straight to the 15th floor. It took more than an hour to reach the 15th floor from the 1st floor before Chenxing stopped. Not long after arriving at the 15th floor, Chenxing received a warm welcome from the dungeon. The 15th floor is very large, almost comparable to Orario. Chenxing fought all the way and spent more than an hour to find the passage to the next floor and entered the 16th floor. Oh, finally other monsters have appeared. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger appearing on the 16th floor besides the Minotaur, Chenxing was a little overjoyed, and then rushed out quickly, killing the saber-toothed tiger with a sword. As Chenxing's ability value increased, Chenxing's strength was greatly enhanced. Now, facing the LV2 monster, relying on his strong fighting skills, Chenxing can kill the LV2 monster directly. That is, when there are many monsters, Chenxing will have to work a little harder. This is also one of the reasons why Chenxing's ability value will increase slowly. There is no way his own strength becomes stronger, but the strength of the monster will not become stronger, resulting in his own crushing of the monster. Waving his weapon, Chenxing began to kill on the 16th floor. In more than an hour, Chenxing directly killed through the entire 16th floor. It seems that because Chenxing killed too many monsters, Chenxing did not find the passage to the 17th floor, and the dungeon no longer gave birth to monsters in front of Chenxing. What a disappointment. Looking at the quiet corridor, Chenxing curled his lips, and continued to walk forward without stopping, looking for the passage to the 17th floor. Advertisement. After spending more than 10 minutes and going through many twists and turns, Chenxing finally found the passage to the 17th floor, stepped into it, and entered the 17th floor after a few minutes of walking. Ah, it's the Minotaur again. Seeing that the dungeon began the welcome ceremony just after entering the 17th floor, Chenxing said lightly. Immediately, the weapon on his waist was unsheathed again, and the magic circle behind him was also unfolded, and Chenxing rushed out quickly. The number of monsters in this wave was not large, only 7, which could not play a much training role for Chenxing, so Chenxing directly used magic. Among the 5 ability values of Anhui, magic power is the easiest to improve. Magic power does not need to be like the other 4 ability values. It needs to be improved through fierce hand-to-hand combat or high-intensity training. As long as you keep using magic and consuming magic, you can improve your magic power. However, whether you can improve it depends on your personal situation. After all, there is a bottleneck period for any ability value. Morning Star is improving in all aspects, so naturally you will not fall behind in the training of magic power. When fighting monsters, you will also release magic from time to bombard monsters. The magic created by Morning Star is very powerful. When it was first developed, the magic power was already in the category of the best among LV2. Now, with the improvement of Morning Star's strength, Morning Star's strongest magic firepower has reached LV3, and it will consume more magic power when it goes all out. Because of the large consumption of magic power, Morning Star does not need to use magic continuously. It was just that every time he encountered a wave of monsters, Chenxing would use magic once, and kill as many as he could, and the rest would be left to hand-to-hand combat. The beginning of the first battle on the 17th floor also meant that Chenxing began to bloodbath the 17th floor. Chenxing began to slaughter the monsters again, killing all the way. However, when he killed to a huge space, Chenxing stopped, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Monster Feast. Chenxing actually encountered a monster feast. After so many days in the lower middle layer, this was the first time Chenxing encountered a monster feast. Encountering a monster feast, Chenxing could not help but feel no panic, but was excited in his heart. It was said before that with the improvement of Chenxing's strength, the number of ordinary monsters could no longer play a big role in training Chenxing. But the monster feast was different. Advertisement. The number of monsters that could be called a monster feast was at least more than 20. 20 LV2 monsters besieged Chenxing, and even Chenxing needed to deal with it with all his strength. This means that Morning Star will be caught in a fierce battle again. Only fierce battles can quickly improve Morning Star's ability value. Looking at the group of Minotaur that surrounded him, Morning Star's mouth curled up slightly. The next second, Morning Star rushed out. The fight officially began. At the same time, when Morning Star and Monster Feast collided, on the other side, in the passage not far from the space where Morning Star was, a team of several people was slowly walking towards the space where Morning Star was. If Morning Star was here, he would definitely recognize the identities of these people at the first time. Brave Finn, Sword Princess S, Grey Wolf Bert, Angry Snake Dion, Great Cutoff Diana, and the high-level members of the Loki family, except for Heavy Jiggers, everyone else is here. Looking at the appearance of the people of the Loki family, it seems that they have just returned from an expedition. What a pity, it's so hard to reach the 50th floor. While walking, Great Cutoff Diana said with a face full of complaints. That's enough. How long are you going to complain? Her sister, Angry Snake Dion, who was beside her, heard her sister's complaints again and said angrily. On the way back, she didn't know how many times she heard her sister complain about the special events that happened during this expedition. But what exactly is that caterpillar-like thing? Dion didn't pay attention to her sister's words, but talked about the new monster encountered in this abnormal event. Her weapon was corroded by the mucus of the new caterpillar-like monster, which made her feel distressed for a long time. If Chenxing heard the conversation between the two, he would definitely know what time period he is in now. He would also know another point. That is, the plot is completely messed up. Chapter 32, Acey's Evaluation. From the conversation between Tioni and Tiona, it can be heard that the Loki family has experienced a failed expedition due to the sudden appearance of a new type of monster, and is now on the way back. At this time, Belle Crane, the first member of Hestia's family in the original book, has not even appeared. Isn't this a mess? The two sisters chatted while walking, and Tioni put her hand between her chest and took out a different magic stone from it. The normal magic stone is dark purple in color, but the magic stone that Tioni took out at this time is orange, and there is a green light flashing inside the magic stone. Is this the monster that those caterpillars dropped? How did you get it? Tiona asked curiously. Just insert it directly and pull it out. Tioni made an attacking gesture and said calmly. However, Tiona beside her broke out in a cold sweat. This sister of mine is really ruthless. The blood of those caterpillars is corrosive, and her weapons were corroded. As a result, her sister actually inserted her hand into the body of the monster and forcibly pulled the magic stone out of the monster's body. Before, Diana felt her scalp tingling when she thought about the corrosiveness of the liquid in the monster's body. However, she found another problem. Her sister's body was harder than Urga's to some extent, and it was not corroded. And just at this time, Diana found that Finn and Lavilia, who were walking in front, actually ran, followed by Acey and others. What happened? Diana hurriedly ran after them and shouted to Finn and others in front. The same thing happened to Dion beside her. It seems that there is a monster feast in front, let's go and take a look. Finn, who was running in the front, explained without looking back. Monster feast. I didn't expect to encounter it here, interesting. Hearing that she actually encountered a monster feast, Diana was a little excited and sped up. On the other side, Morning Star was completely trapped in the encirclement of Minotaur. Advertisement. Minotaur after Minotaur continued to attack Morning Star. The battle was very fierce, but Morning Star was able to handle it with ease. Although he was occasionally attacked, he was only slightly injured. This situation was what Morning Star wanted. Surrounded by many Minotaur, Morning Star's face was full of smiles. Such a monster feast, Morning Star wished to come more times. Now Morning Star is no longer satisfied with the monsters that appear one by one. Grace is based on the foundation. After each level upgrade, the ability value continues to increase on the basis of the strength of the new level, and becomes stronger. Its strength also increases with the basis of the new level. Therefore, the strength will change drastically after each level upgrade. Before using the World Grace, Morning Star had the combat power of LV2 because of the serum, so Morning Star's LV1 can be said to be LV2. Now that his ability value has crossed the limit and reached the SS level, it can be said that Morning Star's strength has completely surpassed the LV2 level, and can even be compared with those LV3 adventurers who upgrade casually, that is, they upgrade as soon as they reach the minimum upgrade limit and their ability value reaches D. Even a LV3 adventurer would be very passive in the face of such a Minotaur monster feast. However, Morning Star is different. Facing the Minotaur monster feast, Morning Star is relaxed and carefree, and does not take these monsters seriously at all. The powerful combat skills that Morning Star possesses can easily deal with the attacks of monsters in the monster feast. Taking a step back, Morning Star also has light attribute magic and the reincarnation I mode. This magic skill can be said to be Morning Star's trump card. However, what Morning Star is pursuing now is to improve the ability value in the fierce battle, so it will not be used casually. Needless to say, magic, one move can at least kill several Minotaurs directly. Morning Star is now counting on this large wave of Minotaur to let himself fall into a fierce battle. How can he use magic to clean up the ground? And the reincarnation I mode, the power of this skill is the same, not only it consumes a lot of physical strength, but also some long-range attack methods, which cannot exercise Morning Star at all and improve the grace ability value. So Morning Star will not use it casually. The current situation is very good. However, if it is really dangerous, Morning Star will use these two trump cards without hesitation. Advertisement. While Morning Star was enjoying the fierce battle, Finn and others from the Loki clan finally came to the vicinity not far away. The members of the Loki clan who came to the vicinity saw Morning Star besieged by the monster feast at first sight. Ah, it's too bad that I encountered a monster feast alone. Captain, I'll go help that elf brother. Seeing that Morning Star was besieged by so many minotaurs alone, the innocent and romantic Diana was ready to help immediately. However, just when she came to Finn and was about to pass by Finn, Diana was stopped. Wait, Diana, don't act rashly. Finn said with a frown. Eh? Why, Captain? Diana was a little puzzled. Since she saw it, she couldn't just watch the elf brother in front of her being killed by monsters. Dion and Bert also looked over, puzzled as to why their leader would stop Diana. Flawless sword skills. At this moment, AIC suddenly spoke, and a sentence stunned Diana and the other two. Watch carefully, this is an existence that has trained its combat skills to the pinnacle. Finn also spoke. At first, Finn didn't see it either, and thought that Morning Star was besieged and in danger, and wanted to help, but Finn saw that something was wrong with AIC, who seemed a little excited. This situation made Finn pause for a moment and observe. This observation made Finn realize that something was wrong. Good guy, Morning Star, who was surrounded by Minotaur, was in danger, and was clearly enjoying the siege of Minotaur with ease. The elf in front of him was using the Minotaur group to temper himself. That powerful combat skill made even Finn look sideways. After hearing Finn's words, Diana still had some doubts, but she still did what Finn said. And with this observation, the three of them also understood why Finn stopped them. Diana. How could this young man in front of him be in danger? He was clearly enjoying himself. Chapter 33, Praise from Loki's Familia. In the monster feast in front of him, Morning Star seemed to be surrounded by dangers, but if you observe carefully, you can find that this is only the surface. The real situation is that Morning Star is at ease shuttling between the monsters' attacks to counterattack them. Sometimes, even if attacked by monsters, Morning Star endured it at the lowest cost, and it seemed that it could not pose a threat to Morning Star at all. What made Diana and others completely confirm this fact was the faint smile on Morning Star's face. Whose good people can smile when they are surrounded by dangers? Only those crazy perverts can do that. Morning Star doesn't look like a pervert at all. Naturally, Morning Star also noticed the existence of Finn and others. When Finn and others first appeared, Morning Star recognized their identities at first sight. At first, Morning Star was worried that Finn and others would intervene. After all, from the original book, Finn and others are positive characters, at least not negative adventurers. If they encounter their current situation, they will probably help. However, after seeing that Diana wanted to attack but was stopped by Finn, Morning Star understood that Finn should have seen his situation. So Morning Star also felt relieved to continue fighting with Monster Feast. The place where Morning Star was a huge space, with many passages in all directions. Originally, Morning Star thought that Finn and others would leave through other passages in order to hurry. Unexpectedly, Finn and others stood at the entrance of the passage and quietly observed the situation on their side. Although being watched by others, Morning Star did not feel uncomfortable and let Finn and others watch from the side. As long as Finn and others did not disturb his battle. At this time, the Loki family. I am not familiar with the skills of using swords, but I feel that this guy's fighting skills are really the same as what AIC said, without any flaws. I simulated it in my mind and found that no matter how I attacked, the situation of the elf brother seemed to be able to block my attack. Advertisement. If you don't use your powerful strength, you can't take him down at all. Dion looked at the battlefield for a long time, touched his chin and said his thoughts. She found that if she suppressed her strength to the same level as Morning Star, she seemed to be no match for Morning Star at all. Only by relying on stronger strength and crushing in terms of strength and speed can she defeat Morning Star. Ah, me too. This fighting skill is too perfect, isn't it? Diana nodded in agreement. She watched for a long time and found that Morning Star's fighting skills were so perfect that she couldn't find any point to break in. TSK, I have to admit it. Even Bert, who has always been rebellious, couldn't find any flaws in the battle in front of him. If it were him, using the strength shown by Morning Star, referring to the level of grace ability, to deal with the monster feast in front of him, he would definitely do it so perfectly. It's even hard to say whether he can survive the crisis. How about it, with your eyes, can you see anything, Ace? Here, Finn watched for a long time and came to the same conclusion as Dion and others, then turned to look at Ace and asked Ace. Among the first-level adventurers present, only AC used a long sword as a weapon. In terms of swords, AC's knowledge is obviously better than theirs. It's still the same as before, perfect. Even if it's me, I probably can't beat him with the same strength. AC's eyes did not shift, still staring at the battlefield, and replied lightly. Everyone present was stunned when they heard AC's words. I didn't expect AC to give such a high evaluation. She actually admitted that she might not be the opponent of Morning Star with the same strength. You know, AC is one of the best people-to-people masters in Aurario. In an instant, everyone looked at the battlefield, and their eyes changed when they looked at Morning Star on the battlefield. When did Aurario have such a sword master, who made AC feel inferior? And being able to fight against the monster feast alone and with ease, this strength is at least the top column in the ability value of LV2, and it can even be said to be LV3 strength. Lafia, I am your fellow elf. At this time, Diana came to Lafia and said to Lafia. Advertisement. Ah, it's an elf. Lafia was slightly stunned. She didn't know what Diana meant by this, and she responded blankly. It feels like this is the first time I've seen such a powerful elf. Diana also came over and nudged Lafia with her elbow. Diana nodded in agreement. They have seen more powerful elves, but this is the first time like Morning Star. It is obvious that you are only at the level of LV2, but you rely on your own powerful fighting skills to be at ease in the feast of dozens of monsters without any danger. It would be great if I could spar with him. Looking at the battlefield in front of her and Morning Star on the battlefield, AIC murmured in her heart. Powerful fighting skills can also enhance one's own strength. Just like Morning Star in front of her. She thought she was already at the top in fighting against people, but the fighting skills that Morning Star showed now made her rarely think that she couldn't beat him. As soon as this idea came up, AIC's first reaction was to find Morning Star to spar with him and hone more powerful fighting skills. However, AC only thought about it in her heart. She really couldn't say such words casually. After all, they were strangers. The Loki family did not leave directly. They just stood quietly in front of the passage and watched the whole battle from the beginning to the end. Watching Chenxing feast on the monsters one by one, the monsters of the Minotaur group were killed. After the battle, Chenxing did not start picking up the magic stone directly, but looked at the Loki family, slightly puzzled. The people of the Loki family have been standing there, not leaving, watching him fight. What do they want to do? Chenxing will not classify the Loki family as enemies just because the Loki family did not leave and watched his battle. Because the people of the Loki family will not do this, it is the first time for him to contact the Loki family, and there is no grudge. After the battle, Finn and others also took steps and walked towards Chenxing. Soon they came to Chenxing. Chapter 34, Friendship of Loki's Familia. What a wonderful battle. My name is Finn Timna, can I meet you? Standing in front of Morning Star, Finn smiled and stretched out his hand to Morning Star. After seeing Morning Star's fighting skills that could easily handle the monster feast, Finn understood that the person in front of him would definitely rise in the future and become an equal to them in the future. So Finn didn't mind getting to know Morning Star now. As adventurers who were both conquering dungeons, there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Morning Star. Seeing this, Morning Star glanced at Finn, then at Finn's outstretched hand, thought for 2 seconds, then stretched out his hand and shook it together, and said gently. Excuse me, which clan is Mr. Morning Star from? Since he decided to make friends with Morning Star, Finn naturally needed to ask about Morning Star's clan. Otherwise, if he didn't even know Morning Star's clan, how could he make friends with him? So Finn didn't hesitate at all when asking. Lucifer Familia. Morning Star did not hide it and directly said the name of the familia he founded. Morning Star also saw that Finn was trying to befriend him. Morning Star did not mind this situation. When he first came to this world, Morning Star was out of tune with this world, but with the help of the old men, he had accepted this world. It's just that Morning Star's personality is more withdrawn and he doesn't want to run around, so he has no friends and no interpersonal relationships. Until Hestia became Morning Star's friend, Morning Star's personality began to change, and he no longer rejected contact with others. This is also the reason why Morning Star had a good conversation with Naza when he went to Tianqing's shop to buy potions. Later, Chun proposed to sign a forger contract with Morning Star, and Morningstar did not refuse for this reason. Now as the leader of the Loki Familia, the brave Finn Tim clearly showed goodwill to him, and Morningstar would not reject this goodwill. In the future, if Aurario wants to survive safely, he may need the help of the Loki Familia. Lucifer family. I see. Finn nodded slightly after hearing this. Advertisement. Hey, Brother Morningstar, the battle just now was so exciting. I have never seen such an exciting battle before. As soon as Finn finished speaking, Diana, who was a person of Finn's stature, couldn't help but speak up, watching Morningstar excitedly express her thoughts. Well, it was a wonderful battle. Sister Dion also agreed. Thank you for the compliment. Morningstar smiled and replied, and then began to pick up the magic stones on the ground. Brother Morningstar, I will help you pick them up. Seeing Morningstar picking up magic stones again, Diana took the initiative to ask, and then squatted down to help Morningstar pick up magic stones without waiting for Morningstar's answer. Thank you. Looking at Diana, who took action directly after speaking, Morningstar wanted to refuse. After all, there were only more than 20 magic stones, and he could pick them up quickly by himself, but Diana had already taken action directly. The words of refusal came to the tip of Morningstar's lips, but he didn't say it in the end, and just said thank you softly. I'll do it too. Tioni also said, and then started to pick up. Tioni had already started, so Tioni was not the only one. Morningstar did not refuse, and also thanked him softly. Seeing the actions of Tioni, AC, and others joined in without saying a word. More than 20 magic stones were picked up in just a few seconds. Morningstar, we are ready to go back. Do you want to join us? After picking up the magic stones and handing them to Morningstar, Finn asked Morningstar. Morningstar heard this, but did not answer. Instead he asked. Finn, when you came up, did you encounter the floor master when you passed by the wall of size? Morningstar's original plan was to fight all the way down from the 15th floor, and by the way, see if he could encounter the floor master Goliath, and use the floor master Goliath to test his current strongest strength. See if he can kill Goliath with the silver will rebirth explosion or the golden will rebirth explosion in one shot with the Samsara Eye mode. Of course, whether it is the silver will rebirth explosion or the golden will rebirth explosion, Morningstar can only hit it once. And it is not the strongest power of the two moves. There is no way, who makes Morningstar's current physical strength not enough to support the explosion of the full power of the silver will rebirth explosion and the golden will rebirth explosion. I didn't encounter it. Finn was a little surprised when he heard this, but then he answered Morningstar. They did not encounter Goliath on the way up. It's probably because Lavilia and Grace, who were walking in front of us, encountered them and took care of them. Diana said with her hands behind her back. Advertisement. It's also possible that the first-level adventurers of other large families took care of them. Dion followed. Perhaps they were killed by the adventurers on the 18th floor. AC also spoke up. Thank you, but I have to go to the 18th floor, so I won't go back with you. Morningstar nodded and thanked him after hearing this, and then declined Finn's invitation to go back together. Although the purpose is to find a floor master to compete, Morningstar will not say that he is going to fight the floor master, so he uses the excuse of going to the 18th floor to ask. This is very normal for adventurers. It is difficult for low-level adventurers to pass through the Great Wall of Size. It is best to know whether the Goliath in the Great Wall of Size is still there. If not, it's the best. If it is, you can also make some preparations for a quick passage. These are what Aina told herself, and they are also the consensus of low-level adventurers. Really? That's a pity. Then let's say goodbye here. Finn heard this and expressed regret. He was still thinking about exchanging fighting skills with Morningstar on the way back. The fighting skills that Morningstar showed in the previous battle were amazing even to him. This is why he felt that Morningstar would not die halfway and would go all the way to where they were. With such powerful fighting skills, as long as Morningstar is more cautious, he will definitely not die in the hands of monsters and can grow up smoothly. Well, goodbye. Nodding slightly to a few people, Morningstar took a step towards the passage where Finn and others came from. Finn and others came from that passage, which means that this passage has a road leading directly to the Wall of Size. Going directly here can prevent Morningstar from wasting unnecessary time. You say, Brother Morningstar, don't you want to fight Goliath? Seeing Morningstar's figure disappear from the passage, Diana suddenly said this. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. I don't think so. Finn's mouth twitched, and then he said. Chapter 35, By Chance, Goliath the Lonely King of the Labyrinth. Finn couldn't imagine the scene of Morningstar, a LV2, going to fight Goliath alone. It would be fine if Morningstar went with a group of low-level adventurers and some heavy equipment. But Morningstar was alone, and he didn't think Morningstar would be so unwise to fight Goliath alone. Although Morningstar's performance just now was very dazzling, so dazzling that he couldn't help but want to cheer. But this didn't make Morningstar have the ability to fight Goliath alone. After all, although Goliath was the first floor master, his strength was also outstanding among LV4. There were very few LV4 adventurers who could kill Goliath, not to mention that Morningstar's strength was not LV4. Don't think too much. There was no movement when so many of us passed by there, it must have been cleared out. Let's go quickly. Bert retracted his gaze and said lightly, then put his hands in his pockets and walked forward. Hearing this, everyone also felt that Bert's words made sense. After looking at the entrance of the passage again, they turned around and set off on the return journey again. Only AIC looked deeply at the passage for a few times before turning around and following the pace of the crowd. She had a hunch that Chenxing seemed to be really heading for the floor master. She didn't know how she had this hunch, but the hunch was very strong. If Chenxing knew what AIC was thinking at this moment, she would probably ask AIC if it was the roundworm in her stomach, and she was so sure. Of course, she might also ask Diana. After all, this guy was the first to guess Chenxing's thoughts. However, Chenxing didn't know the situation here. At this time, Chenxing had already walked along the passage and soon came to the sighing wall. Advertisement. The location of the sighing wall is a very huge space, and it is also the last level to the 18th floor. The passage to the 18th floor is just in front of the sighing wall. There is only one way, the sighing wall. If you want to go to the 18th floor, the sighing wall is an absolute danger that you can't avoid. Of course, it is only dangerous for low-level adventurers. There is no danger after the strength reaches LV3. There are still dangers at LV2, but starting from LV3, even if you can't beat Goliath, you can definitely escape from Goliath's men. The purpose of Chenxing coming here is Goliath, so he didn't rush like other low-level adventurers, and he wanted to move directly from this side of the passage to the other side of the passage. After coming out of the passage, Chenxing walked out slowly, and his eyes fell on a white and translucent wall in this space. This wall is the sighing wall, which is also the birthplace and habitat of Goliath. If Goliath is still there, then the sighing wall will react as soon as Chenxing steps into this space. But Chenxing has been standing here for almost a minute, and there is still no movement in the sighing wall. This makes Chenxing a little disappointed, and his brows are frowned. Sighing silently, Chenxing turned around and prepared to start the return journey. However, just a few steps out, Chenxing heard a very clear click, and the sound became louder and louder, and even began to echo in this space. Chenxing turned his head and saw that the Great Wall of Sighs had cracks, which spread out like a spider web. Seeing this scene, Chenxing's eyes suddenly lit up, knowing that this was the prelude to the birth of Goliath. It seems that his luck is very good. Goliath should be in the refresh cycle just now, and he happened to be encountered by Chenxing. With a thought, Chenxing directly entered the reincarnation eye mode. The azure light flame instantly covered Chenxing's whole body, and the seeking jade wrapped in blue light floated quietly behind Chenxing. Advertisement. Chenxing quietly looked at the Great Wall of Sighs that had not yet broken, took out a bottle of potion from the bag on his waist and drank it. This is a potion to restore physical strength. Chenxing consumed a lot of physical strength when fighting the monster feast just now, and his physical strength was seriously weakened. Although he had drunk the physical strength potion, he had not yet recovered to his peak state. Now that he has encountered Goliath, he naturally needs to replenish his physical strength. It must be said that the effect of the potion made by Maihen Naza is really good. As soon as the potion entered his stomach, Chenxing felt his fatigue gradually recede, and his physical strength gradually recovered, and the speed of recovery was very fast. In a blink of an eye, he recovered almost everything. The effect of Chenxing's potion has begun to take effect, and the sighing wall was directly broken at this moment. A grey giant with a height of 6 or 7 meters walked out of the wall, and the first thing he did was to roar to the sky, bursting out with an extremely loud roar. The loud roar echoed in this space, making Chenxing frown instinctively. The sound was too loud, and it was still echoing in this space, and Chenxing's ears suffered a lot. Feeling that his body had recovered to the state of the 7th or 8th level, Chenxing did not wait any longer, and did not hesitate. 9 seeking jades, 5 of which flew out from behind Chenxing, gathered in Chenxing's hands, and burst into a fierce light. In the blink of an eye, a golden lightsaber composed of light appeared in Chenxing's hand. Holding the lightsaber, Chenxing raised it high, looking at Goliath not far away with indifferent eyes. Goliath seemed to sense the breath of danger from the lightsaber in Chenxing's hand, and the roar stopped abruptly. Goliath stepped forward with his huge body and rushed towards Chenxing quickly. His huge feet landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Looking at Goliath who rushed over, both in momentum and body, he had a very strong sense of oppression. Chenxing looked calm and did not panic at all. The golden lightsaber held high fell gently. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Chapter 36, Kill Goliath in Seconds, Drop Materials. As Morning Star waved his hand, the golden lightsaber changed rapidly and turned into a giant sword several tens of meters long, which instantly slashed Goliath's body. Goliath, who was running, seemed to be completely unaware of the situation and continued to charge. The earth was still shaking. However, after 2 seconds, Goliath, who was running, suddenly stopped, trembled all over, and his huge body was directly split into 2 halves, burning and falling to both sides. The huge magic stone in Goliath's body also appeared in front of Morning Star at this moment. Under Morning Star's gaze, this one-person high magic stone cracked from the center, and then spread out in a spider web-like manner at lightning speed. In less than a second, the huge magic stone collapsed directly, turning into dots of starlight floating in the air. And at that moment, the underground city seemed to realize belatedly that Morning Star's attack just now seemed to have fallen on him. Bang! With a loud bang, the flat ground collapsed instantly. Starting from where Chenxing was standing, a dark gully that could not be seen to the bottom broke open. It was not too deep, but the ground was black, so the bottom could not be seen, spreading forward to the wall of size. Then, a more violent vibration than the tremor caused by Goliath's running fell on the space of the wall of size. The whole space shook violently, and the wall of size exploded with a huge explosion, which was 2 or 3 times larger than Goliath's body. Floating more than 10 centimeters above the ground, Chenxing looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes twitched slightly. Chenxing did not expect that the power of the Golden Will Rebirth explosion released by his 8th level of physical strength would be so powerful. In Chenxing's original expectation, being able to severely injure Goliath was already the best result. However, the result was far beyond Chenxing's expectations. The Golden Will Rebirth explosion released by the 8th level of physical strength actually killed Goliath in 1 second. Chenxing felt that he had greatly underestimated the power of the Samsara Eye mode. Come to think of it, after Otsutsuki Tonari, who possessed the Samsara Eye, activated the Samsara Eye chakra mode, he directly split the moon created by the 6 Paths Sage into 2 halves with a Golden Will Samsara explosion. Although that moon was much smaller than a normal moon, it was also very huge. Although he was not as good as Otsutsuki Tonari, the power of the Golden Will Samsara explosion released by spending 8 layers of physical strength directly killed Goliath, the floor master, in seconds, which seemed reasonable. After thinking about it for a while, Chenxing successfully put the matter behind him, and then began to feel distressed for the magic stone that had just disappeared. Advertisement. Such a big magic stone, if it was cut into pieces and sold, it could be sold for at least a few million. As a result, it was just destroyed by his sword. It was really a waste of natural resources. As for why it was cut into pieces and sold, it was naturally because Chenxing was not stupid. Such a large magic stone is obviously something that only the floor master can drop. If you really take such a large magic stone to exchange, others will know that it is the floor master's magic stone at a glance. Wouldn't that expose your strength? Moreover, carrying such a large magic stone is also ostentatious. Chenxing doesn't want to be famous now. You can expose your strength, but it can't be too outrageous. Dropped materials. While complaining in his heart, the space of the Psi wall finally stopped shaking. Chenxing glanced around and suddenly found that there was something where Goliath turned into ashes. And there was one kind on each side. Goliath actually dropped 2 materials. This immediately made Chenxing's eyes light up. His luck today is really good. He met the Goliath that Finn and others could not meet. And after killing Goliath, he got 2 materials at once. This is the first time he encountered dropped materials. He quickly flew to one side by controlling gravity and quickly checked the dropped items. The item dropped here is a skin, Goliath's skin. Looking at this skin, Chenxing suddenly remembered the situation in the original book. In the original book, because of the troublemaker Hermes' troublemaking behavior, the dungeon sent the enhanced Black Goliath to the 18th floor of the safe floor. Advertisement. The Black Goliath was killed by everyone on the safe floor, and a piece of fur fell, which was made into a scarf. During the forced expedition, this cloak saved Bell Crane several times, especially when he was hit in the neck by the destroyer Zagnet. Without this scarf, Bell Crane would have been GG. The fur in front of Morning Star is naturally not comparable to the fur dropped by the enhanced Black Goliath, but it is also a very precious material. If it is handed over to the forger for forging, it can at least be forged into a second-level defensive equipment. After picking up the fur and putting it in the bag, Morning Star flew to the other side. A bone fell in the material room on the other side. It was a bone from Goliath, but it was unknown which part of his body it was from. However, as a bone from Goliath, it is naturally a precious material. If it is forged into a weapon, it is estimated that it can reach the second level. After collecting this bone, Morning Star's depressed mood due to the disappearance of the magic stone was slightly relieved. And just at this time, Morning Star suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Turning his head, Morning Star heard that the source of the footsteps came from the entrance to the 18th floor. It seems that the adventurers on the 18th floor noticed the changes here, so they ran over. But Morning Star didn't want these people to know that he killed Goliath. Controlling gravity, Morning Star flashed and flew towards the passageway from where he came, leaving the space of the sighing wall before the adventurers on the 18th floor arrived. Not long after Morning Star left, a group of adventurers ran out from the passageway leading to the 18th floor. As soon as they appeared, many adventurers were frightened by the situation here at the sighing wall. Many adventurers stared blankly at the huge ravine in front of them and the huge gap on the sighing wall, and remained silent for a long time. They had never seen such a situation in the space of the sighing wall. Even if someone came to attack Goliath, it would not cause such terrible damage. After a long time, someone came back to his senses and shouted loudly. What on earth happened here? Chapter 37, Date with Aegina. Morning Star didn't know what happened here. After killing Goliath, Morning Star started his return journey. When passing the 5th floor, he completed Naza's commission, grabbed a small bag of fluorescent powder, and then continued to rush to the ground. When Morning Star felt on the ground, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Morning Star did not go to exchange for Wallace, but took the fluorescent powder to the Chenxing shop first and completed the commission. Thank you, Morning Star. Naza took the fluorescent powder from Morning Star and gave the reward to Morning Star, thanking him gently. You're welcome. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Morning Star nodded, then said goodbye to Naza and left the Chenxing shop. When he returned to the library, Morning Star saw that the library was closed, and knew that Hestia probably ran out to find her family again today, and he didn't care. After returning to his room and washing up simply, Morning Star set off for the appointment. It was already 3:30 when Morning Star arrived at Rebel Square. The agreed time was 4 o'clock, so Chenxing went directly to a nearby open-air stall and ordered a snack to eat, quietly waiting for Aegina's arrival. However, not long after Chenxing sat down, Aegina appeared. It seemed that Aegina also wanted to wait here in advance. Looking at Aegina standing in the center of Rebel Square waiting, Chenxing narrowed his eyes slightly, then asked the stall owner to pack a small cake and a cold drink, and walked over quietly. In Rebel Square, Aegina stood with her hands behind her back, looking around. At this time, Aegina was dressed the same as in the original book. A white long-sleeved shirt, a red pleated skirt with black long-leg stockings, the whole person looked young and beautiful, full of vitality, and people couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Even Chenxing was no exception. When Chenxing met Aegina before, Aegina was wearing the same guild staff clothes, and he had never met Aegina wearing clothes other than guild clothes. Today, Aegina's dress made Chenxing couldn't help but look sideways. Chenxing came quietly behind Aegina with a small cake and cold drink, and gently patted Egina's shoulder when Egina looked around. Egina was startled. She looked back and saw that it was Chenxing, and immediately showed an unhappy expression. "You scared me to death, Chenxing." Frowning, Egina said to Chenxing. "Here." Chenxing did not answer, but handed over the packaged small cake and cold drink. Seeing the exquisite small cake and cold drink in the transparent small box handed over, Egina was slightly stunned, and the unhappy expression on her face gradually faded. "Thank you, Chenxing." Reaching out to take it, Egina smiled and thanked. Advertisement. Then, the two began to walk towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. "I know a store with good equipment but very affordable prices. I'll take you there now," Egina said while eating small cakes and drinking cold drinks. "Thank you, Egina." Chenxing nodded and thanked her without refusing. Friends should exchange gifts. Egina wanted to help him as much as she could, and Chenxing didn't want to spoil Egina's fun. She would help her back when she had a chance. So Chenxing didn't refuse Egina's kindness today. The two chatted while walking, and soon they reached the Tower of Babel. Taking the elevator of the Tower of Babel, the two arrived at the floor where the equipment store Egina mentioned was located. Under the guidance of Egina, Chenxing came to the equipment store Egina mentioned. The store was not big, of course, compared with the store Chenxing had been to before. After all, it was selling equipment, and it couldn't be too small, otherwise there would be no place to put the equipment. As soon as he entered the store, Chenxing was attracted by the dazzling array of equipment. Chenxing couldn't see anything about the defensive equipment, but he could tell the weapons at a glance. Although they were all novice weapons, they were all very sophisticated equipment, and were no worse than those sold in the Hephaestus family equipment store that Morningstar had visited before. Moreover, Egina also said that the price of equipment here is much more affordable than other places. "No wonder Egina brought me here. This place is simply a blessing for new adventurers. Morningstar, pick a set at random." Looking at Morningstar scanning the equipment on the counter of the store, Egina smiled and said, "Since it is your sponsorship, Egina, then you can choose it." Morningstar heard it, turned around and looked at Egina and said. Egina was slightly stunned, blinked, and then smiled faintly. "Okay, I'll pick it for you." After that, Egina began to patrol in front of the equipment cabinet and picked out the equipment she thought was okay. "Morningstar, what kind of equipment do you like?" Egina asked without looking back while picking. Since it is equipment for Morningstar, it is naturally selected according to Morningstar's preferences. "Light armor, the white kind." Morningstar answered without hesitation. Because of his hair color, Chenxing likes white items very much, including his equipment. He usually wears a white robe in the library. "White light armor." "I understand." Aina nodded, and then began to choose carefully. Advertisement. After spending half an hour, Aina finally decided on a set of white light armor. The protection of this set of light armor is much stronger than the one Chenxing bought before. The light armor that Chenxing wore before was not light armor, but rather a few pieces of iron. Whether it was a chest guard, wrist guard, or knee guard, they were all pitifully small. And the coverage of this set is much greater. If there is to be said, it is the difference between the bronze and silver armors. This is it. "Chenxing, go change it and have a look," Aina said to Chenxing, holding the equipment in her hand. Chenxing heard it and did not refuse. He took the equipment and walked towards changing one. Soon Chenxing changed the equipment and walked out of the dressing room. Seeing Chenxing with his new equipment, Egina's eyes lit up immediately. Heroic and high-spirited is how Chenxing is described now. "It looks very suitable for you. Let's take this set. Is it okay?" Egina said with a smile. "Well, let's take this set." "Thank you very much." Chenxing nodded slightly and thanked him. He was very satisfied with this set. This set of equipment made him look heroic and majestic. He was neither as rough as those strong men, nor as weak as those thin adventurers. It was in line with Chenxing's aesthetics. "Then let's take this set." Egina nodded, and then went to the cashier to pay for the equipment. As for weapons, Chenxing said that he didn't need weapons, and Egina didn't force it. After buying the weapons, the two left the equipment store and took the elevator to leave the Tower of Babel. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have received a gift from someone other than my grandfather. Thank you, Aegina. Walking on the street, Chenxing said with a smile. Hearing this, Aina was slightly startled, and then chuckled. It seems that I got your first time. I always feel that this statement is very controversial. Chenxing looks like an adult, and he can actually hear it. Chenxing. Are you treating me as a child? How could it be? Chenxing. Chapter 38, Playfulness, Morningstar's Advice, Ability Value SSS. To be honest, although Aina did not regard Chenxing as a child, it was almost the same. Chenxing was younger than her, a new adventurer, and he only had a miserable harvest every day. He was wearing low-quality goods. Even Aina could not bear to see it and could not help but feel pity. Otherwise, she would not have brought Chenxing here to buy a better set of defensive equipment today. In Aina's heart, Chenxing was a little brother who needed to be pitied and loved. Chenxing did not know his position in Aina's heart, otherwise she did not know what reaction she would have. Aina, who was standing aside, thought about Chenxing's pitiful magic stone exchange situation, and couldn't help but feel pity for Chenxing in her heart. Thinking about it, Aina couldn't help but put her hand on Chenxing's head and gently stroked it, as if to comfort him. And Chenxing, the moment Aina's hand was placed on his head, Chenxing was stunned. Before Chenxing could react, he felt that the palm on his head was actually stroking his hair gently. This made Chenxing speechless, his eyes twitched slightly, and he turned to look at Aegina. Although I don't know what you want to do, Aegina, why do I feel like you are coaxing me like a child? Being stared at by Chenxing, Aegina also reacted at this time, and withdrew her hand somewhat embarrassedly, and covered it up with a laugh. But Chenxing didn't intend to let Aegina go. He was already more than 30 years old in 2 lives, but he was actually patted on the head and comforted by Aegina like a child, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Looking at Aegina's shoulder-length hair that was combed very smoothly, Chenxing's eyes flashed with a smirk. The next second, Chenxing's hand fell on Aegina's hair at a very fast speed, and in an instant, Aegina's hair turned into a chicken coop. After doing it, Chenxing ran away. Morningstar was so fast that Aegina didn't react for a while. After a few seconds, Aegina noticed something was wrong with her hair. She reached out and touched it, and found that her neatly combed hair was messy. Only then did Aegina react. After pulling her hair together, Aegina quickly chased Morningstar. Morningstar, stop right there. Under the setting sun, 2 elves, half-elves are also elves, ran one after the other, forming a beautiful, foggy picture. After being chased by Aegina for several streets, slowing down and being caught by Aegina, and being beaten up, Morningstar separated from Aegina and returned to the library. It was already night, and Hestia had returned. But Hestia still looked depressed when she returned. It was obvious that Hestia had returned empty-handed again. Advertisement. Morningstar, it's so hard to recruit followers. After seeing Morningstar coming back, Hestia immediately complained to Morningstar. She spent half of her time running outside these days, but she couldn't fool a single new person. Oh no, she couldn't recruit any. The initial stage of establishing a family is the most difficult. Hestia, be more persistent. Morningstar reached out and patted Hestia's shoulder, smiling and encouraging. Well, I will work hard, and then let my first follower go to the dungeon with you. Hestia nodded, reluctantly raised some cleanliness, and said to Morningstar. Hearing this, Morningstar smiled slightly. Hestia is still thinking about this matter, worried that she will be in danger alone in the dungeon, and wants to recruit followers to accompany her. Hey, Hestia, go and wait at the city gate. If you see a boy with white hair and red eyes, stop him and persuade him to join your family. It's absolutely possible. Looking at Hestia's appearance, Chenxing pondered for a moment, and then said to Hestia, don't be afraid if you don't send her off. Bell Crane, the first family of Hestia in the original book, has very strong potential. As long as he follows the steps, he can grow up quickly. Hestia is his first friend in this world, and she has always been thinking about him. Chenxing has a good impression of Hestia. The two of them can be said to have had a showdown before, so Chenxing also wants to help Hestia. Originally, he didn't want to interfere with the scene where Hestia and Bell Crane met, but thinking about his own existence, it may have triggered a butterfly effect. Hestia may not be able to meet Bell Crane like in the original book. So Chenxing thought it would be better to let Hestia go directly to the city gate to guard. Once Bell Crane shows up, Hestia can just recruit him directly, and it's almost certain that he will be recruited. Is he someone you know? Hestia turned around and asked in surprise. No, I just heard that he is a young man with great potential. Chenxing shook his head and said. Really? That's fine. I will go to the city gate to watch when I go out to look for people tomorrow. Hestia nodded and accepted Chenxing's proposal. I'll go in first. Chenxing nodded and walked towards the inner courtyard after saying that. And when Chenxing entered the inner courtyard, Hestia seemed to think of something. Morningsing didn't seem to be wearing equipment just now. Did he come back a long time ago and then go out again? Hestia thought about Chenxing's dress just now and found that it was different from before, and couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. But she didn't care too much. Chenxing had his own life and she wouldn't interfere. The whole person put his chin on the table again, and Hestia emptied his mind again, staring blankly at the front without saying a word. On the other hand, after returning to his room, Chenxing began to update today. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, SS1046 SSS1222. Advertisement. Durability, SS1065 SSS1203. Dexterity, SS1023 SSS1212. Agility, SS1089 SSS1245. Magic, SS1100 SSS1220. Upgrade. Optional development abilities, Magician, Swordsman, Berserker. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can separate a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eye Mode. Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Gold will Reincarnation Explosion. God of War's Blessing. Weapon Control. Master all kinds of weapons. Superb combat skills. Chapter 39, Unchanged for 10,000 years. Sure enough, fierce battles are the fastest way to improve Enhui. Looking at the increase in Enhui's ability value, Chenxing secretly said, sure enough. The ability value increased by more than 100 at a time. This is the first time in the past few days that Chenxing has seen this happen. In the past few days, because of the increase in strength and the small number of monsters born, Chenxing had few opportunities to exercise, so the ability value did not increase much every day, less than 100. Before that, it was more than 100, and once it increased by more than 200 at a time. Now, after a few days, the speed of ability value improvement has finally returned to the first few days. Chenxing is sure that this is because of the monster feast he experienced today. Such a good thing, Chenxing now wishes to have a monster feast several times a day. In this way, maybe 1 or 2,000 ability values can be increased in one day. Now the ability value has reached SSS, but I don't know what the numerical limit of SSS is. In the original book, Bell Crane's ability value reached more than 1,500 in SSS, but that is far from the limit. Forget it, don't think too much about this, I guess we will know in a few days. There is a new optional ability in the option of developing ability. As for the Berserker, is it because of my experience today? One person fought dozens of Minotaur alone and did not lose, and even killed all Minotaur. Is it because of this reason? Looking at the grace ability paper in his hand, Chenxing murmured in his heart. Without thinking too much, Chenxing burned the grace paper as usual, and then left the room. After making dinner and taking it out, Chenxing ate dinner with Hestia at the cashier and talked about their experiences today. Hey, did you meet those people from Loki's family today? How are they? Are those guys from Loki's family arrogant and domineering? I heard from other adventurers that the people from Loki's family are arrogant. Hearing that Morning Star actually met Finn and others today, Hestia looked at Morning Star with interest and asked. Of course, Morning Star did not say that he went to the middle level. Morning Star did not want to dampen Hestia's enthusiasm for recruiting families now. Don't listen too much to hearsay. Those people are just jealous. Morning Star had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead and said speechlessly. Advertisement. Except for Bert, who is a bit foul-mouthed, the people from Loki's family are easy to get along with. Why do those adventurers think that the people from Loki's family are arrogant? In the original book, Porus, the manager of the town of Rivera on the 18th floor of the security floor, always said that the adventurers of large families are arrogant and that the members of Loki's family are arrogant. But Morningstar doesn't think so at all. Really? Then it seems that the guy of Loki's family is managing it quite well. Hearing that the facts were not what she had heard, Hestia immediately raised her eyebrows, very surprised. Well, I don't think it's the Loki family that manages it well, it should be the three giants of Loki's family that manage it well. Loki spends most of his time eating, drinking, having fun, and making trouble everywhere. Morningstar did not agree with Hestia's words. Although Loki is very reliable and can do things at critical moments, the management of the family is managed by Finn and other three people. Loki spends most of his time alone, running around and playing everywhere. I know, a fun person, no, a fun god, right? Hestia raised her hand to answer. Yeah, that's it. Morningstar nodded. I really envy that guy, he doesn't have to do anything and can play as he pleases. Hestia swallowed a mouthful of fried noodles and said enviously. Aren't you quite free now? You can do whatever you want. Morningstar rolled his eyes speechlessly at Hestia's words. Although she was hired as an administrator, she didn't care about Hestia. Hestia had a high degree of freedom. As long as the library was not closed for several days at a time, Chenxing would not care. Hestia could do whatever she wanted. It seemed as if he was mistreating her. Hee, sorry. Seeing Chenxing's look, Hestia was a little embarrassed and apologized with a dry laugh. By the way, Chenxing, the monster festival will be held in a week. How about we go out and play together then? After the embarrassment, Hestia began to change the subject. Hearing this, Chenxing's hand holding his face paused slightly. Monster festival? Chenxing asked uncertainly. Because of his withdrawn personality and rarely going out before, Chenxing really didn't know much about the monster festival. Do you remember whether this thing is held once every 6 months or once a year? Yes, the monster festival. It will be very lively then, Morningstar, you don't go out much, let's go to the monster festival together. Hestia nodded repeatedly, looking at Morningstar with anticipation in her eyes. Advertisement. But Morningstar did not give an answer immediately. Because the monster festival reminded Morningstar of something. In the original book, not long after Belle joined Hestia's family, the monster festival came. Moreover, a few days before the monster festival, the Loki family just returned from an expedition. Putting the time together, Morningstar always felt a little confused. It seems, it's completely messed up. The Finn and his expedition that they met today should be the time when they encountered a new type of monster and failed in the original book. In the original book, when the Loki family returned from the failed expedition, Belle had already joined the Hestia family. But now, Belle is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the existence of this butterfly has caused a hurricane to blow Belle to that corner of the world? This is Hestia's potential family gone just like that. At this moment, Hestia, who had not received an answer, waved her hand in front of Morningstar. Morningstar, what's wrong with you? Talk. Ah, sorry, I was just thinking about something. Let's go out together when the monster festival comes. Morningstar came back to his senses, apologized slightly, and then accepted Hestia's invitation. Great, then it's a deal, you can't break the appointment when the time comes. Yeah, absolutely not. Then let's make a pinky promise. Hestia extended her pinky finger to Morningstar. Pink. Morningstar also stretched out her pinky finger and hooked it with Hestia's pinky finger. Pink and hang, don't change for 10,000 years. Morningstar. Are you sure I can live that long? Chapter 40, Grace Upgrade, Level 3 Limit, New Drift Bottle. In the next few days, Chenxing went back and forth between the 2 points. He went to the dungeon in the morning and came back to rest at night. In the past few days, Chenxing did not encounter the monster feast again, so the ability value increased slowly again. It took 6 days for Chenxing to increase his ability value to more than SSS 1900. After returning to the library again, Chenxing couldn't wait to start updating. As for why he couldn't wait, it was because Chenxing had a hunch that the limit of SSS should be reached, probably within 2000, that is, 1999 is the limit. And with the ability value updated by Chenxing yesterday and today's gains, it is estimated that this point will be reached today. Sure enough, after the update, Chenxing found that the change in the grace ability value was exactly as he guessed. Morning Star. LV1. Strength, SSS 1956 SSS 1999. Durability, SSS 1942 SSS 1999. Dexterity, SSS 1948 SSS 1999. Agility, SSS 1932 SSS 1999. Magic, SSS 1948 SSS 1999. Upgrade. Optional development abilities, Magician, Swordsman, Berserker. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can separate a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Skills. Reincarnation Eye. Reincarnation Eye Mode. Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Gold will Reincarnation Explosion. God of War's Blessing. Weapon Control. Master all kinds of weapons. Superb fighting skills. Advertisement. Looking at the grace paper in his hand, Morning Star chose Magician without hesitation. This was something Morning Star had decided long ago. The 3 development abilities are not needed by the swordsman Morning Star. Morning Star asked Aina about this thing, which is specifically used to enhance a person's swordsmanship skills, so that he can display more powerful swordsmanship when fighting with the enemy, that is, to enhance combat ability. In this regard, Morning Star has the blessing of the God of War, and does not need this ability at all. As long as it is related to weapons, Morning Star does not need it. Because the moment he holds the weapon, Morning Star will master the powerful combat skills related to the weapon in his hand. And he is at the peak of his debut. If the swordsman wants to develop this ability to the extreme, he needs to improve it slowly, from I to S, and perhaps the final limit is SSS. But Morning Star's God of War's blessing is directly max, and he does not need to upgrade it slowly. Between Magic and Berserker, Morning Star chose Magic. Morning Star asked Aina about the ability of Berserker, and Aina said she had never heard of it, but Morning Star could guess a little bit, that is, explosive ability, which bursts out powerful power at a certain moment, but this ability definitely has a price. Ability with a price, Morning Star does not want. Morning Star doesn't need this ability. If there is no other choice, then Morning Star can only choose this ability. But if there are other options, then Morning Star will not use it. So Morning Star chose Magic. The ability of Magic can enhance the magic power of Morning Star, which is a good choice for Morning Star. Morning Star. LV2. Strength, SSS 1999I0. Durability, SSS 1999I0. Dexterity, SSS 1999I0. Dexterity, SSS 1999I0. Agility, SSS 1999I0. Magic, SSS 1999I0. Development ability, Magic Eye. Magic. Thought Body. Thought Body Clone. Can split out a clone that can transfer strength to fight. Son of Light. Master the element of light. Can manipulate light at will and create light attribute magic. Advertisement. Skill. Rinnegan. Rinnegan mode. Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Gold will Reincarnation Explosion. God of War's Blessing. Weapon Control. Master all kinds of weapons. Superb combat skills. P.S. Let me show you the changes in the value of the favor when upgrading. With the upgrade of the favor level, Morning Star clearly felt the changes in his body. Unlike the original protagonist Belle, Morning Star's ability value is really exaggerated. When ordinary adventurers first upgrade, they cannot feel how much their bodies have changed. They will only notice it when they really start to do it. In addition, there will be a temporary deviation between the body and the soul, which will cause the adventurer to have a temporary error in their control of themselves, just like when the Sword Lady Ace in the original book upgraded to LV6. As for Morning Star's ability value reached SSS 1999, which is 1,000 more than the maximum limit of S999 for ordinary adventurers. The 5 ability values together are 5,000. When Bell in the original book upgraded for the first time, his highest ability value also reached SSS 1300 or more, which is completely incomparable to Morning Star. With such a large numerical gap, the improvement brought by Morning Star after upgrading is more terrifying than anyone else. Therefore, as soon as he upgraded, Morning Star clearly felt the change in his strength. When the ability value reached SSS 1900 or more, Morning Star felt that his strength had crossed the level and reached LV3. And how much the strength is improved after the upgrade of Grace is closely related to the ability value before the upgrade. The higher the ability value before the upgrade, the stronger the strength improvement after the upgrade. After upgrading, Chenxing can feel that his strength has at least increased by 3 or 4 times, which is very exaggerated. Chenxing estimates that his current strength, calculated by the value of Grace, has definitely reached the normal level 3 adventurer's ability value of S or above. In other words, Chenxing has just upgraded to level 2, and his strength has reached level 3, and has reached the limit of normal level 3. The strength has increased too much, it seems that I need to adapt well. After burning the Grace paper, Chenxing stood up and prepared to leave the room. However, every 2 seconds after walking, Chenxing's mind sounded a familiar reminder. This made Chenxing stunned. Because since the last blessing of the God of War, Chenxing has not received a new drift bottle. Unexpectedly, after a week, this familiar reminder finally sounded in his mind again. Chapter 41 Super God Killing Tool, the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Ding! You have a new drifting bottle, please check it. After being stunned for a while, Chenxing chose to accept it without hesitation and opened it. System, check it, open it. Ding! The drifting bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super God Killing Tool, the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. God Killing Tool. Remember, it is the prop in the milk-shaking high school, which is said to be able to kill gods and demons. However, the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, I remember this thing is the Holy Grail among the 3 holy relics. Legend has it that it was used in the Last Supper to hold the blood of Jesus. It is a divine tool that can subvert the common sense of life and has the power to reverse or distort life. It can keep people immortal to a certain extent or resurrect the dead. However, why are the 2 words super added in front? Looking at the good things he had just obtained, Chenxing was a little surprised. He knew about the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, but why were there 2 more words super in front of it? Is there any difference? Immediately, Chenxing checked the annotations of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Super God-destroying tool, Holy Grail of the Netherworld. The God-destroying tool, which has been transformed by a powerful being, has a power that surpasses the original. Ability 1, pour clean water into the Holy Grail to generate divine blood, and those who drink the divine blood can gain eternal life. Ability 2, the holder can gain immortality, and will not die as long as the magic power is not exhausted. Ability 3, the holder can consume a large amount of magic power to revive the dead, even gods, and even if there is no body left, as long as there is a clear understanding of the dead, they can be resurrected. Ability 4, self-resurrection. This is a passive ability. The holder has the ability to revive 3 times, which will be automatically triggered when dying. Looking at this explanation, Chenxing was stunned. Good guy, this is not the original, why is there a super word in front of it? It turned out that it was transformed by a being more powerful than the God of the Bible, making its performance far exceed the original God-destroying tool. Moreover, because it has been transformed, the ability has been fixed, and it no longer needs to use the spiritual food of the magical owner as evolutionary resources to develop forbidden hands. Looking at the 4 abilities that appeared in the annotation, Chenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. Clear water turns into divine blood, and it is divine blood that can make people immortal. In this way, won't the people around him be able to live forever with him in the future? Eternal life does not mean immortality, that is, they will not be beaten to death. Advertisement. The second ability is related to himself. As long as the magic power is sufficient and not exhausted, then he will be immortal. In other words, as long as he carries enough potions to restore magic power, then he will be immortal. The third one is even more outrageous. Not only can he revive gods, but he can even revive the dead as long as he has enough knowledge of them, but he needs to consume a lot of magic power. Good guy, this ability is really terrifying. Only knowledge can be resurrected, that is to say, even if he has died for thousands or tens of thousands of years, as long as he has enough knowledge of him, he can revive this person. This ability is simply against the sky. And the fourth one is the most important. Self-resurrection, which means that Chenxing has 3 resurrection coins, and even if he dies, he can be resurrected. The immortal ability will also run out of magic power and die. I really got something incredible. After learning about the ability of the super god-destroying tool, the holy grail of the underworld, Chenxing took a deep breath and murmured in his heart. Then, Chenxing took another step and left the room. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the monster festival. I don't know if Hestia has found her first family. Chenxing muttered as he walked outside. Hestia was not in the library again today. She ran out to find her family and has not returned yet. Chenxing went to the kitchen to prepare a simple dinner for himself. After a simple meal, he got up and left the library and walked towards the Chenxing shop. Now that he has the super god-destroying tool, the holy grail of the underworld, he needs to prepare more potions to restore magic power. The holy grail of the underworld is a life-saving thing, so he needs to prepare more. This time, Chenxing plans to order 100 potions to restore magic power from Naza. For supplies, Chenxing can bring as much as he wants. Because Chenxing has a system space, he can put as much as he wants. This is also the reason why Chenxing has never needed supporters. Chenxing may not be able to carry 100 potions by himself, but Chenxing can put the potions in the system space and take them out when needed. Advertisement. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Chenxing arrived at the Chenxing store. At this time, Mai and Naza had not closed the store yet, so Chenxing walked in directly. Chenxing. In the store, Mai was working hard, and Naza was sitting at the counter. After Chenxing came in, she noticed Chenxing the first time, and her eyes were a little happy. Chenxing is now a big customer of their Chenxing store, and Naza looks forward to Chenxing coming every day. Because Chenxing buys a lot of potions every time he comes. Good evening, Chenxing. Mai heard Naza's words and turned around to greet Chenxing. Good evening, Mai, Naza. Chenxing nodded and replied. Mai nodded, then turned back again and continued to make his own potion. Chenxing didn't care, and walked to Naza. Chenxing, come so late. Looking at Chenxing, Naza asked with a smile. These days, Chenxing has come to replenish potions very early, and today is the first time he has come so late. Something. Today's order is big, bigger than before, are you happy? Chenxing nodded, explained a little, and then smiled and said the purpose of his visit. As soon as these words came out, Naza's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, and Mai, who was making potions behind Naza, also paused. The next second, Chenxing experienced the reception more than a week ago again. Naza quickly arranged the whole person to sit on the sofa inside. In front of him, on the coffee table, fruits and drinks were all available. Naza stood in front of Chenxing with a serious face, holding a small notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, looking like she was taking notes. Chenxing, how many potions do you need today? Chenxing. 100 potions to restore magic power. Naza, Chapter 42 Bell. Showdown. After ordering 100 potions to restore magic power at Chenxing shop, Chenxing left. However, Chenxing shop didn't have so many potions at the moment, so Chenxing only took 40. Naza and Mai said they would make the remaining 60 as soon as possible and let Chenxing come back to pick them up. After completing the order of magic potions, Chenxing went straight back to the library. When he returned to the library, Hestia had already returned. However, Hestia's situation was a little strange. What's wrong? Chenxing asked with concern, looking at Hestia sitting in front of the counter with her hands on the counter and her chin resting. Hestia's current appearance did not look like the previous wilted look, but gave Chenxing a confused feeling. Hey, Chenxing, you told me before that I should go to the city gate to find a boy with white hair and red eyes, right? Hestia looked over and said to Chenxing in a tone of confirmation. Yeah. Found it. Morning Star nodded, and then seemed to think of something, slightly surprised. Well, the person with white hair and red eyes was found, and he also joined my family, but he is a little different. Hestia heard this, hesitated, but finally nodded. Since it is found, and it has joined your family, isn't that a good thing? Why are you like this? Also, where is your family? Why can't I see it? Hestia's look made Morningstar a little puzzled. Since Belle Crane was found, isn't that a good thing? With Belle Crane, Hestia's family will rise soon. After all, it is a cheating protagonist. However, I didn't bring the child here, and placed him in the underground church where I lived before. This is your place after all, you can't bring anyone here to live casually. Although he has never seen the main god of Morningstar, Morningstar now lives here. It can be said that this is already the residence and base camp of Lucifer's family where Morningstar is. I live here because I am an employee here, so it's okay. But I also placed my recruited family here, which is over the line. Although she is not very smart, she still knows this kind of thing. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the child is not a boy as you said, but a girl named Belle Crane. Advertisement. Morningstar, is she the talented adventurer you told me about? Hestia shook her head and said with confusion. As soon as this was said, it was Morningstar's turn to have a puzzled expression on his face. Belle Crane. The protagonist has been feminized. The protagonist's name is one letter different, and the gender is reversed. Both the name and the gender have become female. What else can this be if not feminization? I didn't expect that I would actually encounter such a thing as feminization. Ah, it should be her. Her potential should be very good. If she is well trained, she will definitely grow up quickly. After being stunned for a moment, Morningstar said with a smile. Okay, I believe you. Since Belle has been recruited, I will also be responsible and be a diligent main god. Hestia nodded and said with a smile. Well, keep going, Hestia. Morningstar smiled and nodded, encouraging. Thank you. Morningstar, are you hiding something from me? Hestia thanked him, but then her face became hesitant. After a while, she slowly spoke and confirmed with Morningstar. Why do you think so? Chenxing was a little surprised and curious when she heard it. Intuition, I always feel that Chenxing, you have hidden a lot of things from me. Hestia frowned and said. These days, she always felt that something was strange, but she just couldn't feel where it was. But she knew that the source of her strangeness was Chenxing. This doubt has been in her heart for several days, and today she finally asked Chenxing. Hee. I didn't expect that, Hestia, your intuition is quite sensitive. Well, it's okay. I plan to tell you the matter after you recruited the family. Now that you have recruited the family, I can also tell you the matter. Chenxing was a little surprised when he heard it, surprised at Hestia's intuition. The reason why he kept it a secret from Hestia was that he didn't want to dampen Hestia's enthusiasm for recruiting the family. But now Hestia has already recruited the protagonist, oh no, now the feminized protagonist, into the family, and there is no need to worry about hitting Hestia and making her give up recruiting the family. Advertisement. What is it? Tell me quickly, tell me quickly. Hestia heard this and was extremely anxious, urging her again and again. This is very shocking, you have to be mentally prepared. Morningstar glanced at Hestia and gave Hestia a shot of vaccination in advance. Yeah, tell me, I'm ready. Hestia nodded in response. My talent is very strong, and my grace improves very quickly. Although I have only been an adventurer for more than 10 days, I have already upgraded. I wanted to share this joy with you a long time ago. But at that time you told me that you would find a family again, and you would let the family act with me after you found them. I was worried that my upgrade speed was too fast, and by the time you found the family, you would have already upgraded. I was afraid that it would dampen your enthusiasm, so I didn't tell you. Now that you have found the family, I don't have to worry about dampening you. Plus, I just upgraded, so I told you about it. Morningstar explained the matter in one breath. After listening to what Morningstar said, Hestia, who was full of anxiety, froze. She tried to speed up her recruitment of family members as much as possible because she was worried that Morningstar was alone and was afraid that Morningstar would be in trouble in the dungeon, so she wanted to find a companion for Morningstar. Unexpectedly, Morningstar's situation was exactly the opposite. Morningstar's talent was so terrifying that he had upgraded in just more than 10 days. This means that Morningstar would not be in danger in the dungeon at all. After being stunned, Hestia reacted. Didn't she recruit a family just to give Morningstar a companion, so that they could help each other when in danger? Now that Morningstar is so strong, don't we have to worry about Morningstar's safety? Isn't this a good thing? Congratulations, Morningstar. After sorting out her thoughts, Hestia put on a faint smile on her face and congratulated Morningstar sincerely. Hestia was full of Morningstar's thoughts and didn't notice that the new family members she recruited were in the same situation as Morningstar, who she was worried about before. It was very dangerous to be alone in the dungeon. Well, thank you, Hestia. Morningstar smiled and thanked. You upgraded so quickly, it will definitely cause a sensation in the whole of Aurario if it gets out. Hestia nodded, and then she thought of something, her eyes flashed, and her tone was full of expectation. Well, I think so. Chenxing was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he began to imagine what would happen to Aurario after he informed the guild of the upgrade. P.S. I didn't think about feminization. I wanted to disappear directly like before, but think about it, with the original protagonist by my side, I can get in touch with many plots of the original work, plus the relationship between the protagonist and Hestia, I can intervene openly, hee. Chapter 43, The Gradually Sublimated Relationship. Morningstar is not going to hide his own improvement speed. He concealed it before because he didn't want to hit Hestia. But now Hestia has recruited the family and has not been hit, which is good. The other reason is because of Aegina. Morningstar doesn't want Aegina to worry too much. However, now that Morningstar has upgraded, no matter how much he wants to hide it, it's over. Morningstar can't just not register, that will only make things more troublesome. Now that Morningstar has upgraded, Aegina may feel scared after knowing it, but she doesn't have to worry about her safety in the future. It's better to kill the enemy with a quick sword. As for whether such a fast upgrade will be targeted. As far as Morningstar knows, many gods in Aurario are unreliable, and they just like to watch the fun when encountering some special things. Even if they know that Morningstar is such a monster, most gods are just interested, and at most stand in the distance and watch, observing Morningstar's growth path without any intention towards Morningstar. The only ones who might have intentions were the notorious Apollo and Freya, who seemed to have set her sights on her. Freya's character would not act rashly. As for Apollo, even if Apollo's entire clan attacked her, she could completely destroy them all by herself, without any fear. So Chenxing was not worried about revealing the fact that she had upgraded so quickly, and she was capable of dealing with these things. The next morning, Chenxing got up early in the morning, and also woke up Hestia, who was still sleeping in. After these days of getting along, the relationship between Chenxing and Hestia has improved a lot. A man and a woman who have a good impression of each other live in the same house. As long as they are not wooden, it is normal for the relationship to heat up quickly. The current situation of the two can be said to be more than friends, but less than lovers. However, the two have not yet broken this barrier. Once it is broken, the relationship between the two will change qualitatively. When Chenxing entered Hestia's room, Hestia was lying in a big letter shape, carefree and without any ladylike image, revealing her spring light, but Chenxing was very indifferent to it. Although the scene was very erotic, it would be so after watching it too much. Chenxing thought that he had a calm personality. Hestia, get up, don't forget to go to the monster festival today. Chenxing shook Hestia and shouted loudly. Under the double attack, Hestia woke up in a daze. Good morning, Chenxing. Hestia, who was sleepy, greeted Chenxing blankly, and then walked to the bathroom room according to instinct to wash up. Chenxing pulled a chair over and sat down, picked up the book beside Hestia's bed and started reading. Advertisement. The book Hestia was reading was a biography, recording a hero thousands of years ago. Chenxing had read this book a long time ago, but it was still good to review it again. While reading a book, Chenxing waited for Hestia. After Chenxing had watched for more than 10 minutes, Hestia came out of the bathroom. Hestia's outfit was completely different from before. Her hairstyle changed. The double ponytails that had been tied were let down and scattered on her back. The hair accessories that were originally used to tie her hair were often worn on her wrists like bracelets. Her clothes also changed from the original unchanging backless dress to a loose white shirt and hot pants. She was full of youthful vitality, like a girl. How is it, does it look good? Hestia pinched the corner of her clothes and turned around in front of Chenxing. Then she asked with a slightly red face, staring at Chenxing with burning eyes, her eyes full of Chenxing's reflection. It looks good. Hestia has always been good-looking. But it looks better now. Chenxing smiled and praised. This is not Chenxing trying to curry favor with Hestia, but Chenxing's true words. Hestia was very beautiful before. But now that Hestia has dressed up carefully, she is even more beautiful than before. Looking at Hestia in front of him, Chenxing's heart beats faster. Hestia was very satisfied with the praise from Morning Star. She had never dressed up for someone before. This was the first time. As for why she did this, could Hestia say that she liked Morning Star very much? From the beginning, she felt that she and Morning Star had a high affinity. They both had withdrawn personalities, and they both liked reading. They could talk about the same topics, and it was very comfortable to be with Morning Star. This was also the reason why she proposed that Morning Star should start a family with her. It was a pity that Morning Star refused. Although she was refused, she didn't care too much. It was refused, anyway, it didn't affect her getting along with Morning Star. However, she didn't expect that one day Morning Star would suddenly become a family of other gods, which made her very angry and sad. Because she felt that Morning Star was taken away by other gods. However, after that, she found that nothing seemed to have changed. Morning Star invited her to be the library administrator and let her live in the inner courtyard of the library with him. Advertisement. Afterwards, she also learned from Morning Star about the situation of the family that Morning Star belonged to. The main god of Morning Star was a slacker who rarely appeared, did not live in the library, did not like to create a family, and did not need Morning Star's contribution. The reason why the family was established was completely a misunderstanding. Rather than saying that Morning Star was a member of Lucifer's family, it was better to say that he was under Lucifer's name. Just like an adventurer from Demeter, a waiter in the Hostess of Abundance. Morning Star would only go to the main god when he needed to update. This made her very happy. Because Morning Star was not robbed. It was precisely because of this that Hestia understood that there would be no companions around Morning Star. From then on, she had the desire to create a family again. There was no other reason, just wanting Morning Star to have companions to go to the dungeon in the future. A group of adventurers going to the dungeon together is definitely safer than Morning Star alone. She has been running around outside these days just for Morning Star. And after these days of hard work, she really found a talented new adventurer under the guidance of Morning Star. Unfortunately, she had just found an adventurer and founded her own clan, but Morning Star gave her an answer that he didn't need companions at all. This made Hestia a little disappointed because she couldn't help Morning Star. But disappointed, but she was more happy for Morning Star. Because Morning Star's qualifications are very terrifying and his strength is very strong, he can definitely grow up quickly and there is no danger of premature death. And a few days ago, after she learned about the existence of the Monster Festival, she even had the idea of inviting Morning Star to participate in the Monster Festival. Morning Star also agreed, which made Hestia very happy, looking forward to the arrival of the Monster Festival every day. And today is the day when the Monster Festival begins. Let's go. Morning Star walked over, took Hestia's hand, and said gently, "Well, let's go." Hestia smiled and replied softly. The two held hands and slowly left here. Chapter 44 Shopping. The Monster Festival is very lively and has been held for many years. It is held once a year and is jointly held by the Ganesha family and the guild. On the surface, it is to add a huge festival to Aurario, but in fact it is a plan planned by the gods Uranus and Ganesha for heretics. Using the Monster Festival, adventurers and residents on the ground will gradually accept the existence of monsters, lay the foundation for the emergence of heretics in the future, and let adventurers and residents accept the existence of heretics as much as possible. Things are indeed as expected by the two gods Uranus and Ganesha. Over the years, the Monster Festival has been integrated into the lives of Aurario residents and adventurers. Many people are no longer so scared when they see monsters. Of course, crazy monsters are still scary. The Monster Festival is held on East Street. East Street was very crowded early in the morning, with people bustling around. The whole street was almost full. There were countless vendors on both sides and in the middle. The aroma was fragrant from all directions. The whole street was decorated with various decorations, including colorful ribbons and beautiful flowers, which added a bit of splendor compared to usual days. Morning Star and Hestia walked in the crowd. Hestia held 2 different snacks in her hands and ate them happily. Behind Hestia, Morning Star held more in her hands, all of which were snacks bought by Hestia. As a result, Hestia threw the rest to Morning Star after eating one. Speaking of which, do you really not need me to lead your newly recruited family members in the upper level for a few days? Morning Star was also showing off the snacks at this time, chewing and asking Hestia in front of him. Although I am now in the middle level of the battlefield and can even go to the lower level, I can still spare a few days to help and guide. No, no. Don't bother you with this kind of thing. Let the child slowly hone herself. Hestia refused without hesitation. Of course, if possible, I will bring her over at night, and you can guide her a little on how to fight, okay? Although she rejected Morning Star's proposal to bring Belle, Hestia made a request. It is rare in Orario to let other family members take you on adventures. It can be said that there is almost no such thing. Hestia also doesn't want to delay Morning Star's adventure because of herself. So Hestia refused. However, if possible, Hestia hopes that Morning Star can give a little guidance to her, the first family member. Morning Star's talent is so strong that he has upgraded in less than a month. He should be very strong in combat and should be able to know his new adventurer. That's no problem. You can bring people over anytime when I'm in the library. Chenxing would naturally not refuse Hestia's request. Advertisement. Given their relationship, this kind of thing is a piece of cake. Yeah, thank you very much. Hestia nodded and thanked him. No need to thank me between you and me. Chenxing smiled and replied. Okay, then I won't say it. By the way, Chenxing, I want to eat fried potato balls. I heard that there are new flavors. Let's go and have a look. Is it the store where you worked before? It's on North Street, right? There are some here too. Fried potato balls are a chain store. There are stores on every street. Okay, let's go buy them. Hee hee, it's agreed that you will pay for everything today. No problem. Holding Chenxing's hand, Hestia squeezed through the crowd and ran forward. What the two of them didn't know was that on the second floor of a cafe on a street not far away, a group of 3 people were looking at them in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, that's really the little one, right? The little one is holding hands with a child from the underworld. Could it be that the little one's family? Loki said in disbelief. She brought her beloved Ace to Freya's date today. The two were talking happily, but suddenly they saw Hestia and Morning Star running down below. If Hestia's voice hadn't been so recognizable to her, she really wouldn't have noticed it. When Loki discovered this, the other two, Freya and Ace, naturally turned around and chopped over, seeing Morning Star and Hestia. When Freya, who was wearing a hooded cloak, saw Morning Star, her violet pupils under the hood flickered slightly. Is this child Hestia's family? Loki, Morning Star is not Hestia. At this moment, AC behind Loki spoke. Advertisement. This statement attracted the attention of Loki and Freya. Eiston, do you know that boy? Loki turned around and asked AC with narrowed eyes. Freya's eyes also shifted to AC. She was very concerned about Morning Star, but she had not found any information. From AC's appearance, it seemed that she knew something about Morning Star. I said before that he was the Morning Star we met when we came back from the expedition. We had some conversations with him. The main god of Morning Star's clan is a main god named Lucifer. Loki, have you forgotten? AC nodded and said. That's him. Hearing AC's answer, Loki suddenly realized that she really didn't remember it. Lucifer. It's a name I haven't heard of. Excuse me, Loki. After hearing what AIC said, Freya murmured in her heart, and then stood up and said goodbye to Loki. After that, Freya pushed the door and left. Eh? What's wrong with this guy? Why did he suddenly run away? Loki was puzzled. However, the next moment, Loki seemed to think of something and exclaimed. Eh? Are you asking me to pay the bill? Freya, this guy. Loki gritted his teeth and said. Immediately, Loki shook his head and continued to look at AIC. AIC, what's the situation with the kid next to the little one? Tell me in detail. Loki said to AIC. Okay. Chapter 45, Swapping Tastes, Monsters Out. Morningstar cannot be compared with the real strong ones, but he has powerful fighting skills. In terms of perception, he cannot be compared with those powerful adventurers. At least, when Freya, Loki and S looked at him and Hestia without malice, Morningstar did not notice. Perhaps Morningstar needs to continue fighting and training to hone a strong perception ability. Or use auxiliary magic to perceive. However, these are all situations that require Morningstar to use actively. Passive situations still require Morningstar to fight and train himself. When other people's eyes fall on him, whether it is good or bad, Morningstar can feel it. Of course, there is one last way. That is to hope for Morningstar's Golden Finger system. If the Golden Finger system has a little vision, it can give Morningstar a perception-related ability at random, and Morningstar's defects in perception will be made up. Too much talk. At this time, Morningstar, who had no idea that he was being targeted by several people, had been brought to a fried potato vendor by Hestia. The method of making fried potato balls is very simple. It is just to throw the peeled potatoes into the oil pan and fry them. There is no technical content. I don't know why it is so popular. Maybe it's the ingredients. Chenxing has never eaten it, so I don't know. Soon, the 2 fried potato balls were ready. Chenxing and Hestia each had one, but they were 2 different flavors. Chenxing's was strawberry milkshake flavor, and Hestia's was apple flavor. These 2 are new flavors. Advertisement. When Chenxing heard the news, he was confused. Why, shouldn't such a common thing have become a flavor long ago? It was only made into a new flavor now. Chenxing didn't understand, but he was shocked. Looking at Hestia's face full of enjoyment, Chenxing opened his mouth, and finally didn't say anything, and took a bite of the fried potato balls in his hand. But just after taking a bite, before Chenxing could carefully taste whether it was delicious, Hestia's voice rang out. Morningstar, let's exchange. Hestia took the fried potato balls from Morningstar's hand and stuffed hers into Morningstar's hand. Ah, Hestia, don't you think there's something wrong? Looking at the apple-flavored fried potato balls in his hand, Morningstar was a little helpless. What's wrong? Eat it quickly. Hestia waved her hand and said casually, then walked forward. Morningstar frowned slightly and wanted to say something. However, at this moment, Chenxing suddenly discovered that the ears of Hestia were exposed on both sides under her long hair. The ears exposed under Hestia's long hair were red at this time. Looking at Hestia like this, Chenxing seemed to understand something, smiled slightly, and took a bite of the fried potato balls in his hand with a click. As soon as this sound came out, Hestia, who was walking in front, suddenly froze all over, but soon recovered. This scene was seen by Chenxing, but Chenxing did not expose it. Running to Hestia's side, Chenxing took Hestia's hand and walked forward. This kind of contact also happened in the original book, but Hestia was very calm, and even had the ability to tease the protagonist Belle. Now when it comes to herself, Hestia can't be carefree at all, but is shy. Very good, very good. This time Hestia did not take the lead. It was Morningstar's turn to lead Hestia. Hestia lowered her head and did not speak, like a shy quail. Advertisement. The 2 soon came to the arena built by the Ganesha family. This is the main venue for the Monster Festival, where the monster training activities of the Monster Festival are held in the arena. At this time, the arena was full of people and lively. Before Morningstar and Hestia entered it, they had already heard the fierce cheers coming from inside. Let's go. Morningstar pulled Hestia towards the entrance. Hestia did not break free and let Morningstar pull her into the arena. The arena built by the Ganesha family is similar to the Roman Colosseum in Morningstar's previous life. It is an oval building with a flat area in the center as a performance area. The surrounding audience seats gradually rise. It is an outdoor building without a roof. Morningstar took Hestia to pick a seat and watched it. Training monsters. This is my first time. Hestia had calmed down at this time, as if what happened just now had not happened at all. She looked at the performance below with sparkling eyes. The Monster Festival is held once a year. She has been in the lower world for less than a year, so she has naturally never seen it. Today is her first time. Morningstar nodded in agreement. Like Hestia, he had never seen a taming show in 2 lives. Today was the first time, and Morningstar was also very interested in it. The two watched with relish, expressing their opinions from time to time and discussing the performance below. What Morningstar didn't know was that when he and Hestia were watching the taming show in the arena, Freya, wearing a cloak, appeared in a dark and humid place inside the arena. Looking at the monsters imprisoned in the room, Freya's mouth curled up a charming smile. "Good kids, do me a favor." Even Morningstar didn't expect that the plot would collapse to such an extent. On the day of the Monster Festival, Freya still appeared on East Street, and even attacked the monsters imprisoned by the Ganesa clan and released them. When Morningstar noticed this, there was already some commotion in the arena. Morningstar could occasionally hear people talking about things related to monsters. What happened? Hestia naturally noticed this situation and murmured in a low voice. "It seems that the monster is out of the cage." Morningstar told Hestia what he heard. Hey! Chapter 46, Two Shocked People, Veins of Light. Hestia, I want to go out and take a look. Do you want to continue watching the animal training show here or go out with me? After looking at the direction outside, Chenxing turned his head and said to Hestia. In the original book, such a riot did happen during the Monster Festival. As for the reason, it was because Freya wanted to use monsters to test the potential of Belle Crane, now Belle. However, the current Belle has just arrived in Orario, and Freya should not have noticed her. This time, things still happened according to the original book. It is estimated that the goddess of beauty Freya found out that she participated in this monster festival, so she wanted to test herself like the original test of Belle. Chenxing felt that the incident might be caused by herself, and she should go out to take a look. Chenxing is not a saint. Chenxing just feels that the incident might be caused by herself. If she has the ability, she should deal with it. This is the human nature born from the education that Chenxing received in his previous life. P.S. I feel that online novels nowadays are all about not caring about things that do not concern them. Even if it is caused by some special reasons related to themselves, the protagonist will ignore it and don't know why it becomes like this. Do you have any opinions? Even if it has nothing to do with themselves, when encountering some special things, Chenxing will give help to the best of his ability. Of course, if he is blackmailed after helping, then Chenxing will not be polite and will directly send him to the west to see the Buddha. This world is not like the previous life. Even the people of Loki's family will choose to help when encountering such things. Chenxing thinks that he is no worse than the people of Loki's family. And, most importantly, Chenxing remembered that Aegina seemed to be maintaining order outside. If he didn't go to see her, Chenxing was really worried that Aegina would get into trouble. Aegina is the second friend he has made since he came to this world, and a very good friend. I will go with you. Facing Chenxing's inquiry, Hestia chose to go out with Chenxing without hesitation. Yeah. Chenxing nodded, and then the two of them stood up and left the audience seats and the arena. After coming outside, it was already a mess outside, and the roars of monsters could be heard from all the streets of East Street. Chenxing, why are you here? Advertisement. Who is this? As luck would have it, Chenxing and Hestia just came out and met Aegina and Aegina's friend Misha, who were maintaining order. Aegina, I'm so glad you're okay. This is Hestia, my friend, a god. Hestia, this is my adventurer consultant Aegina. After seeing Aegina, Chenxing breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart, and immediately introduced each other to Aegina and Hestia. Hello, God Hestia. Hearing that Hestia was actually a god, Aegina hurriedly bowed slightly to Hestia and greeted her. Hello, Aegina, thank you for taking care of Morningstar. Hestia put one hand on her waist, nodded to Aegina, and said to Aegina. By the way, Morningstar, the monsters are rioting, don't run around, it's best to go into the arena. After the two sides introduced themselves, Aegina said to Morningstar and Hestia. In Aegina's cognition, Morningstar is just a new adventurer, and his strength is not strong. The monsters released are basically very strong monsters at the LV1 level. It is very dangerous for Morningstar to meet any one of them. She didn't want Morningstar to get hurt in this monster riot. As for these monsters, she had asked Loki's sword Princess Acy to deal with them. I was just about to talk about this. Aegina, I'll leave Hestia to you. I'll go deal with these monsters. Morningstar smiled and said. The next second, Morningstar instantly entered the reincarnation eye mode, and his whole body was covered with azure light. This is. Seeing the changes in Morningstar, the three people present were shocked. We'll talk about it later. Morningstar smiled slightly, and then his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light and soaring into the sky. Under the gaze of Hestia and the other two, he landed on the tallest building nearby. Is this Morningstar's magic? Seeing Morningstar now in a high place, Aegina said blankly. Now is not the time to talk about this. Advertisement. Aegina, have you forgotten that the adventurer you are responsible for is just a new adventurer? He actually said he was going to deal with the rioting monsters. It's too dangerous. Hearing that her best friend was actually concerned about Morningstar's current appearance, Misha was immediately furious and reminded her. Oh, by the way, those monsters are very strong, and Morningstar can't handle them. Aegina also reacted at this time, and the whole person was anxious. At this time, Hestia's voice sounded in their ears. Don't worry, Morningstar has been upgraded, and it's more than enough to deal with these LV-1 monsters. The two turned their heads and saw that Hestia was full of confidence at this time. God Hestia, what did you say? Morningstar upgraded. Aegina was a little unbelievable. Well, Morningstar just upgraded last night. Hestia nodded and said with a smile, her face full of complacency, as if Morningstar was a member of her family. Seeing Hestia's genuine look, Aegina and Misha looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them shifted their gazes to the tallest building nearby, a chimney. Morningstar, upgraded. Looking at the figure on the chimney, Aegina's eyes flickered and she murmured in her heart. At this time, on the chimney, Morningstar closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice. Veins of light. Buzz. As Morningstar's murmurs fell, invisible rays of light intertwined into an invisible network and spread out in all directions. In an instant, a 3D pattern appeared in Morningstar's mind, showing all the scenes of several nearby streets. Chapter 47 Rain of Light. The Vein of Light, this is a light attribute auxiliary magic created by Morningstar. It is a perceptual magic that can use the refraction of light to transmit the refracted image of light into Morningstar's mind. It is a very powerful auxiliary magic. As long as Morningstar's magic power and mental power are strong enough, Morningstar can perceive the entire Orario. In an instant, Morningstar found the rioting monsters on several streets, and also found the Sword Princess Ace who was killing monsters, and Freya who was waiting for something on a roof somewhere. Sure enough, it was Freya who did it. Morningstar murmured after opening his eyes. The next second, Morningstar raised one hand to the sky. Rain of Light. The huge magic circle quickly moved Morningstar, suspended above East Street, and directly covered two streets. The appearance of the magic circle attracted everyone's attention. Magic circle. On a street, Loki looked at the huge magic circle that appeared in the sky, slightly opened his squinting eyes, and was a little surprised. So big. After just getting rid of a rioting monster, AIC also looked over and looked at the magic circle covering the entire street, not East Street. There are many streets on East Street, referring to the street where AIC is, and couldn't help but murmured. It was the first time she saw such a huge magic circle. Livilia's magic circle is very powerful, but it is only powerful in magic power, and the magic circle is not so big. On the other side, Hestia, Aegina, and others also saw it. It is necessary not to see it, this magic circle is the morning star in front of the three of them. They saw Chenxing raise one hand to the sky, and then a small magic circle appeared from Chenxing's hand and flew towards the sky. As it flew higher and higher, the magic circle became larger and larger, and in the end it almost covered the sky in their sight. Compared with the shock in the hearts of others, the three people who witnessed this scene with their own eyes were the most shocked. What a big magic! Morningstar has magic, and it's so powerful. Is Morningstar's magic so strong? Aina said blankly as she looked at the scene in front of her. As we all know, the stronger the magic of the person who uses it. This is common sense. Advertisement. Although Morningstar has not shown the power of magic now, the range of this magic circle alone can make people imagine. After all, magic is also needed to form a magic circle. This magic circle is so big. Can a magic circle be so big? Lafia. On another street, Diana, who had just come out of the arena not long ago, asked Lafia beside her after seeing the magic circle above her head. No, I have never seen such a big magic circle. The formation of a magic circle is originally very mentally consuming. No one can create such a big magic circle. Lafia shook her head repeatedly. This thing is beyond the scope. The larger the range of the magic circle, the larger the range that can be attacked. Who doesn't want to make their own magic circle bigger? But it is impossible to perfectly create such a huge magic circle. It is very troublesome to construct, unstable, and consumes a lot of mental energy. This is the first time she has seen such a huge magic circle. How could Lafia know that Morningstar's magic is the son of light? Controlling light and manipulating light to form magic is as simple as drinking water. There is no need to study it like ordinary magicians like them. As long as Morningstar's imagination is enough, he can create it. This may be a bit Versailles, but it was really not difficult for Morningstar to create this magic. In addition, the eyes of the people on the entire East Street were focused on the huge magic circle above their heads. With such a large magic circle hanging above their heads, who would not be afraid? In East Street, especially the residents and adventurers under the magic circle, they were very worried that the magic circle would suddenly burst out with light, and then the terrifying magic would pour down on them. Not only East Street, but almost all the people in Orario cast their eyes over. One by one, they were attracted. This magic. On the roof of a house on East Street, Freya frowned under the hood, and her face was slightly ugly. She didn't know who released this magic. But she felt that her plan might be ruined. Advertisement. She didn't even see Chenxing. Chenxing didn't know about the various forms of people on East Street. After the magic circle was formed and stabilized, Chenxing was also slightly stunned, because he didn't think that he just increased the power, and the magic circle actually became larger. But now is not the time to think about this. With a thought, Chenxing activated the magic called Rain of Light. Dense beams of light poured out from the magic circle. At this moment, everyone on East Street was on alert, extremely vigilant. They were afraid that these light-attributed magic would fall on them. So many beams of light. On the street, Diana looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed. So fast! Dion also shouted in surprise, because the speed of these beams was too fast. Dion made defensive preparations at the first time. Such a powerful magic fluctuation, this kind of fluctuation is already close to the first-level firepower. And Lafia also exclaimed when she saw the beams rushing out of the magic circle. She is very sensitive to magic fluctuations and can sense the intensity of the magic fluctuations on the beams flying out of the magic circle, which is very close to the first-level magic fluctuations. In other words, the power of these beams is close to the first-level magic power. Really? Hearing what Lafia said, Diana was shocked. Absolutely not wrong. Lafia's expression was very firm. To be honest, not only Lafia was surprised, but even Morningstar, the initiator, was a little surprised at this time. After the upgrade, my magic power is so much stronger. Is this the effect of the magic guide? Chapter 48, Encountering Loki's Familia again. Diana is shocked. To be honest, not only other people were shocked by the magic that Chenxing suddenly released, but even Chenxing himself was shocked. Not only was he shocked by the size of the magic circle he released, but he was also frightened by the power of his current magic. Chenxing felt that the power of these beams was almost close to the power when he released the Golden Will reincarnation to kill Goliath. If this power fell on the ground, it would blow up big holes on the ground. Fortunately, this magic is a wide-area tracking and annihilation magic. It can be used with the light vein to chase enemies within the range of the light vein. Chenxing can control the direction of the magic himself, otherwise Chenxing is really worried about whether he can afford the compensation. Concentrating on controlling the magic, Chenxing controlled the beams to chase in the direction of the rioting monsters. On the streets where the monsters were rioting, the members of the Ganesha clan who were fighting against the monsters and the nearby residents who had not had time to escape only felt a flash of light in front of their eyes, and the rioting monsters in front of them exploded directly, turning into ashes and floating in the air. This scene directly stunned many members of the Ganesha clan. It was not until the magic stone fell to the ground and made a ding-dong sound that these members of the Ganesha clan and residents came back to their senses. What a fast magic! A member of the Ganesha clan couldn't help but say. Just now he didn't even see how the monster was killed, he just felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the monster died directly. Not only is it fast, but it is also very powerful. The magic power is at least at level LV2. Another member of the Ganesha clan followed. In other words, these members of the Ganesha clan are not magicians, and they don't know much about the power of magic. If they knew that the beam that just flashed past them and killed the monsters was as powerful as the magic firepower of level 4, they would be scared. This scene happened on the street where monsters were rioting. What a fast magic! AC stood with her sword put away, looking at the magic stone on the ground, and murmured in a low voice. Immediately, AC jumped up and came to the roof again, and began to look for Loki's position. Not far from AC, Freya, who was wearing a hood, had no anger on her face at this time, but a faint smile, but this smile made people shudder. You disrupted my plan. Don't let me find you, otherwise I will definitely let Oda go. After whispering, Freya jumped down from the roof and slowly sank into the dark alley. Her plan was ruined. If she wanted to see the strength of Morning Star, she could only find another opportunity. Or, let the children in the family come to test it. On the other side, Morning Star. After killing all the rioting monsters instantly, Morning Star returned to the ground and exited the Samsara Eye mode. As soon as he landed, Hestia and the other two ran over. Fortunately, there was no one else here, otherwise Morning Star would definitely be surrounded now. Advertisement. Morning Star, what kind of magic is this? It's so powerful. Hestia said with a little excitement. Rain of light, tracking magic. Morning Star said with a smile, not afraid of any trouble after being known. Tracking magic. How powerful is it? Are you coming here now to kill all those rioting monsters? Hestia heard this, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and continued to ask. Well, they are all destroyed. Morning Star smiled and nodded. Great. Hestia was happy for Morning Star and happy that Morning Star had such strong strength. Reaching out and patting Hestia's hair, Morning Star looked at Aegina. Morning Star, you have upgraded. Looking at Morning Star, Aina opened her mouth and asked the question in her heart with a complicated expression. Well, I just upgraded yesterday. I was thinking of telling you tomorrow, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. Morning Star smiled and nodded, explaining. Congratulations, Morning Star. Hearing what Morning Star said, Aina's originally complicated heart was relieved at once, and she smiled and congratulated. Upgraded in less than a month, Mr. Morning Star, once your situation is known to others, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. Misha beside Aina was very excited at this time. She knew that Morning Star had only been an adventurer for a short time, less than a month. And in such a short time, Morning Star actually upgraded. The fastest upgrade record in Orario now is the Sword Lady AIC of the Loki family, who took more than a year to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. And now Morning Star's speed is nearly 10 times faster than that of Sword Lady AIC. If it spreads, it will definitely make a sensation in the whole of Orario. Just as Misha's voice fell, a voice came over. What are you talking about? Everyone turned their heads when they heard it. I saw Tioni, Tiona, and Lafia of the Loki family walking towards this side. It was Tioni who spoke just now. Big Sever, Angry Snake, Thousand Fairies. Aina called out the titles of the three. Tiona, Tioni, Lafia. Morning Star was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet the three here. Brother Morning Star, I didn't expect to see you here. Tiona was very surprised. She hadn't seen Morning Star since the last time she met Morning Star for the first time. She didn't expect to meet him here. Tioni and Lafia didn't speak, but just nodded to Morning Star. Do you know each other? Aegina was a little surprised. Hestia on the side was not surprised, because she had long known that Morning Star had met with the high-level members of Loki's family. Yeah, I met them before in the dungeon. Morning Star replied with a smile. Advertisement. Ah. Aegina nodded and did not ask any more questions. Loki's family, why are you guys here? Hestia spoke at this time, frowning slightly at Diana and the other two. She had heard of the names of the three people, all of whom were from Loki's family. Who are you? Diana was a little confused. Why did the girl in front of her have such great hostility towards her and the others when they first met? Hestia. Hestia put her hands on her hips, raised her head and chest, and said confidently. Morningstar didn't know whether Hestia was confident or not, but Morningstar knew that Diana had lost her confidence after being hit. Diana looked at Hestia's chest with empty eyes. The next second, Diana rushed towards Hestia and attacked directly. Damn it, why is your child so big? Wow, you, what on earth are you doing, Amazon, let me go. For a while, a god and an Amazon were in a mess. The others were speechless and helpless watching this scene, and they were also a little embarrassed. Don't worry about them. Morningstar, you were here just now. Then you must have seen the person who was wrapped in light just now. Do you know who that person is? Where did he go? Dion glanced at the two people who were fighting together, ignored them, and then looked at the three people of Morningstar and asked. Hearing this, Aegina and Misha looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Morningstar. Dion and Lafia looked at the actions of Aegina and Misha, and also looked over. What do you mean? Tioni was a little confused. Why were these two guild staff members looking at Brother Morningstar? Can you tell me? Aina asked Morningstar. Well, tell me. It's no big deal. Seeing Aina asking what he meant, Morningstar thought for a moment and then nodded. Okay. The conversation between the two made Tioni and Lafia even more confused. However, the next moment, Aina's answer made the two widen their eyes. Morningstar, is it? Chapter 49, New Monster. I didn't expect it to be you. Tioni looked at Morningstar in surprise. She guessed it when Aina looked at Morningstar. With strong melee strength and powerful elemental magic, it seems that only the White Fairy of Freya's family can be found in Orario now. Now there is another Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar, your magic attainments are really amazing. Lafia's eyes were full of admiration. Although her magic power was stronger than that of Morningstar, the huge magic circle of Morningstar really stunned her. If she could also release such a large magic circle, then her magic volley of fire javelins could release more fire javelins at one time. Because of the size of the magic circle, the number of fire javelins she could fire at one time was very small, far from her limit. If the magic circle was larger, she could fire more fire javelins. Thank you for the compliment. Morningstar replied with a smile. At this time, Tiona, who was arguing with Hestia, also noticed the situation here. Although I knew that you were very strong, Morningstar, I didn't expect you could use magic, and your magic was so powerful. After hearing the conversation between several people, Diana knew the situation. While fighting with Hestia, Diana looked at Morningstar with sparkling eyes and said. When they first met Morningstar, Morningstar faced the monster feast of Minotaur alone and killed the monster feast alone. At that time, they knew that Morningstar was very strong, at least an adventurer with combat power level 3. Unexpectedly, Morningstar was not only very strong in melee combat, but also better in magic. Hee, my Morningstar is very strong. Hestia, who was also fighting with Diana, said proudly. Eh? Are you Lucifer? Diana was stunned and blurted out. Others also looked over. Aegina and Misha blinked, not knowing what was going on for a while. And Dion and Lafia looked at Diana speechlessly. As the person involved, Hestia's face froze when she heard this. Advertisement. It's none of your business. Lucifer is a man's name. How could I be that? And didn't I just say my name is Hestia? Tiona's words stirred up a hornet's nest, and Hestia's hand became stronger. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hestia's method was very strange. As for how strange it was, use your imagination. Even though Tiona was a first-level adventurer, she couldn't help but scream in pain at this time. Others watched this scene, and they were speechless and sweating. After a while, the farce finally ended. Tioni and the other two also understood the relationship between Morningstar and Hestia. Little one. At this moment, Loki's voice suddenly came from not far away. The next second, a ray of dust flashed, and Loki's figure appeared where Tiona was, and he wrestled with Hestia instead of Tiona. This situation made the people present ashamed. Ugh, it hurts, both my chest and my butt hurt. Where did Loki get the strength to knock me flying? Not far away, Diana stood up while rubbing her butt and her breasts, her face speechless. Upon hearing this, Tioni felt a little gloating and was about to say something. However, before Tioni could finish her words, a strange noise came from the other side of the square, and the ground began to shake. The next second, the stone-paved ground suddenly exploded, and then a thick green vine rushed out from the ground and twisted in the air. Is there a monster? The vine that suddenly rushed out scared everyone, and then Tioni and Tiona rushed out at the same time and attacked the newly appeared monster. Lafia, I'll leave the long-range attack to you. While launching the attack, Tioni did not forget to order Lafia to release magic. Yes, Tioni-san. Lafia responded with a firm look in her eyes, and then quickly began to chant magic. The three of them threw Morning Star aside at the same time, and had no intention of letting Morning Star join in the fight. Seeing the three of them take action, Morning Star just stood there and did not take action. There is no way, who let Hestia and Aegina and others here? Hestia and others are really powerless against the monsters. Advertisement. If you don't pay attention, something may go wrong. Seeing the new monsters appear, Hestia and Loki stopped fighting. Hestia quickly ran to the side of Morning Star to seek shelter. Loki saw Hestia running behind Morning Star and followed her. What are you doing here? Looking at Loki who ran to her side, Hestia was full of disgust. What do you care about me? Loki rolled his eyes at Hestia. Hestia glared back, but didn't drive Loki away. Come to think of it, you are the Morning Star that Finn and others are talking about, right? Who is your main god? I have been in heaven for so long, and I basically know all the gods, but I have never heard of the name Lucifer. Loki looked at Morning Star and asked curiously. Just now, she learned about Morning Star from Ace. But she had never heard of such a god as Lucifer. So she was very curious about Morning Star now. Loki, stay away from my Morning Star. Seeing Loki like this, Hestia suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She stretched out her hand and pressed Loki's face, pushing Loki back desperately. Little guy, you want to fight again, right? I'll accompany you. The two of them started to quarrel again in an instant. Seeing the two quarreling again, Morning Star and Aegina were a little speechless. Aegina watched the two gods fighting with a dry laugh. At this time, the voices of Dion and Diana, who were fighting not far away, came over. Lafia, be careful, get out of the way. Chapter 50, Taking Action. The monster that suddenly appeared was a new type of monster, the piranha plant, with a very hard appearance. Even if Tioni and Tiona, two first-level adventurers, used fist attacks, they could not kill it with one blow, and even made the two feel pain on their fists. Tioni and Tiona came out to participate in the monster festival today, so they did not bring weapons. Without weapons, the two were unable to kill the new piranha plant monster. The new piranha plant monster has a very keen perception and targeting of magic. On Lafia's side, when Lafia's chanting text was halfway through, a magic circle also appeared on the ground, surrounded by magic elements, and had already attracted the magic power of the outside world. In an instant, the new piranha plant monster felt the fluctuation of magic, and the monster that was shaking with Tioni and Tiona directly abandoned Tioni and Tiona and rushed towards Lafia, and the speed was extremely fast. Tioni and Tiona had just finished their attack and were in a state of stiffness. They had no time to stop the attack, so they shouted in panic, wanting Lafia to leave as soon as possible. At this time, Lafia also noticed the carnivorous plant monster rushing towards her. However, facing the monster rushing over, Lafia did not do what Tioni and Tiona said. She froze in place, even forgot to chant, and the magic circle dissipated directly, looking at the monster rushing over with horror. This is Lafia's flaw. Lafia is very easy to get nervous, not just towards people. The same is true for monsters. When encountering monsters close to her, Lafia often becomes nervous and afraid, and her mind goes blank for a moment, and she can't think about anything, and can only watch the monster attack. In the past expeditions, there were other people who attacked Lafia in time, or helped Lafia escape from the monster's attack. So Lafia rarely gets hurt. However, this time, there was no companion beside Lafia, so it was almost certain that she would be attacked. No way. Although there was no companion with her this time, Morning Star had been keeping an eye on the battlefield. When the new type of carnivorous plant monster abandoned Dion and Diana and attacked Lafia, Morningstar had already taken action. Advertisement. A large amount of blue flames suddenly appeared on Morningstar's body, and he entered the reincarnation eye mode in an instant. After entering the reincarnation eye mode, Morningstar appeared in front of Lafia in a flash, and with a big wave of his hand, a luminous ball burst out from the palm of Morningstar's hand, turning into a cannonball and bombarding the new type of carnivorous plant monster. Bang bang bang. The violent explosions continued, followed by the shrill wailing of the new monster carnivorous plant. Under the rosary light cannon released by Morningstar, the new type of carnivorous plant monster was blown to pieces, and purple blood continued to seep out from the scales of the carnivorous plant. It's really tough. No wonder the fists of Tioni and Tiona, two first-level adventurers, were hurt when they attacked with their fists. Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw that the rosary light cannon he released did not kill the new type of carnivorous plant monster, but only caused some injuries to it. Thank you, brother Chenxing. Tioni and Tiona also rushed over at this time, rebuilt the new type of carnivorous plant monster and pulled it back into the battle. They took the time to thank Chenxing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chenxing. Lafia also reacted at this time, and thanked Chenxing with a little nervousness. You and I are compatriots, no need to thank me. Chenxing smiled and said. Yeah. Lafia smiled and nodded repeatedly when she heard the words. Yes, the person in front of me is my compatriot. Thinking of this, Lafia was not as nervous as before when facing Morningstar, and she relaxed a little. Lafia, are you okay? At this time, Loki did not continue to make trouble with Hestia, ran over, and said to Lafia with concern. I'm fine, Loki. Thanks to Mr. Morningstar. Lafia shook her head and said. Thanks, Morningstar boy. Loki nodded, and then thanked Morningstar carelessly. Yeah. As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, a breeze suddenly appeared beside several people, and then a figure fell lightly. Ah, AIC Tan, you are finally back, go and help Dion and Diana. Seeing the person coming, Loki immediately opened his eyes and said to the person. Advertisement. Yes, the person coming was AIC. Just now, after Chenxing used magic to kill many monsters, AC was worried and walked through all the streets. After finding that the monsters had indeed been killed, she came back to look for Loki. Otherwise, with AC's speed, she would have returned here long ago, and it would not have taken so long to come back. AC did not speak, but just nodded slightly, and then turned on the wind spirit sprint, and was ready to take action. However, Chenxing stopped AC. Seeing Chenxing stop her, AC's magic disappeared, and she tilted her head slightly to look at Chenxing, and did not speak. However, Chenxing could see what AC meant by this look, which was to ask why he stopped her. Leave this piranha plant to me. Chenxing smiled slightly and said. Chenxing knew that because the piranha plant was too hard, AC used the overly powerful wind spirit sprint magic to deal with it, and as a result, the sword broke, and the Gubernia family paid a large amount of compensation. Since he knew this, Chenxing thought he should be kind enough to let it avoid the thunder. Hearing this, AC did not object. After a short silence, she sheathed her sword and quietly looked at Chenxing, as if waiting for Chenxing's performance. Others were also curious about what Chenxing was going to do. Chenxing ignored the inquiring eyes of others, but shouted loudly to Dion and Diana who were still fighting with the man-eating plant. Dion, Diana, leave that guy. Hearing Chenxing's shout, the two sisters looked over and saw AC there, and she was not ready to fight at all, and looked like she was watching a show. After thinking for a few seconds, the two sisters abandoned the new man-eating plant monster and left the battlefield. Just after leaving the battlefield, before the sisters Dion and Diana asked why they were asked to leave, they saw a blue stream of light passing in front of them. Then, the man-eating plant, whose shell they could not break even without using weapons, was directly pierced, and it was killed with one blow, and it broke into pieces in front of them and turned into ashes.
Hey, it's me, Audiobook Collection. Before we wrap up this video, I wanted to let you know about my exclusive Google Drive link. It's available for just $35 on my Patreon and Ko-fi shops. With this link, you'll get access to over 400+ audiobook novels. If you're interested, check it out and enjoy even more amazing content.